All right. Hello.
The
I'm
new,
Professor
new
McGoy.
shortcut
Welcome
is C.
back. Eddie, you good?
I'm good. The new shortcut is C.
All
So I can't have
right.
any going forward and backwards in time problems.
That doesn't like unpause it, does it? Oh no,
I
it's not.
don't
It's not doing so. So I think we're
think
good. Anyway,
so.
all right.
I don't. Oh, but it is fucking with chat. Oh no.
It's just alt tab out of chat. It'll be fine. I think.
Maybe do X. Let's do X. Ugh.
Anyway. All right. Anyway, so technical difficulties aside, hi everyone. Good evening. Welcome back. Now that I am done playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, we are back to discussing it. So we are going to Eddie and I, and if anybody else winds up jumping in at some point, then we'll see. But Eddie and I
Larry,
are Larry might make it. We'll see. Fingers
he said
crossed.
he'd lose a lot, so
Yeah,
we're rooting for him.
we're rooting for him. But if he doesn't make it, then
The
hey, maybe he'll
territory.
jump it. I do actually now. I'm gonna try to. If he doesn't make it, I do want to try my best to represent his argument that KOTOR 2 actually follows the hero's journey better than KOTOR 1, because he, if I recall from the last stream, the last time we did this discussion,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
he
he was.
greatly
He was.
disagreed with Noah here, so it could be good.
And I have the book with me now, so if we need any
Awesome. Yeah, I know
references,
he does tons of references throughout here, so you can. I mean,
if
uh,
well, I mean, I can
my
counter
academic
reference shit.
yes, please. Well, by all means. My academic instincts immediately say, what's the context? What's the context? What's the context? My secondary academic instincts say, what's the original Latin? But I guess that doesn't really apply here.
Yeah.
I funny story.
Fun fact, though,
Oh, go ahead.
Joseph Campbell was Catholic.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
I had
I didn't
no
expect
idea.
that until I was reading another anthology of his.
I
Oh yeah,
had
he was
no
Catholic.
idea.
Really? That
That's
actually tracks a lot now that I think about it.
yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense. Excuse me. That actually does make a lot of sense now that I think about it. We love patterns. We are pattern seekers as
Yeah,
a
we are.
church.
That's for
Evening,
pattern.
Catholic Phoenix. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, all of that wonderful stuff. Um, yeah. Now we are. I didn't know that, but yeah, if you do happen to find his references odd or his use of references odd, by all means, we can pause and check the context. I'm happy to do that sort of thing because I don't have the book. I've only, like I said, I've really only interacted with Campbell in secondary sources. So you're our, I mean, maybe not expert, but relative expert.
Well, I wouldn't say expert. I've only ever read through like I think the first section that actually is the most quoted part of the book anyway because it's the one that
Mm-hmm.
actually spells out the hero's journey.
Right. Oh, yeah,
The
because he
rest of
has
yeah, the rest of the
analytic
book,
stuff later on.
it's like divided into three parts where the first part describes the hero's journey and then the second two parts like describe the aftermath or something like that.
The aftermath
I'm
of the
not
journey in the narrative, or the cultural aftermath of the story structure?
Yes, let me check.
Oh,
Okay. Part
both?
one, the
That makes
adventure of the
sense.
hero.
Okay.
Chapter one, departure. Chapter two, initiation. Chapter three, return.
Hmm.
Part two, the cosmogonic cycle, which talks about like the symbolism it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually do need to read this at some point, I think.
Oh
Not that
yeah.
I'm
It's
not
very
busy.
it really even just a little bit of it I've read, it really
Yeah, not that I'm not busy. So
yeah, right, exactly.
for some
Me too. But it
background,
really
and this
makes
is for anybody following along with us as well. I've been talking a lot about my ethics class next semester, and I am in the middle of constructing my syllabus. By which I mean I'm in the middle of rereading Ralph McInerney's Ethica to Mystica in order to build my syllabus. And good lord, the audacity I have to assign Ethica to Mystica to a bunch of, I was going to say something meaner, but non-specialists, let's say, um, like Gen Ed intro level undergrads. I am the cojones on me to do such a thing to these children, but you know what? I think it'll turn out well. I have faith it'll turn out well.
nothing can go wrong.
Anyway, I'm there to guide them. I'm there to guide them. That's all I have to keep telling myself. It's a hard text. It's a great text. It's also the full text of it is in the philosophy channel in the Discord server if you want the PDF. That's the
Ooh.
PDF I'm going to be providing to my students. Actually, one of two. I have chapter by chapter PDFs as well that I'll be giving them. But either way, it's there if y'all want it. It's a great text. Anyway, uh, yeah, without too much further delay, I guess we should probably get into it. It is a 45-minute. We have about 45 minutes of this because he has like a 10-minute outro. But we have about 45 minutes of this, so we should.
He likes to thank all the people who financially support him.
I get it. I get it.
Like a good little hippie.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Thank you, Kevin, the people who financially support me. That's not true. That's not true. John has bought me something for this channel too. So thank you, Kevin and John, for buying me things for this channel.
Didn't I buy Erica the DLCs for New Vegas?
Yes,
because I was appalled that she just. Because I was appalled that she just played through it and didn't play through the DLCs, which are excellent.
Another thing I want to mention. I have settled on starting Mass Effect Andromeda next Monday, so that's coming up. I still have to decide mods or no mods. I'm leaning towards mods, and I also have to decide. Yeah, mostly cosmetic stuff. So Cora looks like less of a Karen, and PB looks like less of an Antifa Karen. Aside from that, also some craftable multiplayer weapons and stuff, which are neat. The other thing I have to decide is whether I'm going to start fresh or New Game Plus. New Game Plus, I have the entire, basically enough points to have literally all the powers in the game from the start. So I don't know if I want to do that.
I think it boils down to, do we want to analyze it from like a new player's perspective, or do we just want to like bulldoze the campaign so we can talk about?
I mean, character-wise, I like the idea of Scott Ryder being, useless and pathetic to start, and gradually becoming godlike. But I also really love the power sets in the game, and they're so much fun once they're really built. So I don't know. Torn. I'll think about it. I got a week. If anybody has inputs, Eddie, you included, feel free to let me know what you think. The other thing is, I'm thinking vaguely about the new Harry Potter game, Hogwarts Legacy, after Kingdom Come Deliverance.
I'm hearing mixed meanings about that. I want it to be good.
I do too.
But I don't have my hopes up high at all.
I think I'm on board with some of the people who have been saying that they expect a really mid story, but killer open world gameplay.
If the gameplay is okay, the story it doesn't matter. But if the story is mediocre and the game is mediocre, it'll die within a week.
Yeah, I'm either way. I'm not getting it when it comes out. I will ask if there are enough people who want to see me play it and talk about it. Feel free to help me offset the cost for that. I'll be greatly appreciative, and I will take that into very serious consideration deciding on my next Thursday title. So, and that actually should line up give or take. I expect to finish Kingdom Come probably near the end of February, into March, if I understand the layout of the game at all, which I might not. Who knows? That's my expectation, though. Anyway, that's something to think about coming up. And otherwise, let's get going. Let's get into this video. We've been hemming and hawing for only. I mean, yes, we do this EFAP style, and we've only done introductions for like 10 minutes. It doesn't seem like nearly enough by their standards, but I also don't want to do this for 12 hours, so I'm not staying up that late. I'm not going to go to sleep when it's after sunrise. That's silly. All right, let's go.
Suggestion. The structure of the monomyth is what allows Knights of the Old Republic to feel so uncannily close in spirit and intent to the original Star Wars trilogy. The monomyth is what allows any story that...
Oh, sorry, I have to pause. Have you seen Andor yet?
I have not. I hear it's really good, though.
It is. It's really good. Also, I had one of those like shower thoughts realizations today, like literally. I think Andor's story, the story of the actual main character, every frame a prayer. Alpha Phoenix, I love that. That's great. I need to make an overlay for this. Please stand by for next time we do this. Anyway, yes, I love it. Amen. But yeah, as far as I can tell, and I need to actually go through the series and see if I can track the steps, but I'm pretty sure it follows the hero's journey as well or better than the original trilogy, then KOTOR, then probably anything else Star Wars. and it feels
Vince-
so Star Warsy because of it.
Vince, I hate to break this to you, but I'm pretty sure the original Shrek follows the hero's journey better than Star Wars does.
Um,
And brass tacks.
yeah, probably.
Maybe not in symbolism, but like
Yeah.
in raw storytelling.
In terms of
absolutely.
story beats, I'm pretty sure you're right. In terms of
almost
the
like the hero's
symbolism
journey
involved, the opposite. It's a weird. It's like a perfect mirror inversion, I think, of the hero's journey.
Yeah.
I think that's what was intended.
That's what makes it work, because it's the hero's
Yeah.
journey, but it's making fun of the hero's journey while also like being a legitimately good example of it. It's why it's excellent counterculture even today.
Yeah, and that's why. Oh, God, I did it again. I did this again. Like I needed to use an example of storytelling in class. And I started by using the example of The Hobbit. I was like, okay, so why does Bilbo go off on his adventure? And no one raises their hand at all. And I was like, okay, wait, hold on. Question: who has read The Hobbit? And like 4 people in the class raised their hands. I'm like,
Okay, who's
what?
Shrek?
No. Okay, fine. How many of you have seen Star Wars? About half the class raised their hands.
What the hell?
It was maybe a little more than half, but it was not the whole class. It wasn't even close to the whole class. And I was like, okay. I'm about to lose it here, but how many of you have seen Shrek? Every hand in the room.
Yeah.
Shut up. I don't understand this culture. This culture is so bizarre.
Well, let's see. At this point, you're teaching Gen Z, and we were all raised in the post Shrekathon universe. So
Yeah, I know.
It's a toss up whether our family cared enough about Star Wars, but everybody and their goddamn mother cared about Shrek in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I saw Star Wars when I was 6. Maybe
I
even
remember
5. I think it might have been 5.
I grew up on the original, those extended VHS cuts of the original trilogy.
I saw those in theaters. I saw Star Wars for the first time in theaters in the 90s. I feel like I'm the second generation that can say that.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, Andor follows the hero's journey really, really well. Like shockingly well. The only weird bits that I noticed offhand are the Temptress and the Elixir are kind of intertwined way too closely, more than usual.
That happens.
Yeah.
That happens.
Well, yeah, that's true. But they're intertwined more closely than usual. But I think they're still in the right order, and I think it still works. Anyway, I think it's great. It's really good. I really highly recommend it. I'm not going to go into too many more spoilers. I don't want any really, because you should watch it because it's really good. Yeah, do that. Phoenix says these Zoomers need to up their game. I'm 24 and I've seen Star Wars. Well, of course you have. You have taste. I guess a story about a green loader appeals to the young folk. Yeah. I mean,
he has layers.
He does. I mean, unironically, yes. But a symbolic inversion story appeals to the denizens of Clown World. You people,
yes, you're correct.
My audience, kids these days. It does. It works. It is the perfect encapsulation of our culture.
Just makes me wonder what's going to happen like 7 years from now. Because you got to remember, I'm old Gen Z. I was born in '99 at the turn of the millennium. A lot of the kids who are in high school now are like my nephew. He's like, he just turned.
He's still
14?
technically Gen Z, I think, right?
Are you 12? I can't remember. Anyway, like
That's what I keep asking you.
I know.
Anyway,
but we are in the same generation, but we have such radically different like outlooks on everything because of where we were when technology hit a critical mass. Yeah. For me, I grew up with VHS. I grew up with VHS and DVD. I remember very fondly watching things on VHS and enjoying it. And it wasn't until I was older that Blu-ray and digital, and then even older that streaming came around. But he grew up with like Blu-ray streaming was his version of my Blu-ray. It's crazy. And it's really, you can really tell because the things he jokes about and the things he watches and how glued he is to the screen.
Yeah.
Like, it's terrifying.
I mean, you and I are on the opposite end of that too, because I'm a relatively early millennial in '91. Not early, but relatively early, especially culturally speaking. And whereas you're right on, you're barely into Gen Z.
Barely
you're
Gen Z. Yeah, I'm one
again,
of those crux.
My delineation for it is if you remember when Shrek came out, then you're a millennial. So there we go. You're Gen Z.
I remember
There's
when
my
Shrek
line.
2 came out. I remember watching
Yeah.
that on VHS
And
and really loving
here's
it.
the other line. If you remember, if you are okay, so my cutoff for my generation, for millennials, is the oldest millennials were the ones who were the youngest people to see The Little Mermaid in theaters. That's the youngest millennials. Or the oldest millennials. So, The Little Mermaid through Shrek, you went through the entire arc, the initiation, the build up, and then the deconstruction of the Disney Renaissance. That's the millennial generation. That's it. That is the description. Now, if you want to be a little bit more serious, then it is the two Gulf Wars, which is the same time frame. But
yeah, but that's not as fun to meme about.
No, and it's also not as culturally relevant, which is disturbing, but it's very true.
Which is
anyway,
horrifying.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Uses it to feel so uncannily close in spirit and intent to the original Star Wars trilogy. The monomyth is what allows any story that uses it to achieve gravitas through sheer narrative suggestion. The monomyth is also what traps the denizens of the Star Wars universe in infinite recursive cycles of light and dark, freedom and tyranny. The Force is a concept that both unites the Star Wars setting and creatively strangles it. The Force and the monomythic structure are often woven together as one. To kill one is to kill the other. For Knights of the Old Republic 2, the intent is to murder both and break the chains that have bound the franchise for decades.
A little dramatic.
Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, is just the strangest, most impossible piece of official Star Wars media to ever exist. It would never be released. Is heresy. It is heretical to Star Wars because it rejects the monomyth. Not only that, it rejects the entire heroic ideal set down in Hero with a Thousand Faces. The two games exist in a kind of diagonal criticism of each other, the first game without guile, and the second game without mercy, embracing or excoriating the Star Wars setting, but neither able to definitively prove its vision because of the strengths of the other game. Knights of the Old Republic 1 really is an amazing RPG, possibly one of the best of the BioWare mold of modified monomyth. It can weather whatever criticisms the second game articulates.
Yeah. I'm going to jump to the defense of Mass Effect, but is the first Mass Effect game, like, I think maybe more... It was once BioWare had refined their version of the hero's journey, whereas KOTOR 1 was more traditional in its structure.
Well, yeah, and it was in the framework of traditional Star Wars narratives, so that checks out.
Yeah. Anyway,
whereas Mass Effect was its first attempt at their own IP, if I remember correctly. Mass Effect and Dragon Age kind of...
Jade Empire.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Jade Empire was first, and it was... I never played it, but it was very much... It was starting to get into that BioWare storytelling thing, but it hadn't quite developed as much as Mass Effect and Dragon Age did. Anyway, but yeah, I'm getting ahead of him here a little bit, but I do think that I think his point about them being in sort of diagonal criticism of each other, that basically the themes of the games are in conversation with each other about Star Wars. I think that's a really solid point.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the way he frames it in diagonal conversation, because it's not like they don't actually. There isn't much like. Not continuation. That's the wrong word, but there isn't much like direct confrontation. But thematically and off to the side, it's very obvious that KOTOR is a traditional Star Wars story, and at least in intention, and KOTOR 2 is the intended deconstruction of that story.
Yeah, and I mean there are some direct criticisms and direct references, but it's mostly about the Jedi in particular.
Right, and I think
the Jedi Council gets criticized specifically.
Yeah, and Revan gets mentioned by Cram more than once. Is that damn fool? We should have done more. Yada yada.
I'm gonna pick on him about that because KOTOR 2 and Kreia and really all of the NPCs who talk about Revan don't talk about Revan as the hero, as like the hero with 1,000 faces, as the archetypal hero, nearly as much as they talk about him as the wanderer, the one who goes from this noble Jedi, falls to become this great Sith, and then settles who knows where. even though you set it up in the beginning and you specify that no, he did actually come back and save the Republic, but he didn't. But they don't really talk about him like that, and that is, I think, first of all, it's realistic. Like if there were somebody like Revan, even if people knew like what happened and that he returned and basically turned back to the light, people would still probably remember the whole war, the whole declaring war on the Republic thing, at least as much, probably more.
Yeah, well, I imagine too. Most of it, it's trying to keep the ambiguity open for players of the first game who
yeah, that's
so we
true.
didn't know exactly which, even though in canon later on they clarified that no, all the light side endings are canon because we have
Yeah.
no imagination.
Even in KOTOR 2, there's a conversation with Atten at the beginning when he says something about Revan, and you can actually correct him. And you specify one, whether Revan was male or female, and you specify two, that Revan was either ended light side or dark side, either saved the Republic or destroyed it. So
Okay,
you actually
okay.
set it up in the beginning of KOTOR 2, and so it's supposed to be that your narrative follows one ending or the other. But
Right.
I mean, narratively it does. But as far as
I think
people's
narratively
attitudes, not so much.
I think narratively it's constructed to be either or.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
That's just a limitation of the
yeah.
medium.
Yeah, I think so. And it would have, I feel like it would have worked better narratively if they had just picked an ending. But this was really early in that process of experimenting with player choice mattering for sequels and stuff.
Well, and I think also at the same time it makes the deconstruction aspect more. It makes it easier to do if it's ambiguous.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, kind of. But then you don't have a big scapegoat to pick at. Either.
No. But it makes it so that they can criticize both endings of the story at the same time while criticizing the overall narrative structure at the same, all at once. Basically,
Yeah.
you don't have to go back and him and all. You can just
Yeah.
on one part of the game you can deconstruct the light side. The other end you can deconstruct the dark side, and then in between them you're deconstructing the entire rest of the story at the same time.
Yeah, and I feel like I think part of it is that ambiguity means that their criticism gets leveled more at the Jedi and the Jedi Council than at Revan himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
And if you're trying to
works.
deconstruct Star Wars itself, it's good to home in on the Jedi Council as an institution.
And that's probably true. I mean, then, well, the dichotomy of light and dark in the Force is also another target, and we'll get to that too, because obviously that's one. So. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's because it's only of the BioWare mold of modified monomyth. It can weather whatever criticisms the second game articulates because it's only the incredibly thorough, compelling world building of the first game that provided solid enough foundation on which to build the subversions of the second. It's striking how metatextual Knights of the Old Republic 2 is, how much of a work of commentary and debate it is, because it never breaks the fourth wall in its skepticism of the Force. Every single point the game makes, it makes using characters' grounded world, deftly tied to threads that interconnect with thematic points the game wishes to explore.
And that's why it was good. It was entirely in universe. The critique doesn't extend. It doesn't get meta. It doesn't go with like, isn't this whole Force thing dumb? Isn't this, with one exception, and it's when the Jedi Council is confronting. Actually, you know what? He's going to talk about this. I think he is. Because when the Jedi Council is talking to you about basically gaining experience points when you kill people, that is basically just one of those like Metal Gear Solid things where they're
talking.
They're taking a game mechanic and saying, did you think of that?
Press the square button, punch.
Yeah, that. But that's the only time that they get meta, like, at all. The rest of it, he's right, is entirely an internal critique, and that is so welcome. Especially now. Like, 20 years later, definitely almost. Now. Like, there's so many deconstructions and subversions and stuff. One need only point to The Last Jedi.
I think that's another reason why Shrek worked so well, because it was completely in universe. Like, the poking fun of the Disney Corporation was pointed at the audience, but even still, the deconstruction of the fairy tale was in universe, and I think that's another reason why films feel so preachy nowadays, because instead of deconstructing things in the context of the world that the story takes place in, it's always filmmakers now can't help but like point a finger at the audience, and that really pisses people off.
Yeah, it pissed me off. Um, but like that's why things like The Last Jedi fail, because Rian Johnson was not writing he wasn't writing characters who are challenging the traditional views of the Force and the Jedi and galactic politics and all that. He's not, like, at all. The closest you get to that is Luke giving up because he had a vision about his nephew. That's it. And that's like nothing compared to KOTOR 2. Instead, it's basically just, haha, I've subverted the audience's expectations.
And even then, it's an assassination on Luke's character too. Not one time in KOTOR 2 does a character act that way out, and it's out of their. Not once in this game does.
He was absolutely the wrong character to do that with. If he wanted to be overly subversive and do it in a good way, in a way that would actually work, he would have had a prequel Jedi have survived and gotten jaded about it, or something like that. Like, hell, bring Mace Windu back. He's enough of a jerk.
That would have been great.
Maybe. It could have also sucked, but it could have been good. There was more potential there. Like, don't get me wrong. A lot of people are like,
Windu's narrative arc about being a sycophant to the council, only to be completely destroyed by it and then coming back vengeful.
Yeah, and that could have worked. Something like that could have worked. But instead they have it be Luke Skywalker for no good reason. Like, it doesn't fit.
No good reason
because
other than to destroy the fandom.
Yeah, because he's the big identifiable figurehead of the franchise, they make him the subversive character because the franchise is turned upside down. Instead of it being something that could reasonably happen in the world to critique itself from within, which is what KOTOR does really well, because there are characters, including former Jedi, including former Sith, including just average everyday civilians, who are fed up with the way things are done and want to change that, and don't think things are working the way they should be, and all that kind of stuff. Phoenix said, at least when Shrek deconstructed the fairy tale, he at least put it back together again and made a happy, satisfying ending. Rian Johnson just said, surprise, your mother was just what all along? Oh god, I missed something. I think you got a typo there. But yes, basically, he just said, yeah, your Snoke theory sucked. Luke's dead, Leia's dying, Han's dead, Snoke's dead.
He basically spat in the audience's face and then said cope.
Yeah, basically. It's that whole quote from that one interview where he's like, I don't think I made a successful movie if half the audience doesn't hate it. It's like, well, yeah, good job, dumbass.
Every other movie I've seen trailers for that's directed by him looks like a really fun romp. He's good at pitting characters against each other. It's just not within an established universe of a beloved sci-fi epic.
I mean, yes, that's very true. I have heard that Glass Onion is really retarded. But, like, the plot makes absolutely no sense because every character in it is acting stupidly the entire time. So that's a
commentary.
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be, or he can't write smart characters. I don't know.
Probably that, actually.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Knives Out was apparently better. The first one.
Knives Out looked really good.
Yeah, but the second one, Glass Onion, was apparently awful.
I think my brother and his girlfriend saw it, and she said she liked the first one better.
Yeah,
it was less.
I mean, it's one of those that, from everything I've seen about it, the impression I get is it might be fun if you're drinking and laughing along with it.
Okay, so it's
fun for a drinking game. That might be okay, but it's not the kind of thing that any kind of Star Wars story should be. Except, like, okay, it's a dumb confession here. I've always really wanted just a Friends style Star Wars sitcom, like on the upper levels of Coruscant, just like on Coruscant.
God.
It would be so retarded, but it would be so fun. Like, there'd be nothing to it. It would be just pure fluff. It's just.
You want lower decks for Star Wars?
Honestly, yes. That would work better in Star Wars. Something like that would work so much better in Star Wars than it does in Star Trek, because Star Trek is idealized sci-fi. It shouldn't be gritty and crass. Star Wars can be. And it's a waste. I think
that's what a lot of people assumed Rebels was going to be before we got the Rebels that we got. And to its credit, the Rebels that we got is also, in the whole. It's very much in the hero's journey myth too. But I remember when I first heard about Rebels, I really wanted it to be like almost like an anthology series where we're just seeing the rebellion in its early days. No important characters to the lore, just rebels saying "fuck you" to the Empire and
That could have been
messing
good.
around, and not another
I
tired
mean, that's
former
what you get with
Jedi.
Andor. That's Andor.
Yeah,
Except it takes itself
yeah, it is
really
Andor.
seriously. Well, okay, it takes itself really seriously, and yet there are still moments that are just genuinely hilarious because they're real moments. Like the security guard guy, like has several extended conversations with his mom, who's just really disappointed in
Yep.
him, and it's
Yeah.
hilarious. I love it. It's really funny. Not because they're quippy, or not because they're making jokes or making light of a serious situation, but no, because that's just really very real. There's just a guy who just got fired from his job, who's eating cereal at his mom's house, and she's just teasing him about it, and he's poking back at her, and it's just great. It's stuff like that kind of thing fits. It works so well in the Star Wars universe. The like down to earth, just kind of people being people kind of stuff. Anyway, yeah, it's the point why I paused it, I think, is that KOTOR 2 does a great job of that same kind of thing. It's very
Scrappy.
it fits, yeah, it's scrappy. It fits within the world in a way that a lot of like modern subversion stuff just doesn't, like, at all.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go.
It is so
Hello? Go!
It is so
There it is.
carefully thorough in how it goes about its subversions that it, too, is an act of devotion of sorts. It knows it
Oh, well, there you go.
intimately well. It doesn't try to present some superior vision of Star Wars, doesn't try to outsmart or outmaneuver the setting. It just simply identifies the parts of Jedi and Sith philosophy where the thinking is weak or frayed, and then applies pressure, and then the whole fabric begins to fall into rags around you. It can't accomplish it out of a dislike of the setting. It can only so satisfactorily accomplish this kind of deconstruction with a sense of longing for those seams to have been stronger, to feel that there is something left worth salvaging in the morass of ideas that is Jedi philosophy.
Yeah,
The player character can articulate such a perspective.
Notice there he doesn't say that it presses where it's broken. It just presses where it's weak, where the edges are frayed, which is right.
To make break.
Yeah. It's to pry open and to make problems where there weren't quite problems, but there could be.
But where there was potential for problems.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that is a respectful kind of criticism.
You know, that kind of reminds me of because I just recently rewatched the Arma and the Americans This Is How Liberty Dies video a couple days ago, and it kind of reminds me about how the prequel in the Phantom Menace, yeah, there's problems in the Republic, but like it's just problems. But by the end of episode 3, those problems have become fully manifested in laying the groundwork for the Empire, and it's just really interesting.
Yeah, like
the progression.
I think that if Palpatine didn't get the chancellorship in episode 1, the Republic probably could have been, I would say, salvaged, patched up, maybe. It would have been fine. I don't think it would have collapsed. I don't think the Separatist crisis would have happened, at least not the same way. I don't think it would have
collapsed at all had Palpatine had Palpatine and Sidious not been one and the same. I think that is the critical linchpin. Like even all the shit with Anakin and the Confederates and everything about that situation. If Sidious and Palpatine had not been the same being, I think they could have just barely salvaged it. But the fact that he was that Sidious was Palpatine the entire time just kind of. He was playing both sides, and it made it impossible for anybody like Dooku or Obi-Wan or Mace to really actually make a dent.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, if he hadn't been, like, I almost want like Star Wars Theory or somebody, because I couldn't do it. I can't do fiction. I don't write fiction well. I don't know, maybe. Probably, I'm not gonna. But I'd like to see somebody do a what if story of what if Palpatine had just lost the chancellorship to like Bail Antilles of Alderaan or something, or somebody. Or Macy Team of Malastare, I think, was the other candidate.
What if Jar Jar hadn't been there to take Padme's spot?
Oh God. Well, no. By then, honestly, I think it was too late. I think by then it was too late. He had accumulated too much power.
Jar Jar took Padme's spot, which is just the most ironic thing of all for me, because Padme is the shining example of what democracy should be, and her absence leads to despotism by
I don't know.
a
I think by that
influenceable
point,
idiot.
because the separatist crisis had already really reached a head, I think by that point it was really too late. That Palpatine, the ball was already rolling, and the Jar Jar thing just really smoothed the road for it. If Padme had been there in the Senate, she would have been a road bump, but I don't think she would have been a roadblock. I don't think she would have stopped.
Yeah, well, because at that point he was gaining populist momentum.
Yeah,
that's
true. He would have gotten around it. He would have gotten around it. But I think that like if it had to go differently, if it were going to go differently, it would have had to been early. It would have had to have been like episode 1, that time frame, around then.
Yeah. Yeah, having immediately step down, but they didn't know they would need that at the time too. So
or not even step. Or again, like I said, if he just hadn't been elected, if it had been somebody else, I think he would have had a bigger problem doing what he was trying to do. And I would like to see.
He would have had a harder time consolidating power for sure.
Yeah, and I honestly maybe he would have gone fully into supporting the separatist side and disintegrated the Republic from outside.
No,
which fine.
No, because I don't think that would have worked. I don't think it would have worked.
It could have worked to a lesser degree.
He needed to be on the inside of both.
Yes, for that plan to work. A thought I have is, because I'm thinking of this time period, this time period, like KOTOR time period.
KOTOR time period.
Like, because around this time, it was a relatively common thing. Every few hundred years this happened, that the galaxy would just split into different hegemonic factions. Like you'd have the Republic and the Taiyan hegemony, which was basically separatists. The separatists, it was, I mean, the Taiyan hegemony.
The separatist idea, but not in its current manifestation.
No, in its current manifestation, like same sectors of space and everything. Like, it's weird.
Whoa.
The Taiyan hegemony is at the end of the Rima trade route. It's right galactic north. It's right where Raxus, the capital of the separatists, is. Raxus is in the Taiyan hegemony. So that little region is always splitting off.
Before the prequels.
That was before the prequels. Way before
That's insane. They predicted that without even knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
I think they put Raxus there retroactively, but they didn't put a bunch of other separatist systems there retroactively. Like, there were a bunch of separatist systems there that were put there, like, on purpose. But yeah, so that was way before this. That was like what, 4,000 or 5,000 years before KOTOR. It was a very long time ago. And then you have the Sith Empire. Like the Sith Empire that shows up every once in a while, especially during SOTOR, during the Emma Both, like a few hundred years after this, which was a political split between two completely separate but sovereign governments, each controlling a large swath of galactic territory that lasted for 3,000 or 2,000 years and change. Yeah, like longer than the Republic. Well, there was the Republic, but then there was also this other government that was just kind of chilling over here, the Sith Empire.
Before Republic domination.
Yeah, which happened at the Rusan Reformation. And that's when the Rule of Two was instituted and all that.
Yeah, and then that Republic,
like,
what if lasted for 1,000 years?
Yeah, what if Palpatine realized he couldn't take control of the Senate of the Republic, and so he said, "All right, fine, I'll do what the old Sith did. I'll carve out my own empire over here in this side of the galaxy." And he had reinstituted instead of the Galactic Empire, the Sith Empire. Why not? He was more ambitious. He might be too ambitious to have done that, to have settled for it. But he might have also been practical enough to do it. I don't know. Interesting to think about.
See, it's hard to get into his mind, because I really do think that without the seduction of Anakin and the set of circumstances, I don't think he would have been able to do it. I think the Jedi would have, because if he had been further away from them, he wouldn't have been able to cloud their minds as much. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard to say. I'm not as fluent in the lore as you or Star Wars theory are, but I just get the intuition that if it hadn't been for the close proximity he had with all the major players and being able to fuck with them from afar and them not knowing about it, I don't think he would have been able to swing it.
You might be right. But an interesting point to think about is that it could have gone radically differently.
Could have gone radically differently if Qui-Gon had never died.
That's true. That's true. Anakin's life would have gone very differently. Like I think we were talking
Oh
about this
yeah,
last time.
yeah. I think we were too.
He's-
I think Larry was on the very anti Qui-Gon side, and I was like,
oh yeah, yeah.
but why?
Well, don't worry. I'm sure we're going to talk about Qui-Gon more when we talk about Grey Jedi and Jolie Bindo allegedly and
Oh,
all
that's
that.
right. I
And
forgot you talked about this.
yeah, the notion of Grey Jedi is Sith propaganda. I insist. All right, moving on. Moving on. All right, go ahead. Hit the button.
All game long if they choose. And in fact, that's the ultimate success of a light side playthrough, and what makes it so enjoyable. That Kreia, your teacher, your enemy, can make incredibly salient points on why none of it matters and it all needs to be destroyed, and you, seeker of tranquility that you are as a Jedi, can demonstrate your mastery of the two worlds by offering an affirmative defense of both. The play
Master of the Two Worlds is an awful hero's journey statement to make. No
How do you mean?
Well, because Master of the Two Worlds is the whole idea of the hero's journey. You start in the mundane, you go to the supernatural, you master the supernatural, and so mastering the supernatural, you draw out the means within yourself to master the mundane.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that fits. Yeah, I think that's got to be a reference, right? He's got to be referring directly to that.
I don't know. It kind of doesn't sound like it. I can't remember.
Really? Because what else could he be referring to? He's not referring to light and dark.
Yeah, I see. Yes. No, that's exactly what he is. He's referring to the fact that.
Hold on. Let's go back a minute. Let's go back a little bit.
Okay, fine. Go back.
Hold on. Let me go back.
Seeker of tranquility that you are can demonstrate your knowledge of the light and the dark to beat Kreia, as I think the point he was trying to make there.
Yeah, let's go there. All right, let's listen. I want to listen to this again carefully. Let's see.
In fact, that's the ultimate success of a light side playthrough, and what makes it so enjoyable. That Kreia, your teacher, your enemy, can make incredibly salient points on why none of it matters and it all needs to be destroyed, and you, seeker of tranquility that you are as a Jedi, can demonstrate your mastery of the two worlds by offering an affirmative defense of both. The player, at the climax of the Sith Lords, is in a position of defending this universe they love on both a practical and intellectual level. I think this is the heart of why even hardcore Star Wars fans love this game, despite its nihilistic outlook on the setting itself. Plenty of...
Okay, so, yeah, that's vague. I don't know what he's talking about.
I think he's talking about the fact about light and dark there. I really do.
I don't know.
Because Kreia is master of both too. She started out as a Jedi, became a Sith, and then tried to be some weird pseudo not Sith Grey Jedi bullshit.
Yeah, but he's talking about even on a pure light side playthrough. So if you, the player character, are pure light side, well, maybe he does mean mastery of both in the sense that you're in some sense you're capable of controlling both, right? You are light side, and you're capable of pushing back against the dark side, which does make you, in a sense, master of both.
Which makes you unique.
Yeah, maybe it's that.
Look in the Exiles. I can't remember what. Remind me again what the Exiles Force thing is. I know what Nihilist does. He sucks.
She's
he
Nihilist.
Sucks the energy out of everything.
She's basically Nihilist, but turned up to 11. She's more Nihilist. She's Nihilist with self-control.
She's also a rupture.
A rupture, a wound. They call it a bunch of different things. But she is she draws in power from others, and therefore manipulates them by their connection to her.
Okay.
And Kreia's plan, which doesn't make sense when you really think about it, but we'll get to that, is to use the exile as a wound in the Force to draw in the power of the Force, sum total, and to consume all of the Force and to get rid of all.
Wouldn't that just kill all life though? Because life. Because
yes, literally. She's okay.
Like that's total.
Okay
that's Thanos. That's Thanos snapping all of existence. Basically.
Yeah, she's okay with it.
Total nihilist. Typical.
And I'd argue existentialist, but we'll get to it. Again, I'll wait on the Kreia stuff because I have a lot to shout about when it comes to her. But yeah, I would argue she's closer to existentialism than nihilism, which is a weird thing to say because yes, she wants the death of the Force and therefore the death of most of the galaxy, but she also is more of an existentialist. Her reasons for it are closer to Sartrean existentialism than to Chan.
Oh no, she knows why she wants it.
Yeah. Anyway,
but she still wants nihilism.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess maybe you're right. Maybe that is about the light and the dark side. I think you might be right. Anyway, let's keep going and see what more he has to say here.
Games let you defeat a stick outlook on the setting itself. Plenty of games let you defeat a setting's villains. Rare is the game where you defeat a setting's biggest critic. Revan is the player character that Disney was most interested in reviving for its new revised timeline, and it's plain to see why, for reasons we discussed. The monomyth is a story structure that is essentially a sure thing, and Revan is an especially compelling hero framework. The Exile from Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a much more slippery character. Revan is a binary creature, either light or dark. The Exile has so many potential motivations that there can be no single definitive version of them. The Exile is not a mythic figure. They are, at all times, heartbreakingly human in ways that Revan could never hope to achieve. In 1999, when Episode 1, The Phantom Menace came out, sci-fi author David Brin wrote an editorial with the monomyth, a new...
Damn it!
That was me.
Go ahead. What were you
You're
going to say?
welcome. No, I was just about to say that. I paused it.
Oh, okay. Here, let me scooch back a little bit.
It wasn't working for you for some reason.
I think it was we were both hitting it.
No,
Maybe?
you weren't. You kept trying and it wouldn't stop. So then I hit it and it immediately stopped. I don't know.
Thank you.
It's your
Anyway.
stream.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. If it works, it works. Oops. What have I done? Ah! There we go. Anyway, so I had to fix my name in the thing, so maybe that'll help. Anyway, what I was gonna say. I think that it's weird that he says Revan is either light or dark, and not both, because Revan is very traditionally he's thought of as both.
Canonically, he was both.
Yeah, well, he flipped back and forth more than being both at the same time.
Maybe he means at the end he's either either one or the other.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But canonically in the story, you start out as Darth. You are Darth Revan. You're a Jedi.
Yeah, you start off as Paragon of Light Side.
Yeah, and then the Mandalorian Wars happen, and everything goes to shit, and then you're Dark Side Revan, and then the events of the beginning of the story happen, and you lose your memory, and then you are in that one, and
Mm-hmm. You sort of reconstruct yourself.
Then you choose. Yeah, you reconstruct yourself. You choose, but then once you choose, you're either dark or light.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's more or less right. And I think that especially I think he's right about the Exile. That the Exile is very, very individuated. A lot of the decisions that you can make are, like you said, very multifaceted. And I wish he went into this more. I wish he used an example here. But we can point to the scene he's showing here, which is in Atris's Academy. Because when you confront Atris about your lightsaber and about your exile and all that stuff, I think there's 10 or 11 dialogue options.
Oh my god.
Yeah. First of all, you can never do this with a voice protagonist. First of all.
Well, you can never do that. I was just thinking you can't do this with the Mass Effect wheel.
No, you can't.
It'd be real cramped.
You could do this with Dragon Age Origins, because they didn't have a voice protagonist yet. I mean, you could do it with a voice protagonist if your voice actor were cheap.
If your voice actor were a fan.
Maybe.
No, because they'll do things for... They do things for free. They do things for free all the time. That's what we call them.
Keanu Reeves to do it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't think he would. What I was saying though, is that because there are so many different options, it's not just like there's a light side option, dark side option, middle option. It's not like red, blue, purple. It's a bunch of different discrete motivations and ways you could express that the exile feels about having been exiled and feels about, for a great example, Atris flourishing her lightsaber in front of her. Because you leave your lightsaber behind when you're exiled, and then when you confront Atris about what happened, she takes out your lightsaber and says, "Ah, recognize this." And you're
That's straight out General Grievous'
playbook.
Where have I seen this before?
Yeah, no, it's great. She's
great
horrible. I hate her so much, and yet I still feel sorry for her at the end. But I still hate her so much, because that's exactly what the game wants you to. But also, throughout that conversation, you can go anywhere from "No, you were right. I forgive you. Thank you for giving me some perspective and letting me wander the galaxy for a while," to "I am here to kill you. I'm literally here to kill you.
Give it back."
No, not even give it back. Keep it. There's an option that you can say, "Keep it. I hope it cuts your head off," or something like that.
Oh,
I'm just like,
shit.
dude, this is brutal. But there's everything in between too. It's like there's another option for, okay, I've left that whole life behind me. I'm no longer a Jedi. To, I am not who I once was when I fought the Mandalorian Wars. I will forge my own path forward and stuff like that. There's tons of options.
That's a very individuated answer.
Yeah, yeah, and it's really good. The only downside is that it doesn't really shape your character unless you're consciously doing it, because there aren't like there isn't really
it's one of those RPG moments where
yeah.
you have the dialogue wheel and you can say what you want to say just because you want to say it, or you can
Yeah.
say what your version of your character specifically would say.
Yeah, it's more like a
Depends on how you
tabletop.
approach it.
It's more like a tabletop when the NPC does the thing and then you, the player, can decide how your character responds. It's not like you have dialogue options at a tabletop.
Which, if you're said when you make friends with everybody.
Oh, god damn it, no.
What could go wrong?
You know, I forgive you for doing what you did. Can I hang out with all these handmaidens of yours? They seem to like me very much.
No,
that one
fine,
over there was
fine.
naked for a while.
It's fine. I'm sorry that I murdered your best friend. Yeah, here's the address to our tavern. You should be our friend now.
Don't you start with this. Oh my god. Oh god. For the audience, we're talking about Eddie's D&D character in the game I'm running right now, who makes bad decisions.
He does not make bad decisions. He makes emotionally
naive decisions.
one-sided decisions.
Yeah, there we go. Emotionally naive decisions. They are ultimately bad, but they're bad for a particular reason.
It's usually bad.
Anyway, but yeah, I think that is a unique characteristic of the Exile that this game does very well. And it's also one that I think he's right, has some symbolic importance as well too. That means that the Exile isn't just Paragon of the Light, or Darkest of the Dark, or somewhere in the middle gray, or what. No, the Exile is a particular character based on your decisions. But that also means that she doesn't fit into mythology that well.
No.
Yeah.
It's kind of like your conception of the no, because I guess the feminine hero's journey is feminine hero's journey. So
that's very specific. That is very specific.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's just we don't have modern. We just don't have as much old stories about it.
That's true.
It's more.
That's very true.
It's more of a modern. It's a modern.
There's some of it in the Lives of the Saints. You'll find Lives of Female Saints that have this sort of something like that archetypal journey. It's not as well laid out. That's all.
No, yeah, it hasn't been articulated until modern times.
Man, I need to.
I was trying to say.
I need to actually publish something on the heroine's journey.
You should do it. I'm curious to see what kind of waves it would make, if any.
Yeah, I might. I need to find more actual examples of it rather than just, hey, look at BioWare games.
I mean, it's a good place to start, though.
I mean, you can look at the symbolic feminine and all that, which
you could write a thesis statement about the feminine hero's journey, and then use the BioWare canon as your example.
Yeah, as a primary example, and then referring back to classical feminine symbolism, which is totally doable, and I actually might do that. I wonder where I could get that published. Anyway, I digress. That's a side note. What I was getting at here, what he's getting at here, and what I think I agree with is that that the Exile, even if you look later at later canon stuff, or I guess legends now, but later stories about KOTOR, Revan's in everything. The Exile's not. The Exile is mentioned twice at all, I think, in the in SOTOR, in all the expansions. She's in one little flashpoint. She's mentioned in one little flashpoint about where she went afterwards, going to find Revan. I think that implies, there's one point at which her Force Ghost helped Revan reconcile with himself, basically.
I think that implies discomfort with the concept of the Exile in Star Wars canon.
Yeah, it does.
Because Revan, like Noah was saying, Revan is this awesome, legendary, archetypal figure who transcends time and space, whereas the Exile is weird and different and pagan to the entire idea of Star Wars.
Very particular and very historical. She fits into an historical narrative very precisely and specifically, in a way that Revan,
Revan could be what the hell is his name, Quinlan Voss, or he could
Yeah.
be around with Luke. Like
Yeah.
he's a character that you can slot into a lot of different
Yeah,
story
if you put
times, and it works
Revan's
just as well.
story, if you put Revan's story and during the new Sith Wars, right, leading up to the Rusan Reformation, he would fit just fine. If you put Revan's story in the Clone Wars, he would fit just fine. If you put Revan's story in the New Jedi Order, he would fit just fine. He could fit just about anywhere because he's an archetypal hero. But the Exile is really specific. She was a Jedi who left with Revan on the Mandalorian Wars, which was very specific. She was responsible for the battle that ended the Mandalorian Wars, Malachor 5.
She ended it.
She basically ended it.
She ended it. Oh, she ended it all right.
And Bowder helped.
Nihilus oath.
Bowder helped. And then she's exiled. She cuts herself off from the Force completely, not just like she doesn't sense the Force anymore. She's a wound in the Force. Then she comes back. Then she goes seeking Revan. Then she goes on this misadventure through the unknown regions. Like, all of this is really, really specific, and it couldn't happen without all of the contextual historical events. And so, like, she's not just a character that you could just, like, Revan could just inspire the story of a Sith Lord who came back to the light. And they could just canonize a Sith Lord who came back to the light as Revan. And it would be reasonable. And it would be recognizably Revan if you copied some character traits. The Exile? Right. No, you could not do that. You couldn't do that without recanonizing basically all of KOTOR 1 and 2 and Tales of the Jedi comics and SOTOR.
I think you could do it if you kept the context of Revan the same.
No. I mean,
no, you don't think so. Even if we had a similar situation to Revan in a different time.
You'd need something really analogous to the Mandalorian Wars. You need something really analogous to the Jedi Civil War. You'd need something really analogous to the Second Jedi Purge. You'd need something really analogous to the disintegration of the Republic that's happening during KOTOR 2. Then you would need something analogous to the Exchange. Even is crucial to her plotline. Because that's her driving. Okay. That's her force that drives her to action.
I see where you're going here. Because Revan can exist, within different histories, and he just needs to be a Jedi who fell and then who found himself again.
Yeah, exactly.
Redeemed. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's enough to be Revan. The memory loss thing is important, but I don't think even crucial.
What about Bastila?
I think she's important to his story. You do need a powerful but young paramour Jedi who basically becomes both his mentor and then, who was his I don't know if she had to have consciously not followed him first to the dark side. That helps, but it's not necessary. But she has to be there when he comes back, teaching him, and then he has to surpass her, and then they have to fall in love. That's crucial. I think that's crucial to Revan. But again, you can slot that in anywhere, except maybe the Clone Wars. Maybe. I mean, you can put it in there, but it's just it would just be one of those forbidden love things. Fine, whatever.
And the Clone Wars already has forbidden love with Anakin.
It's all the hell over the place.
I think Anakin, actually, now that I think about it, I think Anakin's another one of those hyper historical stories that could only happen in the context that it happened.
That's true. I think that's right.
Because I think any other manifestation of events, I don't think Anakin falls.
Yeah, I think you're right. That if you place Anakin in almost any other time in Star Wars history, he's radically different. He doesn't have the same story.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
Even if I think even in terms of the Sith, he had to be at the point where the Rule of Two was in effect. The Sith were existent but secret, but were then revealing themselves. Like, if he had been a couple hundred years earlier during the High Republic, he'd have been fine.
Oh, he'd have been fine. Yeah, exactly. Well, or even
if Palpatine were alive then, he would have been fine. Like, even if somebody like Palpatine were around then, he'd have been fine because the Sith weren't coming out revealing themselves, weren't enacting their plan. And if he had been 3,000 years earlier, when the Sith are an active oppositional force, he'd have been fine too.
Them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably would have followed Revan, but it might have turned to the dark side there. But he would have been just one other Sith among many then. Or
Yeah,
Dark
yeah, he
Jedi,
wouldn't have
then
been.
he would have been
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, he is another one of those really highly historical figures. And it's funny because he follows a very similar path to Revan. He's a Jedi who falls and is ultimately redeemed and then goes away.
But he died.
He dies,
He dies.
but
He dies.
still it goes away.
Anakin.
It goes away. It counts.
Yeah, but Revan gets to
I'm
live his
reaching.
life again. Anakin's last defiant act is redemption.
Yeah, I mean, Revan
I think
gets
that's
to live
more.
his life.
It's more
But,
powerful. It's more powerful that way.
I mean,
but
yes, that's true, and it's also real. It's also a cop out, which needs to happen because redemption from the kind of things that a Sith does is really, really difficult.
I
Because
remember his
they just
story.
killed
I
everyone.
remember a Star Wars theory where Anakin doesn't die and he's just like permanently in.
Oh, the White Vader thing.
Yeah, the White Vader thing,
armor.
and
Yeah.
he's just permanently in a back to suspension. They want to
no,
kill
I was
him.
thinking of
And
a
it's
different
like,
one.
no.
There's
Yeah,
an
I'm thinking of
alternate. There's a comic one where he basically just paints his armor all white and rejoins the fledgling New Republic,
Oh yeah, no.
trying to
This
redeem
is
himself.
I think this was a Star Wars theory.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this one
it
was
it was a really good one.
This was an official like alternate universe legends comic thing, and he was basically like Vader. I think he even went back to calling himself Anakin Skywalker. Was basically off being more or less a knight errant, like righting wrongs across the galaxy in an attempt to redeem himself, kind of thing.
I'd
It
be
was neat.
terrified of that.
It was neat. Yeah.
That'd be terrifying. Could you imagine that?
Mhm. Yeah. But I mean, on the same note of historically settled characters, I have characters like RPG characters, um, and that I use as NPCs in tons of different settings. But there are certain ones that only will fit in certain settings, and ones that just won't fit in others. Like, um, you know Stefan.
Yes.
You know where he came from? Where that character originated?
Dude,
Where I first wrote that character for?
Where did Stefan come from?
Bleach, like the anime.
Oh,
In a
that was
LARP
your
for
Bleach character. Oh my
Yes.
god.
Yep. So he fits there. I've had him in several D&D settings. I've had him in an Elder Scrolls setting. I've played him in Elder Scrolls Online. Role played him there.
I could see him. I could see him in Elder
I was
Scrolls.
an Alt Mary.
Yeah.
Totally. I've had him in Star Wars, in several different capacities. He's usually a Chiss, somehow usually affiliated with the Empire of whichever empire is dominant at the time. In several different settings. So he's one of those characters who can, because he's pretty archetypal, he can fit in a bunch. Oh, he was in a superhero game at superhero RPG at one point too. He was with MI5. But yeah, he fits into a bunch of different settings because he's a very archetypal kind of character. But I also have other characters who do not fit into certain settings, like even at all. Oh gosh. Trying to think of examples. Nothing's coming to mind, but there are plenty of them. I have plenty of characters who I use as NPCs in certain settings, but I can't. I just can't. It just won't fit into others because they don't make sense.
What about Tamay and Idris?
I could I could see them in different settings, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I could see them in different settings too.
Maybe. I could see them as a related pair of Jedi in Star Wars, for example. That'd be reasonable.
That'd be awkward as hell.
Not really. I could see that working though. I could see it working. But if I come up with an example, I'll probably pause again and shout. But yeah. But yeah, there are certain characters that need a certain history for them to be that character, for them to make sense as a written character. And there are others that are very archetypal. Revan is very archetypal. The Exile is very, very specific. Even though you can still have an array of options like that. Like her history is really specific. Her, mind you, not his. Like not whoever this dude is. That's not the Exile. Anyway, that bugs me.
You see, I'm subverting it because I'm not doing it what the canon was.
I decided to do the opposite of the canon in every possible scenario. I pay attention
to details.
Yeah. I actually haven't been paying attention this time to see if he's doing light side or dark side, but I know in KOTOR 1, at least his powers were almost exclusively dark side. when he did
I
his
want to
playthrough.
say he's doing. I want to say he's doing the flip flop of what it should be.
Anyway, let's see what it is. Let's continue. We're 4 minutes in. We've got only 40 minutes left. We're good. I think we're fine.
Human.
Go.
In ways that Revan could never.
Go.
In ways that Revan is an especially compelling hero within that symbolic framework. The Exile from Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a much more slippery character. Revan is a binary creature, either light or dark. The Exile has so many motivations that there can be no single definitive version of them. The Exile is not a mythic figure. They are, at all times, heartbreakingly human in ways that Revan could never hope to achieve. In 1999, when Episode 1, The Phantom Menace came out, sci-fi author David Brin wrote an editorial for Salon that absolutely ripped Star Wars' obsession with a monomyth a new one. He identified the 5 following moral lessons as being the most obnoxious in Star Wars. Number 1. Elites have an inherent right to arbitrary rule. Common citizens needn't be elite to follow. Number 2. Good elites should act on their subjective whims without evidence, argument, or accountability. Number 3. Any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot. Number 4. True leaders are born. It's genetic. The right to rule is inherited. Number 5. Justified human emotions can turn a good person evil. Brin went on to write, quote, by offering...
Okay, hold on. I want to examine those.
This review of storytelling.
Stop. There we go. Oh, I have to click the button. I have to click the button. I have to actually click the pause button, not the screen. Okay.
Pause.
Okay.
That's what it was.
So I want to go through those because some of those are legitimate criticisms and some of those are just not true about Star Wars.
Yeah.
So the first one, let me just go through this and get the quote exactly. Let me drag it back about a minute. Ooh, too far.
Let's just do them in order to make it to simplify.
Let's just go to. Let me drag it to.
I want to say that's where this works. That's where
420. Yeah, this is close enough.
No single definitive version of them. The Exile is not a mythic figure. They are, at all times, heartbreakingly human in ways that Revan could never hope to achieve. In 1999, when Episode 1, The Phantom Menace came out, sci-fi author David Brin wrote an editorial for Salon that absolutely ripped Star Wars' obsession with a monomyth a new one. He identified the 5 following moral lessons as being the most obnoxious in Star Wars. Number 1. Elites have a right to arbitrary rule. Common citizens...
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on.
Citizens needn't be consulted. They may only choose which elite to follow.
Okay.
But it's a republic.
Which does have elites. What he's talking about is the Jedi and the Sith. He's talking about Force sensitives.
Okay.
He's specifically talking about Force sensitives here. I've read this article.
Okay.
I read this article before I saw this, ever.
I'll just sit back then, because you have the background in this one.
Yeah. But he's talking about Force sensitives. But that's ridiculous. The elites of Star Wars are either, like you're saying, senators, because it's a republic, in which case he's wrong. He's not even close to correct, because there aren't just strictly good or bad elites, there's just politicians. And the whole prequel trilogy is about there just being politicians. And the whole original trilogy is about, they're being heroes, but they're people who stepped up to be heroes. Like, who the hell was Han Solo?
He's a smuggler from Corellia.
Yeah, I mean, in the expanded universe,
big walking carpet for a best friend.
To be fair, in the expanded universe, his cousin was the crown prince of Corellia. But,
who cares?
But I'll shut up.
That's not the context we meet him in the original trilogy.
No, not even slightly. He was some guy.
No, he's just some fucking guy who just murdered Greedo.
He was some guy who shot a guy in a bar who was threatening him, and he had a heavily illegally modified space Winnebago, and he kicks some ass, and he helps re-civilize the galaxy against tyrannical oppression.
He's a fucking guy.
That's who he was.
His biggest claim to royalty is the fact that he wants to bang Princess Leia.
That's
she's
true.
only a princess
Fine.
because she's adopted.
Yes, she is. Well, she also has the whole Lady Vader thing going on, but you can make a case.
Thing, I guess, but still,
you can make a case about the Skywalker lineage in the original trilogy. You can make that case that the important people are Skywalkers because it's Anakin on the one side, fallen to Vader, and it's Luke and Leia on the other side, and the common people have to choose a side.
That just makes it a family story. It heightens the drama.
And also, none of them were in charge of their respective sides.
No.
Did you notice that?
No, not really. I guess not. Because even after Bail died, Mon Mothma was at the head of the rebellion, not Leia.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Think about when Leia first is on the Death Star, and she talks to Tarkin, And she says, "I knew there would be somebody here holding Vader's leash."
Yeah, Tarkin's in charge there.
Yeah,
Tarkin is one of
he's the superior
Palpatine's
officer there.
dogs. Vader
Yeah.
is just the enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
Vader's the muscle.
Yeah. Oh, there was another cameo in Andor. It wasn't Tarkin. It wasn't Vader. It was Wilhuff Yularen.
Who?
Know who that is?
Who?
Okay. He was in episode 4. He was one of the admirals, one of the ISB admirals with a white uniform in that meeting with Darth Vader.
He's not the one who gets choked, is he?
No, he's the other guy who's sitting to that guy's left, two
he's
seats
the one
over.
who's terrified of
The guy with the
choked.
white uniform with the big mustache.
Yeah,
He was also the admiral who commanded the Open Circle fleet in the Clone Wars. Anakin's admiral.
Oh, that guy.
That's
right. With like the
guy who does
right?
the guy who does the like episode summary announcements. That guy.
Yeah.
He had a cameo. It was amazing. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, the Skywalker elites are not actually in charge. Like, Luke and Leia are not in charge of the rebellion, even slightly.
Luke's a general, and so is Leia, but they're
Luke
not.
is
they're not ahead of it.
They're generals, but Mon Mothma is actually the political.
They have advisory roles, and the same thing.
They're not even.
The muscle.
They're not even at the top of the military hierarchy. Like, yes, they have the same rank technically, but Han was the one giving orders in episode 6. It wasn't Leia, it wasn't Luke. Han was the one coordinating the plan. The plan itself was formulated by General Madine, not by Luke, Han, or Leia. So no, they're not in charge. So that's out the window. If you look at the prequels, even just episode 1, because he's writing this after episode 1 in response to episode 1, the Jedi aren't in control of anything.
No, they're just the whole problem. The
whole point
issue
is that they're not in control.
Yeah, they're not in control, and they are puppets of the ones who are, and they aren't fulfilling their function in the galaxy, which is to keep peacekeepers, regardless of who they're keeping the peace for.
Yeah, they're working for the Senate, which is portrayed as a bad thing.
I just watched most of the Tales of the Jedi, the Dooku little miniseries. It was a really good example of that.
Yeah, I've heard it was pretty good. I'll have to.
It was really good. I didn't watch the end of it because the last episode where Anakin's
the last two were Ahsoka, right?
The last couple episodes where Anakin's that like I think it's the second to last one where Anakin and the clone troopers are hardening Ahsoka. My mom really didn't like because I thought it was a good example of Anakin and his why he was driven to the dark side because of being militaristic, but also he was doing it for a purpose. Whereas my mother just sees him as him being overly cruel and pedantic, which I thought
mean
was
to his apprentice kind of thing.
Yeah, being mean to his apprentice arbitrarily. So it was a really interesting counterpoint there.
I mean, people like Ahsoka; they don't want to see her, shot a bunch. I get it.
The thing she took umbrage with was the fact that he kept knocking her out and then making her do it again after he knocked her out.
Yeah, I get
it. That's the point.
Oh gosh, what was it? Generation Tech, a YouTube channel, like mostly Star Wars YouTube channel, just put out a video like today or yesterday about how about stun bolts and how enough stun bolts will cause long-term brain damage, and they were lamenting how brain damaged Ahsoka must be by now. Oh gosh. Anyway, yeah, like, so he's wrong either way. He's either wrong about who the elites are, if he's saying that they're Force sensitives, or he's wrong that that those elites are in charge, because the Jedi aren't in charge in episode 1, like even slightly. So no, like, Star Wars is not about elites being in control and common people having to align themselves with elites. Okay, so that's point number 1. Completely blown away. Let's move on. Let's see what he's got next.
Number 2. And this is something Star Wars has co-opted. It's there in black and white on page 196, where he wrote, quote, "It was co-opted by kings, priests, and tyrants. Citizens needn't be consulted. They may only choose which elite to follow." Number 2. Good elites should act on their subjective whims without evidence, argument, or accountability. Number 3.
Okay, he's got it there. That's a fair criticism. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
About needing to pick good elites.
Well, no, good elites can act on their subjective whims, and
I
it
think
can be
that's
trusted
like
not to have
true of a lot of.
accountability.
I
Like,
think that's true of a lot of fiction, though.
yeah, that's true. I mean, it's big archetypal fiction, which is about the sort of Ricardian big man theory of history. So yeah, fair. I guess that's a fair criticism. Like there
Well,
isn't
and
enough.
because it's a drama, it's easier to play up.
Yeah,
Everybody's hyper emotional, so the emotions matter more. Which
right.
the
And
emotions
that's you can only
the
depict that with
emotions feed into
individuals.
the motivation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can only depict that with individuals. It's hard to depict institutions acting emotionally and being dramatic.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, I'll give him that. I
Even
honestly
though
I
they're
will
ran by individuals who are act really dramatic, at least in the
yeah,
real world. But anyway,
yeah, I will grant him that criticism. That's fair. All right, number 3.
Any ability. Number 3. Any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot.
Okay. Yes and no.
I want to play it back because you kind of.
Sure. Let's go back a bit.
In Star Wars. Number 1. Elites have an inherent right to arbitrary rule. Common citizens needn't be consulted.
Sure.
They may only
50
choose which
seconds, right?
elite to follow. Number 2. Good elites should act on their subjective whims without evidence, argument, or accountability. Number 3. Any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot. Number 4.
So did we get to number 3 there? Any
That's
amount of
number 3.
sin, any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot, or if you ask for forgiveness. That's Christianity. I
But
mean,
you didn't say that. He
no.
just said if you're important enough to the plot.
Right. I'm adding because
I know.
we at least, I don't know about him, but we at least hold to an ideology where any amount of sin can be forgiven. Period.
Yeah.
So I don't see a problem with
and
this.
that ideology is one of the main is a big source of inspiration for George Lucas
Yes, absolutely.
in some regards. So
in that regard in particular, it is. I think he even talks about that.
I don't think that's a fair reading because it's it takes a Christian mindset that people can be forgiven.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I remember the article, part of his criticism here is the fact that like imperial functionaries and foot soldiers don't have that same luxury of like having forgiveness extended to them.
They're not all killed on sight, though. A lot of them are taken prisoner in episode 6.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't see a parallel here.
And I don't see a parallel there either.
Yeah. But yeah, his
and if we're talking about Vader, like I mean,
he is. Okay, he's talking about Vader.
But he's like he's not him being redeemed is the plot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's the point.
It's a story about him being redeemed. It's not like he's redeemed because he's important to the plot. No, the plot is redemption.
It's not like the story is about the raid on Endor and like the secondary story is Darth Vader being redeemed. No, the primary story is Darth Vader's redemption. The secondary story is Endor shenanigans.
A component story because the Battle of Endor is the main story plot is about Luke trying to redeem Vader. The Battle of Endor is how that happens. So it's subordinated to the main story. It's not even just a B plot. It's part of the A plot. I would say that the B plot is maybe the space battle.
That's also serves Battle of Endor. That's what
you're right. It does.
That's what Palpatine points to during when he's trying to seduce Luke. He's like, "Look at your friends; they're all dying. Here's my proof."
And your friends.
We may be winning the space battle. I don't know. We're too far away.
Yeah. No, that's no. I think you're actually right. No, yeah. No, the whole plot is subordinated exclusively to Luke trying to redeem Vader. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, I think he's absolutely wrong about that.
If anything, the secondary plot happens before the primary plot. The secondary plot is freeing Han Solo. That legitimately doesn't have anything to do with.
Yeah, you're right.
But
and it was also a bit nonsensical too. That was also like that's one of the biggest criticisms to episode 6 that I honestly can't defend it from is the single question: what was Luke's plan?
Well, he snuck R2 on there. R2 had lightsaber, so now he just needs to make sure that R2 is on the ship while he's about to be executed first. And then R2 is in it. It basically all boils down to the Skywalkers
how did he
ride or die with that fucking astromech.
That was his plan. That in particular was his plan. Not to was to get captured and executed specifically at the pit of Carkoon at the time that R2 would be on the cell. That was the plan.
Yes.
I have evidence to the contrary, but that's not about this video. Oh god. Anyway, yeah, no, I admit, episode 6 is my favorite. It is my absolute favorite of all of Star Wars. That plan was dumb. I have to admit that. All right, I'm gonna scooch it back just a bit. You're at 455, right? After having scooched it.
455, yeah.
All right, let's go.
Elites should act on their subjective whims without evidence, argument, or accountability. Number 3. Any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot. Number 4. True leaders are born. It's genetic. The right to rule is inherited.
He's specifically talking about Princess Leia, which is untrue because she's not genetically a princess, and he knew that by the time of writing this in 1999.
Oh, and neither was her mother. He's probably talking about Padme more than anything else, which is also untrue because she was elected.
She was elected, and that was also clear from the movie. Yeah,
which is really fucking weird, but okay.
Elected monarchies are rare, but not unheard of. It's a thing.
So weird.
It's a thing.
Because that would never work in real life.
No,
because as soon as a monarch gets elected, they're going to try and co-opt power.
Read Daniel Weber. Daniel Weber? Max Weber. Sorry, Max Weber. Why did I think Daniel?
Isn't Max Weber a sociologist?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he is, but he's more prominently a political theorist.
That's interesting because I only heard about him in social classes.
His go-to political theory is called plebiscitarian Führer democracy, which is where there's a purely representative democracy where the demos is the sovereign, but the demos, the people, elect an absolute ruler who can rule according to their own dictates and whims. It is complete, absolute autocracy. But the people basically reserve the right to overthrow them, either just violently, which is more common,
like Roman dictatorship in the early days of the Republic. Yeah.
Yes, or it has the word Führer in it. I think we can think of another example that's more recent.
Oh boy.
Yes, that's what he was talking about.
Oh god.
Before Hitler, he was talking about this before Hitler in the context of Kaiser Wilhelm. But whatever.
This is when fascism was fashionable.
Yeah. No, this wasn't even fascist, economically at least. It was just authoritarian.
No. Yeah.
It was autocratic. His idea was basically that the people are the sovereign, but they appoint an absolutist ruler, and as long as that absolutist ruler maintains popular support, they can rule with absolute authority.
I think that's kind of a precursor to fascism, though, because the whole idea of fascism, it's a precursor to fascism, because fascism
is populism.
The people is folded.
It's absolutist populism.
People are folded into the absolute monarch, and they are basically spiritually bonded. It's so weird.
Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, it's but yeah, it's that sort of thing where it's this. It's the same thing you find on Naboo, which is a weird. Actually, no, it's not weird. It's. I think I argue. I forget when I argued this, but I would argue it's actually fairly appropriate because think about who else is from Naboo. Who else was a politician from Naboo? Padme, sure, but who else?
Padme and Palpatine.
Yeah, that other guy. That other guy, the bad one.
Two sides of the same coin. Their names even both start with P.
Yeah, frankly, yes.
It's fucking stupid. Actually, one starts with S, the other one starts with P, but still.
Yeah, well, Sheev, but his last name starts with P. Anyway, but yes, that's exactly the point. Is that it's perfectly fitting that somebody like Palpatine comes from what is essentially an elected monarchy, a plebiscitarian Führer democracy. Which is what Naboo's political system is.
And he becomes a populist dictator. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Padme was the populist dictator. She was just a benevolent one.
She was a nice one.
If you look at the political system of Naboo as it's portrayed in the movies and as it's portrayed in the Clone Wars and all of that, she is literally an elected autocrat. She has absolute power. Queen Jamala in episode 2 and 3 has absolute power. She appointed Padme senator.
And probably Sheev, too. At some other point in history.
Padme.
Oh, that's right.
Reapproved him. He was, if I remember right, he was already a senator before she was
I want,
elected, but then she reapproved
I
them.
don't subscribe to the idea that Palpatine was siphoning life energy from Padme. I genuinely believe
Yeah.
Padme.
Well,
I genuinely believe Padme just lost the will to live. Hot
yeah, I
take.
believe
I
that,
know.
honestly. I think
It
that's
doesn't make
probably
sense. It doesn't. Character motivation doesn't make sense any other way. However, that makes me wonder now how early on he was manipulating her and Anakin's relationship, like even
it
before he met Anakin.
it can't have been before episode 2. I mean, he could have been manipulating Anakin to think more about maybe he could have been doing some behind the scenes stuff. Maybe talking to each of them.
I don't know. They never show us.
Anyway. But yeah, no, yeah, he's absolutely wrong about the right to rule is purely inherited, because we have I can't think of a single example of hereditary rule in all of Star Wars up until then, up until episode 1.
I'm sure there's examples that just don't. They just aren't important characters, so they don't really matter.
I mean, maybe yeah, there's some stuff in the expanded universe, but like in the
I'm thinking
movies,
maybe probably Clone War era autocracies
Dooku,
that are even
fine, Dooku
that.
was, but he also abdicated because he became a Jedi.
Then he came back.
He did, but fine. But that was, remember, this
And
was written right after episode 1. So I'm just thinking original trilogy and episode 1. Because that's what he's writing about. There's not a single example of
no.
inherited right to rule in the entire original trilogy, unless you're talking specifically about, again, unless you're talking about Skywalkers. But that's absurd.
Who none of
they're
them
not
are actually ruling.
Yeah. They're heroes,
And even
but that's
if
different.
Leia was ruling, Alderaan was destroyed. So
Yeah.
yes, but actually no.
Yeah, and Alderaan had nothing to do with Vader either. She was ruled Alderaan. She didn't rule. She was a senator. No, she wasn't. She was a diplomatic attaché to a senator, to her father. So, no, she didn't rule Alderaan. And even if she had, you're right. It got destroyed by the person he's saying she inherited it from. What the hell? I think that he's just talking about the not rulership per se, but he's talking about heroism, like the place of prominence within the story, which is kind of inherited because the Force is kind of hereditary, but it's not really because the Jedi can't have children, so that gets a wrench thrown into it.
Well, the Jedi choose not to have children, likely because it is hereditary.
Yes, that's
unless your name is Plo Koon.
Unless your name's Plo Koon, so unless you're a Keldor, or unless you're on one of those weird offshoots of the Jedi Order, like Corellian Jedi can have children. They have families and children. Also, worth noting, I mentioned this the last stream. I remember this
specifically. Why didn't
specifically.
he just go to Corellia then? What the fuck, Anakin?
Well, because they're really insular. So
of
yeah,
course,
like
yes. Yeah.
their whole thing. Also, because at that time during the Clone Wars, so this is way too much backstory. This is more than you asked for, but I'm gonna get started because I love Corellia. It's like my favorite planet. The Corellian Jedi, the reason they have families is because their loyalties are not to the Republic and not even to the Jedi Order. Their first loyalty is to the Corellian system.
They're nationalists.
They're ultra nationalists. And Corellia is ultra nationalist because they were one of the core founders of the Republic. But part of the Republic's charter included a clause that they could at any time unilaterally, temporarily withdraw from the Republic. In a practice called Contemplatus Hermi, which is Old Corellian for contemplative solitude, in which case they would completely withdraw from the Republic. Their system, which is at the heart of 3 different hyperspace lanes at the core of the galaxy, by the way, their entire system was cut off to all outsiders.
So, why was it okay for them to be insular but not for Mandalore?
Oh, because they were one of the core founders of the Republic, and this was written into the founding charter of the Republic.
Okay, so
like 20,000 years ago.
It was codified in the Constitution.
Yes, right. Yes, this was part of the core founding of the Republic.
It's like if during the the American Revolution we just said that Virginia could unilaterally be its own country.
Virginia can just say, we are going to temporarily not be a state for a while, and none of you are allowed in.
And that's such a Virginian thing to do too.
You're right.
If it had been any of the country, it would have been them.
Excuse me. Yeah, and they did this during the Clone Wars. So that's why. That's why he couldn't just go be a Corellian Jedi. So yeah, that's why. That's the reason. Also, fun fact: in all of EU history, the entire history of the canon, never once did a Corellian Jedi fall to the dark side. Not even once in 20,000 years.
They're just
I wonder if they
crazy
were doing something right.
nationalists.
I wonder if they were doing something right. I don't know. It seems like they were. Anyway.
Or they're just too nationalistic to care.
Well, exactly. They have a different utmost concern that is not
Really,
is not their particular ideology.
the remarkable thing is that Corellian politics didn't disintegrate for being so insular for so long. That's the really
They weren't
remarkable
usually.
thing.
They weren't usually. It was usually during times of either internal or external crisis that they would do
And that's
this.
what I mean. The internal crises didn't consume them.
It didn't happen too much, but because again, they did have a very prominent place within the Republic. They were one of the core founders. They were one of 4 or 5. I think it was 5 because I think it was Coruscant, Corellia, Duro, Chandrilla, and Alderaan. I think were the 5 core founders. There might have been a 6th. I don't remember if there was a 6th. Might have been Anaxes. No, I don't think it was. That might have just been the 5. I could look this up. I'm not going to, but Corellia was one of them, and they were a big deal, and they were right in the core, and they were at the hub of 3 major hyperspace lanes. So they weren't going to do this very often, because it would be very detrimental to them, usually, because it means they're cutting off trade to the outside, at least mostly. So it was rough. They didn't do it.
You can't prosper forever without trade.
Exactly, and they knew that. They weren't dumb. Then again, their home system has 5 habitable planets, so
they can afford to be.
They could afford to do it for a while.
Yeah.
They could afford to do it for a while. And they did for the whole Clone Wars. The entire duration of the Clone Wars, they did it until Palpatine basically semi-coerced Senator Garmbel Iblis of Corellia to reopen and reintegrate into the Empire.
He made them.
Not technically.
But I mean, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, like technically he couldn't do that, but he talked Iblis, he talked the Senator into doing it, basically coerced him personally into doing it. And then he went on to become one of the founders of the rebellion, so that's the suck. Yeah. All right, let me... yeah. All right, let me scooch it back a few seconds, and let's head back into it.
Number 3. Any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot. Number 4. True leaders are born. It's genetic. The right to rule is inherited. Number 5. Justified human emotions can turn a good person evil.
Okay, yes, that's just true.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of true of real life, though, too. Our emotions are very, very powerful, and emotions always overwhelm the intellect until, at least in the moment, always. Always.
Now, he's saying justified human emotions.
Yeah, no.
There's a caveat.
Yeah, even justified human emotions do that, though.
Yeah, and I think that's his biggest criticism.
But that's criticism of human nature. We can't get away from that. Everyone is like this. Everyone.
Yeah, and I think that that's just correct, and I think that's a real insight. Is that emotions, even when they are justified, if they are allowed to take precedence and take control of one's actions, are incredibly dangerous.
See, I've just been reading. I think I really recommend it to everybody. I've been reading. Here, let me. I took off my glasses so I can't see. The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt.
Oh yeah.
Very, very, very good book, and it goes into that. It goes into how we are led by our emotions, and that our rational mind is there to create post hoc justifications.
I think this was one of Haidt's. I think it was one of Haidt's earlier books. The something like the emotional dog wagging, or the emotional tail wagging the emotion, or the rational dog, or something like that.
He mentions it in here.
Was that his? I think that was him, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Because I read that for a graduate level ethics class a few years ago.
Oh, it's very good. Well, this one's very good. He's very.
His argument in that book is essentially that a lot of our decisions are emotional, but that we give post hoc rational justifications for them, and that we should be very aware of that so that we can avoid doing so under the wrong circumstances, because that can be incredibly dangerous a lot of the time. Because it can make you can either get something wrong, or you can the intuitive tail wagging the emotional dog, or vice versa. What was it?
In when he talks about it in The Righteous Mind, the chapter is called where is it? The Intuitive Dog and Its Rational Tail.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was the
Yeah, I
idiom.
think
The idiom was flipped. Okay.
I think he regretted that decision because people like misquoted him or misunderstood
Okay.
him because of what he called it. I can't remember.
It could be. It
In
could
this
be.
story, he talks about he uses the analogy of an elephant and a elephant rider. The elephant is our emotions. The rider is our rational mind. The rider
Mhm.
exists to serve the elephant, not the other way around.
Right. Yeah,
It
I
reminds me of
don't think that was in the
every time I
original.
think about it, I think about the Oliphants from Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings.
yeah. But yeah, that is I think that he's right about that um um evaluatively, like factually, but I
Yeah,
think that
factually,
that
I
isn't the
think
case
Ron did
normatively. And he does
it.
make that case in the other book I was thinking of. He does make that case that it was either a book or an essay, I don't remember. But he does make the case that to you have to acknowledge that this is the case, at least most of the time. Because usually our intuitions come first. Our intuitions, our emotions, our judgments and such come first before rational justification, and then rational
Yeah.
justification will come in and try and post hoc justify, which we
Yes.
have to be aware of. First of all, so that
So
we can have the
we can
kind of
mediate. Yeah,
we can have the
because
kind of humility.
it is possible to have real conversations with that in mind.
Yeah.
We just need to understand that our emotions take precedence, and after we are done justifying our emotions, then we can open the door for rationally examining them. But to act like the rational mind is the highest moral good is
Mhm.
laughable because we are emotional beings
Yeah. And
primarily.
I'm gonna have to.
Everything else secondary.
I might
You
assign
should
that
read it.
chapter. I might
It's
assign that
really good.
chapter. I might assign that chapter for my ethics class at some point because I need to get into this issue of moral intuition. Because the issue of moral intuition is tackled from a lot of different angles, and I think Haidt gets it pretty well. Is that
Oh
there's
yeah.
nothing wrong with moral intuition. It's just we have to acknowledge it for what it is, which is emotional and intuitive. It's not rational. It's not
No.
irrational. It's irrational.
And like the first third of the book, he really and I haven't actually actually I just finished reading this first part of it today, funnily enough. But the last chapter he talks about he brings up Glaucon and
Hmm.
Plato and that story of what would a man do if he was invisible and could do anything else, could do
Hmm.
anything he wanted to? Would he be moral regardless, or would he engage in sin and debauchery because there's no one to stop him? And
Yeah, the
Jonathan
Ring of
Haidt's
Gyges case.
argument is the
I
Ring of
have
Gyges, yeah, and
I have a
Jonathan
video on
Haidt's
that.
his whole thing is that actually yes, people would do whatever the hell they wanted to.
Mhm.
I can't remember what the hell
Which
that was.
is, I mean, that's Glaucon's argument. I tend to
That's
disagree.
yeah, and
Um,
he's saying that Glaucon's right,
yeah, I tend to disagree
basically.
because I
Yeah,
think that
and I knew you would disagree because
that objectively speaking, some people will. Like obviously, we can observe people doing this, but I think that one, Glaucon's case is overestimated. Not everyone would, and certainly not everyone who is eminently rational would. And then second of all, you definitely shouldn't. Not because of its consequences, but because it's innately self-destructive. It's psychologically self-destructive, which is what Plato points out. Which is what, I mean, I guess what Socrates points out throughout the rest of the Republic. But that's again, I think that Haidt, at his worst, is kind of cynical about our practical reason, about our moral reasoning. Um, but I do think that he does get it right that usually, or at least often, we aren't particularly rational about ethical issues. But I think that maybe we should go further than he does to point out that, well, we kind of ought to be. But the first step to being rational is to acknowledge that we're usually not. So
no,
I think he's a good starting point.
I really think he says that actually we should. Well, and maybe you're right. I don't know. I wanted to read out the quote, but
Hmm.
let's
You
see.
find it.
As is often the
Let
case
me.
with moral
Oh, go ahead.
philosophy, arguments what we ought to do depend upon assumptions, often unstated, about human nature and human psychology. And for Plato, the assumed psychology is just plain wrong. In this chapter, I'll show that the reason is not fit to rule. It was designed to seek justification, not truth. I'll show that Glaucon was right. People care a great deal more about appearance and reputation than about reality. In fact, I'll praise Glaucon for the rest of the book as the guy who got it right, the guy who realized the most important principle for designing an ethical society is to make sure that everyone's reputation is on the line all the time, so that bad behavior will always bring bad consequences.
Okay. No, I see. I fundamentally disagree with that.
Yeah,
Um,
and I knew you would.
yeah, I disagree with his normative claim, not his evaluative claim. I think he's right that most people are in fact led primarily by their intuitions, and
He's saying that all people are led by their intuitions, not just most, and that
okay,
the whole idea that philosophers had the
yeah,
self-flagellation in the name of the logos is counter to human nature.
yeah, he's very fundamentally wrong about that. That human nature is fundamentally the logos.
And
Well, human nature is fundamentally the logos, but that's because Height and I have different definitions of what nature means. For when I say nature, I mean what Aquinas meant, which is what we ought to be, our substantial form. The the
yeah,
the
I don't.
the idealized
Maybe
design of what a human ought to be.
maybe it's just because I'm also a budding psychologist, and I am very interested in emotion and personality and how those two combine to make people what they are and influence their decision making
Mhm.
and shape people. But I really do think that at the end of the day, we are emotional animals first, gifted with rationality second.
In a sense, I
Like
agree with you. I
I
agree
think
with you in a
rationality is
sense.
I think rationality is important, but I don't think it is the most important. I think it's the combination of
So
logos, pathos, and ethos that makes us what we are.
so I
We
agree with
need
you in a
all three.
sense, which is that we are in one sense more fundamentally emotional. Insofar as
Yeah,
that is lower, it's lower and more. It comes first in our structure of being, but at the same time, we are defined by our what is highest in us, what comes last. Think of it in
don't
terms of a procession, right? A procession, the greatest thing comes last. It's the
I
pinnacle.
don't know
It's
because
the capstone, right?
I really think God is all three though. You need emotion just as much as you need
E-
rationality.
Emotion is part of our sensitive selves. It is
I
what
don't
it's part of our observational powers, right? So when we have an emotion about something, about a situation or about a person or about whatever it might be, that is part of our observation of that situation. It's a kind of right. It's part of our common sense, our intuition. What we feel about something is similar in that sense to what we see in it. But what we think about it is what we draw from that and build upon it, right? And so I think that
yeah,
the
I think
rational capacity is
I think
what
you're giving I think you're giving human cognition way too much credit.
I'm giving. Um, yes and no.
I really think
Why I agree with you is because no, I don't think that that is the normal state of things. Normal in the sense of like statistically, people don't usually do that. Almost no one ever does this. Almost no one ever thinks. Put it that way. Um,
okay. I can get behind that.
yeah,
Yeah,
most people
I
don't
see
ever
what
think. At most people think. You could count the times you have ever had, if you have ever thought. Most people, you might be an exception, I might be an exception, but not an extreme exception. Most of us can count the times we've actually thought on two hands.
oh, on two hands. I was gonna say one.
No, I wouldn't be that cynical, but maybe close. But again, you can in fact change that. What is fundamental to human nature is not what mostly happens. It is what we are at our utmost perfection. That's what the nature of a thing is. And the classical definition, the scholastic definition that I usually
Okay.
use.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
I can see that.
Yeah, and that's I think that's the only place really where I would differ with Height because he's describing things as they are
Yeah,
observed
I see, and
empirically.
I tend to agree with Height's definition of nature. Then that what we are, the core of us is what
Right,
we are. built to be.
But
And
again, I think that we are
what
built.
are most fundamental.
I think what we're built to be is our highest and our utmost. But we're just talking about different things there, right? We're on the one hand, what I and the scholastics are talking about is what we are ordered towards, what we are directed towards, what we are striving towards. Whereas what Haidt, and I think generally speaking, modern psychology is talking about is what is in fact the case, and what do
Yeah.
we do within
Yeah.
that framework. And those are
That's
two
correct.
completely
Yes.
different questions. It's the evaluative
Okay.
versus the normative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I see what you mean. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, because I kind of like took.
I like Jonathan Haidt. I agree with a lot of what he says. It's just when we get into terminology stuff, we're way
the
off.
more
Way
like
off.
when I first read it, I was a little bit not taken aback necessarily, but like I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I it's hard to say. I really do think that they are equally important.
Yeah. I mean that I will say when I read that.
I think a lot of people.
When I first read that, I think it was the essay version of that chapter. It must have been.
It was an essay. It was an essay. He wrote that as an essay and published it, and then people got all in a tizzy about it. So he.
Oh yeah. No, it pissed me off. When I read it, it pissed me off. But that was like 10 years ago.
I can't remember if he republished it or if he just decided to fold it into that chapter as to kind of like.
I think
really
he must have edited because I don't remember the elephant example. Edited and republished is really common. It's really common.
Yeah.
But yeah, he when I first read that, it pissed me off because I am and was a Platonist. But then I kind of realized that no, he's right. He's just not right about the same thing that I'm usually talking about, right? And there's that gap between the empirical evaluative and then the normative, which the normative in my context means the end, the ultimate for the sake of which kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that, like I said, I think that I maybe should use that chapter teaching semester. That's a good point.
You should reread that article and then. Actually, I know you don't have enough time, but like you should read like a SparkNote version of The Righteous Mind. I really think it's very interesting.
Yeah. Hold on. I have actually might just have it like literally in this folder that I have open right now. No, I don't. I probably have it somewhere in my old folders.
For $18 at Barnes & Noble.
Yeah. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll just call the bookstore and say, "Hey, could you order this as a recommended material and give me a death copy?"
That's great.
I got to talk to them about doing that exact same thing for 3 other books right now. So,
Jesus Christ, Vince!
They're little. They're cheap.
Oh yeah, they're little. They're only $50. It's fine.
No, they're literally like one of them is literally like $8, and my copy is just getting worn out. That's all. It's the abolition of man. I read it too much. It's getting worn out. I need to know. The other one is Ethica to Mystica, Ralph McInerney's Ethica to Mystica. That's the one I have the absolute audacity to assign to undergraduates. That one I don't have a hard copy of, and I'd like one. That's all.
Here's a really funny anecdote in this book about ethicists being least likely to return books on ethics to the library.
Oh yeah, I know where he got that research. I know where he got that research. He was a professor of mine. The guy who he got that research from was a professor of mine at Stetson. Yeah, Joshua Rust.
That's great.
Mm-hmm. Joshua Rust. He had a really long running research project about the ethics, the applied ethics of ethicists. His main thesis and like the title of his paper were ethicists are the least likely to call their ethicists never call their moms.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know that guy. He's fantastic. That is the professor where I got my Plato's Republic syllabus from. He's the professor who taught me Plato's Republic. I love that guy. He's amazing. I follow a lot of his work. He does a great job. He's outside what has become my area of expertise, but I still follow a lot of what he writes because he's really good. He's really entertaining. He's a fun dude.
My cat sat on the book, so we should probably get going.
Yeah, let's go.
Bryn went on to write, good elites should act on their subjective whims without evidence, argument, or accountability. Number 3, any amount of sin can be forgiven if you are important enough to the plot. Number 4, true leaders are born. It's genetic. The right to rule is inherited. Number 5, justified human emotions can turn a good person evil. Bryn went on to write, quote, "By offering insights into this revered storytelling tradition, Joseph Campbell did indeed shed light on common spiritual traits that seem shared by all human beings, and I'll be the first to admit
Are
it is a
shared.
superb."
He's got dark side powers.
They are shared by all human beings. That's what
Well,
archetypal
yes.
means. They are a part of the collective unconscious.
Yeah, but this guy's a postmodernist. He doesn't want to admit that.
Yeah, and I know, but it irritates me that he says that because no, fuck you. They are shared.
Yes, well, he's a postmodernist, so he doesn't want.
Yeah.
He's suspicious of meta narratives.
Young went to like everybody and talked and got the stories, and then Campbell also went to everybody and summed up the stories. And oh look, they're all the same. Shocking.
Yeah. But again, what is fundamental to postmodernism is suspicion of meta narratives, and I've never heard of a more meta narrative than Joseph Campbell's Here with a Thousand Faces. So of course he's suspicious of it. Anyway, yes. Look up at the top there. That's Four-Scream.
Yeah.
He has dark side powers.
Yeah.
You little shit. You little shit. Look at you. Look at you playing it backwards. Anyway. But yes, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. All right, let's move on. Let's keep going. We've gotten 5 minutes in. We've got like 40 minutes.
Formula used at times in my own stories and novels. Alas, Campbell only highlighted positive traits, completely ignoring a much darker side, such as how easily the standard fable template was co-opted by kings, priests, and tyrants, extolling the all-importance of elites who tower over common women and men, or the implication that we must always adhere to variations on a single story, repeating the same prescribed plot outline over and over again. Those who praise Joseph Campbell seem to perceive this uniformity as cause for rejoicing, but it isn't. Playing a large part in the tragic miring of our spirit, demigod myths helped reinforce sameness and changelessness for millennia. Transfiction.
Okay. I see where he's going with this, and I get his point. I don't like that he's making this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I think that's a bit too.
Oh wait, I withdraw my criticism. That is Disciple. Or not Disciple, that is the Handmaiden using dark side powers, not his main character. So hold on, I just got to keep an eye out for it. I forgot, this is the part of the game where you're not playing as your main character. Anyway, sorry, I digress. But no, I think that what he's getting at here is another one of those like suspicions of meta narratives things.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, and
because
I'm uncomfortable by it because yes, it is true that tyrants, and he's right, tyrants and kings and people who are on top of the social strata and want to keep it that way do co-opt these chosen hero narrative. Yeah, they the whole the divine right of kings is essentially that
exactly
throughout all of medieval Europe, and I don't like that. I'm uncomfortable with it also.
Right, me too. I'm an anarchist.
But at the same time,
of course
I don't think the fact that bad people co-opt that doesn't mean that the core story isn't endemic to the human condition and valid because of that.
The point is that there is something there to co-opt, and there's something there objectively to co-opt. It's not just something that they make up for their own purposes, which is his thesis here.
They assume that everyone is trying that people on top of social hierarchies are always trying to dominate people unilaterally. When in reality, what happens is that the social hierarchy is this way naturally as a byproduct of human nature, and then people who notice that try and they use it to justify their rule, and then they use it to solidify their rule, not realizing that the very fact that the narrative exists is proof of their eventual downfall. So that's what always happens.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think that I would offer, I don't know if one correction or clarification, that rather than this being postmodernism broadly speaking, I would narrow this to post-structuralism.
Yeah.
Because this thesis he's presenting here is straight out of Michel Foucault. And it's the idea, yeah, I know. Yay, pedophilia. But this is the idea that narratives like this only exist not that they're inherently bad, that they are inherently there for the sake of maintaining and enforcing power structures.
Which is
it is the
bad.
Yes, well, yeah.
He
tries so hard not to say that. He tries so hard not to say that.
That's obviously what he's trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean that's the clear, obvious implication. If you have absolutely any notion of subtext, then yes, you'll get that he means, when he says power, he means bad, and that everything about society is fundamentally ordered to to maintain
Press the game.
power and all that. Yeah, fine, that's exactly what he's saying. But he's really, really careful not to say power is bad, because he also wants to sort of distance himself
Because he
from
also
good and evil. He's kind of a Nietzschean in that respect.
oh,
But
and
you
to me, it's
I
just
know
it's a
writers
way
who
to
use
it's a
subtext
way
and they're
to
all
it's a way
cowards.
to position themselves as the natural person who should have all the power.
yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
and that's what he's saying is the entire purpose of narratives like this. It is that they are crafted specifically to maintain power, which I think is like,
I think that's very. It's not wrong in the strictest sense, but it's
no. It is wrong.
they don't.
It's wrong that they are specifically crafted for the maintenance of power. They can be
Yes,
they can be and often
they
are
can be
used.
used. Yeah.
Right,
No, that's
spot
true.
on.
You're right.
Right, and
You're
that's a
right. Yeah.
huge difference. Right, and he is arguing here again, following Foucault, that that these narratives exist solely to support power structures. They are created for the purpose of supporting power structures, which is nonsensical. That is obviously
No.
false, because they fit too broadly for that to have any chance of being true. For that to be the case, it would have to be that it is a narrative which is designed for a particular power structure, and it is employed to defend that power structure,
No, and in reality, it can
rather
be
than
applied
all
to
of
all.
them. Right.
It can be applied to all power structures because it's endemic to the human condition.
Exactly. And yeah,
Yeah.
so his argument is
It
ultimately, I
applies
think,
to all
self-defeating.
power structures equally. Yes.
Mhm. So yeah, that is a big objection I have to this whole segment. I don't. Well, actually, I'm because we keep pausing here about the essay that Noah is citing. I don't actually know what he's going to make of this, so I'm looking forward to seeing what point he's making with respect to the Hero's Journey and KOTOR 2, because I don't quite see how KOTOR 2 subverts this, or could subvert this. So let's see. Let's wait and see.
People in near admiring of our spirit, demigod myths helped reinforce sameness and changelessness for millennia, transfixing people in nearly every culture, from Gilgamesh all the way to comic book superheroes. The oppressed rebels in Star Wars have no recourse in law or markets or science or democracy. They can only choose sides in a civil war between two wings of the same genetically superior royal family. They may not meddle or criticize, as Homeric spirit carriers.
No? Why not?
No.
Go on. No, okay, actually, I will say something here. I think that this criticism fits KOTOR 1 and 2 better than it fits the original trilogy and Phantom Menace. Because there really is a story about genetically superior super people on either side of a major conflict, the Jedi and the Sith.
Yes.
But that isn't
Yes.
the case
But that's
in
not what
the original story.
That's not what no, that's not the case in the original story at all.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the rebels are fighting for democracy. They're fighting for an end to totalitarianism. They're not fighting for one particular branch of the
They're not fighting for the Jedi.
ultimate. No, they're not. They're really
No.
not. The Jedi not being there makes their job infinitely harder because of that.
Also, this is another point, which, to be fair, the guy wrote this before episode 3 and the expanded universe that contextualized it. But it's also important to note that the Empire was not a Sith Empire. It was specifically not a Sith Empire. Remember episode 3. Remember the speech Palpatine gives to the Senate when he declares the New Order. He declares,
Galactic Empire.
Yeah. Do you know why he said the first Galactic Empire? Why he specified that?
Because every other empire before that had been the Sith Empire.
Exactly. This was a secular government. He was instituting a specifically secular government and a specifically galaxy-wide government. He was not instituting a Sith. Well, sure, but he wasn't public about that either.
Oh.
So it wasn't politically Sith. It was politically secular, and it was very intentionally so. So no, it's the actual movies have nothing to do with with the kind of conflict that we get in KOTOR 1 and 2, which very much is about this very religious, interreligious, sectarian conflict between Jedi and Sith, which I will note Holy crap, do the characters of KOTOR 2 criticize the hell out of that distinction in that contest. So I'll give him that. I'll definitely give him that. But that's not what this guy was writing about. So what he was writing about applies here, in the case of KOTOR 1 and 2, way better than the context of what he was actually writing about. So, he was wrong, and he couldn't have possibly been writing about this set of games that came out 5 years after he wrote, but, I guess he got something. Anyway.
Not their job. End quote. Now, David Brin is his own can of worms, and even just in that editorial, he's got an extremely off-putting aside about political correctness. Hot damn, is that a pithy summation of the whole frustrating state of affairs. Even Knights of the Old Republic was highly expressive of each one of the negative moral lessons that Brin outlined, especially the ones pivoting on the idea that only the elites matter. And this is something Star Wars has co-opted from Campbell as well. It's there in black and white on page 196, where he wrote, quote, "Not everyone has a destiny. Only the hero who has..."
Yeah.
Time to shine. Okay, you said page 196.
Uh-huh. Okay, you got it?
I'm looking right now. Just keep talking.
As you look it up, let me fill some of this in, I guess, because his point, I actually think that is the least salient point, even about KOTOR, of the 5, that only the elites matter, because KOTOR is not a big man theory of history, really. It's about Revan and Malak, sure, but way more so, it's about the Jedi and the Sith. It's about the competing ideologies. It's about these competing ideologies, which themselves co-opt these competing states. So it's not about the people, it's about the institutional struggles that these people spark, right? And so no, I absolutely don't think that even KOTOR 1, the conflict is about particular important people. I think that is the least salient point that he's pointing to here. So he picked the wrong one. If you were to pick any of them, it would be the redemption point, because Revan is somehow redeemed by having his memory erased, which is, yes, he chose his own destiny. Fine. But basically, well, the plot treats him as completely forgiven really quickly. So maybe that would be a bit of a stretch, but I think that's close.
Oh, maybe our editions are different, because I can't find anything about not everyone having destiny on page 196. No.
Oh. I wonder if he has citation.
No, because this is talking about something about Krishna and Machanka, and it is in the section that is about the returns.
Yeah, he doesn't have. I'm checking his
refusal of the return.
Yeah, that's weird. I'm checking his video description and comments and stuff, and he doesn't have a precise citation. Damn it, that annoys me. That really annoys me.
That annoys me also.
As an academic, I have to preface things with that, but as an academic, you'll notice that most of my videos are very carefully cited. I actually have like formal citations in most of my videos, or in a lot of my videos, at least the ones that cite formal works, so you know what edition I'm talking about, what page numbers I'm referring to, and all that kind of thing. And I use the Stephanus numbers for when I'm citing Plato, which are the marginal numbers that are the same in every translation, stuff like that. I'm careful about that sort of stuff, and it's mostly because of my academic training. But anyway, you can't find it. Hopefully that's fine. Let's go back.
I'm sure it's there somewhere. It's just not on page 196.
All right, well, let's see what we got here then.
And this is something Star Wars has co-opted from Campbell as well. It's there in black and white on page 196, where he wrote, quote, "Not everyone has a destiny. Only the hero who has plunged to grab it and come up again with a ring." End quote. Revan is a war criminal, equally as evil at her height of imperial power as Malak, but she had a change of heart and some wacky adventures with a Wookiee and his teenage sidekick, so it's a wash, really. The one thread that binds the entire game of Knights of the Old Republic 2 The Sith Lords together is the thread of uncomfortable accountability. Your player character, the Exile, was the only Jedi to return from the Mandalorian Wars and face judgment for participating against the Jedi Council's wishes. You were stripped of your place in the Order. Stripped, it seemed, of your... It was your character, more than Revan, who ended the Mandalorian Wars at the Battle of Malachor 5. Even in KOTOR 1,
I did just find Master of the Two Worlds, though.
With disgust.
Oh, you did? Oh, you found... Oh, the quote you referred to earlier, or may have referred to earlier.
No, I found that section of the book. So that probably
Okay, yeah.
was in reference to it.
Okay. Now, I on this point though, while we're paused on this point, I think that when he points out this whole issue of not everyone has a destiny, only the hero. I know what Campbell's getting at, and I think he's right. This actually comes to a point we were talking about last time. There's that step of the journey, which is the temptation, the temptress, which is not the temptation to evil. It is the temptation to no longer be the hero. It is to
It's a
step away from the
temptation
quest.
to abandon the call. Yeah, it's the
Right.
second. It's the second instance of the refusal. It's when you're.
Yeah.
It's when you. It's when Odysseus could just stay with Calypso forever.
Yep. Do you want to know who the temptress is in Andor?
Who?
It's the perfect symbolic archetype. I'll give you that. I'll give you that hint.
You know what? You know what? Tomorrow morning I'll go down and I'll watch it, and if I can pick out, I'll try and pick out the character it is if we see
Okay.
them
Okay.
soon
It
enough.
happens in episode 7.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
The temptation and also the receiving of the boon happen right at the end of episode 7, and it is symbolically parallel to his death scene in Rogue One. I'll give you those hints.
I can't remember the last time I watched Rogue One.
It's all in the imagery. It's all in the imagery.
Need to watch more Alan Tudyk again.
Yes, true.
Yes.
He's delightful. But anyway,
Fine.
anyway, this whole thing about like only the hero has a destiny. Fine, I'm on board with Campbell because he means destiny in this really specific context.
I think, and I also think all people are heroes in their own way. Just because not everyone goes on the mythological journey that sanctifies their society does not mean that you do not go on that psychological journey to sanctify yourself. Right. Maybe this is just Jungian in me speaking, but like.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right about that because, but I mean, we can even rephrase what Campbell says there is that to say that not everyone has a destiny is a. I think we could rephrase that to say that not everyone has the heroic destiny, but everyone has this journey in their own particular context. It's just that not everyone's context is saving the world.
Not everyone chooses. Not everyone chooses to fulfill their destiny.
That's true. There are people who refuse the call.
I wish I could find that.
Yeah. There are people who straightforwardly refuse the call, and I think that's obvious. It's really similar to Heidegger's point, Martin Heidegger. This is also related to my point about height, that most people don't actually think most of the time, or almost ever. Where Heidegger points out that we have this thing, which he calls Angst, which is either anxiety or joy, but usually anxiety. Because he was an interwar German, and they love anxiety. And he didn't think that, and he thought that joy almost never really exists, but if it does, then fine, it does the same thing as anxiety. Because he was a German.
Explain.
But so it's this idea that every once in a while our being there within the world falls apart. Our order of teleological existence, our why should I do this thing that I am doing, suddenly loses meaning for us. Yes. And we have to step back away from that. And what we can do there is we can make a radical existentialist choice to either fundamentally change our purpose or re-embrace our purpose voluntarily. Or more often, what we will do is we will flee from this state of anxiety and we will dive back into the world of experience and act like it never happened. That's the refusal of the call in Campbell's terms.
Oh.
Yeah, same thing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, they were rough contemporaries, so this does fit together well enough. And I know Jung is pretty heavily influenced by Heidegger as well.
Yeah, well,
not exclusively, obviously.
And Campbell's influenced by Jung.
Naturally.
Makes me wonder what Freud's and Heidegger's disagreements were.
Heidegger wrote after Freud and disagreed with almost everything he ever said. So, yeah.
Oh, Siggy.
Yeah. He also disagreed with almost everything Descartes ever said. So there's another one. Like really specifically and really like angrily.
Vehemently.
Yeah. But yeah, no, my point there though is that what I was getting at, what I was gonna get at with the difference here with KOTOR 2, I would argue really that the exile has a destiny just as much, if not more so, than Revan does. She is uniquely singled out by being a wound in the Force, by specifically being the one who walks away from the Force and creates this wound in the Force after Malachor. Even more so than Revan was. So I don't know. So this only heroes have a destiny thing is not. I don't think it's subverted by KOTOR 2. I think it's steered straight into it. And here I am, like, defending Larry's view that I think this really does fit the hero's journey, maybe even better than KOTOR 1, because this is absolutely the specific hero, if not the archetypal hero, but certainly having this particular journey in this particular way is very much a sort of hero's journey, as Campbell would have it. Does it make sense? Am I on track here, or am I off?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I was just fiddling with my book, trying to figure out where I was.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm not sure if I was. I don't remember reading The Ultimate Boon, but I do remember reading Atonement with the Father. So it must be on Apotheosis, but I just don't know.
Yeah, it might be because the boon is after Atonement with the Father, right?
Yeah. So chapter 2, Initiation, Road of Trials, Meeting with the Goddess, Woman as a Temptress, Atonement with the Father, Apotheosis, The Ultimate Boon. Chapter 3, The Return, Refusal of the Return, The Magic Flight.
Yeah.
That page he was
Although
talking about.
I will say as well, Andor gets that backwards. The refusal of the return comes before the temptation and the refusal, and the apotheosis.
I think that can be. Yeah. It depends on the specific story structure. I don't think that one is as.
For Andor, it goes refusal of the return, then it goes temptation, which is weird, but it does. It goes temptation. It is weird
because you would think the temptation would be part of the refusal.
So he's already decided to refuse, and then there is the temptation of what he's going to try and return to instead. And then something turns him around that is his apotheosis. Okay. And then he dives straight into the last few stages, the return, the apotheosis, the etc. All that. Anyway.
And he died.
And, well, eventually, not at the end of the season, though. He didn't die yet. He dies in Rogue One. There's still at least one more season. There might be 2.
That'd be cool. You don't see that.
Dominic says you could say that the destiny is the point. Without the point, you're just in a nonstop cycle. I think, yeah. I think that the destiny is the point that you are striving towards, whatever that happens to be in your particular case, and that in the Exile's case, so maybe here's somewhere where this is a bit subversive, is that for the Exile, the destiny is avoiding something, because it's avoiding the death of the Force, avoiding Krea's big plan, rather than actually pursuing something. But that's kind of a stretch. I do think that in this case, with respect to this point especially, KOTOR 2 plays straight into the hero's journey. Anyway, let's keep going.
And disdain. It was your character, more than Revan, who ended the Mandalorian Wars at the Battle of Malachor V. Even in KOTOR 1, Malachor V had been discussed with disgust and disdain. It was a slaughter, the final and most brutal conflict of the war, a battle so supernaturally destructive it ripped a hole in the Force and birthed a new war on top of it, the Jedi Civil War, the war of student versus master. Knights of the Old Republic 2 litigates each and every one of the 5 primary criticisms that Bryn outlined through the machinations of its exile as the defendant. It is a remarkable thing, an interactive interrogation, if you can stand to wait through an introductory sequence that is somehow more irritating than Terrace. The Paragus mining station sequence is...
No, it's not. Shut up. Terrace is awful, and I yelled about it the last time. Moving on.
I think my least favorite opening dungeon of all time. Power as Malak, but she had a change of heart and some wacky adventures with a Wookiee and his teenage sidekick, so it's a wash, really. Was the only
scooch a little forward.
Disgust and disdain. It was a slaughter.
You don't want to hear him bitch about it?
Brutal conflict of the war.
I don't want to bitch about
Terrace
anymore.
I'm
done bitching about Terrace. I did enough last time.
Let him do it.
On top of it, the Jedi Civil War.
He's going to bitch about Paragus, so I'm going to let him bitch about Paragus.
Knights of the Old Republic 2 litigates each and every
one
of the 5 primary criticisms that Bryn outlined through the machinations of its plot, with the Exile as the defendant. It is a remarkable thing, an interactive interrogation, if you can stand to wait through an introductory sequence that is somehow more irritating than Terrace. August mining station sequence is, I think, my least favorite opening dungeon of all
Hey, a new
time. I
recording
dislike
session.
it even more than Fallout 2's Temple of Trials because it's like 5 times as long and just as boring. The only purpose it serves is to set up bigger narrative payoffs later on. Like with Terrace, it's meaningful to get an extended introduction to some of the primary companion characters, but none of the good things about that actually have to do with Pyragus. It's just the most bloated, overcomplicated tutorial zone that a person could imagine. I would happily mod it away in a way that I would hesitate to do with Terrace, as annoying as Terrace can be. The real purpose of Pyragus is to introduce the player to the game's insistence on narrative consequence. Over several days by an assassin droid sent to kill you, personally, the last known Jedi, even though that information isn't 100% accurate anymore. All those miners died, just so someone could get to you. And on your way out, pursued by a strange Sith Lord with fractured and desiccated flesh, you end up provoking a chain reaction that destroys the mining station and all the fuel. You can do this proactively, covering your tail, or you can just try to escape and let the pursuing party take the blame. But blame, there is. The next part of the prologue doesn't seem important, but it absolutely is, stuck on Citadel Station in orbit around the planet Telos. This is where the setting really begins to unfold, and the world at large is much different now than it was in the previous game.
Hold on, I gotta pause here, because I want to go over what he said before, because he didn't really follow up on this right away. This whole, this narrative consequence for actions and choices. There is a sense in which you're placed in something like a moral dilemma with respect to blame, at least with respect to blame for Pyragus. Because as he pointed out, regardless of your decision, Pyragus is destroyed. And regardless of your level of actual fault, you're blamed for it.
Well, that sucks.
But it matters. It does make a difference, because you're either blamed for...
You're either blamed for it rightly or blamed for it unrightly.
No. There's even a difference, right, in terms of dialogue. It's the matter of... like, dialogue-wise, there is a difference between you blew up the source of our fuel and you were a party to the destruction of our source of fuel.
Because of you, the source of the fuel was blown up.
Exactly. But you're still being held responsible for it either way.
That's by your very behavior.
Yeah. The interesting thing from an ethical perspective here, the interesting thing to me is that either way, doesn't matter which one you did, the NPCs of the game will treat you in exactly the same way, practically speaking. They're a little kinder to you if you didn't actually do it, but they're still holding you responsible for it. They're still arresting you. They're still holding you into the Republic to question you.
Because of you. It's just, did you do it, or did you do it because did it happen because you were there?
But that's a hugely morally significant difference, though. That's the point. Is that's the difference between knowingly doing something, right? Doing something as something happening because you chose to do it, versus something that someone else did in response to your actions in a way that you could neither have predicted or prevented.
Right.
So it's the difference between almost total moral blame and almost no moral blame. But the interesting part to me is that from a practical standpoint, everyone treats you the same way. Everyone still holds you responsible for it.
Still blame you. Yeah.
Because, and even aside from blame, just from a practical standpoint, you're still responsible for it in an important sense. It's like how they're technically, there's a difference between, manslaughter and murder, but someone's still dead. And you were still involved. And you can and should do something about it. And I think that is a major point that the game is trying to get across, is that your actions, even if you don't intend them, even if the consequences of them are unforeseen and unforeseeable, you're still a key player in them, in those network of consequences. And so what that means is that your interactions now should lead to you, repairing those consequences in some way, even if it wasn't your fault.
You taking the responsibility of those consequences.
Right. You're almost forced to. I mean, you're not. You can just leave. You can just run away and get away. It's fine.
But the game doesn't want you to.
Well, it's the dark side option. So
the game doesn't want you to.
Right. Canonically, you don't. Canonically, Mitra Surik takes full responsibility for what happened, goes to fix it, and actually fixes it. Not because it was her fault, but because it's the right thing to do. She was involved, and so she takes responsibility for it.
Responsibility. Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't her responsibility. She actively takes responsibility for it.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think that's a crucial difference there.
You're right.
Because think about the other side. The pure dark side version is it was her responsibility, and then she avoids that responsibility.
Didn't take it. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's a big difference. Those are almost opposites. Even though
yeah, they are.
Like,
I think they're kind of complete opposites in some way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even though the actual things that happened, the events that occurred, are identical in either case. That's cool. Morally, the moral character of the situation is complete opposite. Even though the actual events themselves are identical, that's neat. That's a really, really cool moral dilemma. And if this were any other media, like if this were like a movie, I would be perfectly comfortable using this as an example in class because that one's fascinating. Maybe I can, but I'd have to explain a hell of a lot of backstory. That'd be hell. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I think that he could have expanded upon that more. And maybe he will, but moving on.
Where the setting really begins to unfold, and the world at large is much different now than it was in the previous game. The Sith Empire is gone, but the Republic had been about to collapse when they won. They teeter now on the brink still. A small shove in either direction is all it would take to cause an economic and political chain reaction that could disintegrate the entire Republic. All game long, Kreia, and others, emphasize the power of these small little nudges. Telos is the hinge of all of that. It just seems like a time waster, a series of straightforward quests that stand in the way of the game to come, but little details are introduced which factor hugely later. Telos was bombed to a cinder during the Jedi Civil War, and now it stands as the flagship operation of a planet reclamation process. Zerka, the Sith-aligned corporation that enslaved the Wookiees last game, is trying to sabotage that effort. The only thing keeping it going was Paragus, the mining station that you destroyed. You have, whether you wanted to or not, shifted the balance and destabilized your universe the moment you stepped into it. It is not your fault, technically. It is not your responsibility. But isn't that the heart of compassion, to accept both those things anyway? You are not a Jedi, not any longer. You do not have to abide by the dictates of the Jedi Code. The only reason to do good is because it feels good. And that is more powerful.
No. That is a huge objection I have, and it's a huge objection that a Jedi would have to his description of the situation. But the only reason to do good is because it is good. The object, the end, the purpose, the goal of a good action is the consequence, the positive consequence of that action for others. If you're doing something good because it feels good, it's not a good action. It's hedonistic.
It's hedonistic action, yeah.
Yeah. So a Jedi would absolutely resolutely object to that. Especially because it's hedonistic, because it's emotive, because it's about feelings, it's about one's own feelings, which is just absolutely backwards.
I wonder what Obi-Wan would say about that versus what Anakin would say about that.
Anakin would find some waffly way of saying that, well, one's feelings when you're doing good are an indication of one's relationship to the light side of the Force.
How good you're doing.
So we should totally have sex right now. Like, anyway. Yeah.
And Obi-Wan would say...
Obi-Wan would say that your feelings are irrelevant to the matter. And that you ought to do what's right because it's right. Because that's exactly what he did in an identical situation with Satine. It's also what he did like over and over and in an identical situation with Luke.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
He was a hermit on Tatooine for 19 years. It aged him like 60 years.
He turned old.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not a new version of Obi-Wan. The new version of Obi-Wan went on a galaxy-spanning adventure.
We're not talking about that. That didn't happen. We're not talking about that. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Ahsoka did that. We're not talking about it. That didn't happen.
Bale's frickin' hired bounty hunters did it. What do you frickin'... Oh my god.
No, Ahsoka did that.
Why? Why would she do that?
I mean, wasn't she working for Bale? Wasn't she working for Bale at the time? I'm pretty sure she was working for Bale.
No, not at the time.
I seen it on some YouTube comment because at the end of I think at the end of the last Tales of the Jedi, because the last one is Padme's funeral, and then Bale sees Ahsoka there, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And she's like, "Well, she was my friend. I couldn't." And then they escape stormtroopers. together.
then the Inquisitor, but that was like 5 years or more before Kenobi, before the show.
I don't know, maybe.
I thought she
Either
basically
way,
went into exile until she was Fulcrum, until she was a Fulcrum agent for the Rebellion, like in like 5 EBY, so like another 5 years
okay.
later. Maybe not. I
Okay,
could
so
be wrong. I could be wrong. They could
that
be
was
that.
after. Okay, I wasn't sure how
Yeah.
long she was with the Rebellion before she decided to be not with anything again.
She wasn't with the Rebellion to start off with. She didn't come back to the Rebellion until really late. I don't think.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever. It was Anyway,
So disappointed, but I didn't watch it, so I don't need to be
I
directly
didn't
disappointed.
either.
Yeah.
So, and I won't watch Andor. Though.
Same.
Andor's good.
Tales
Another
of the Jedi was good.
interesting thing to consider: Andor takes place at exactly the same time as Star Wars Rebels.
That's really
First
cool.
season of Rebels co-occurs with Andor.
That's really cool, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All that history happening contemporaneously.
Yep. Pretty neat.
I think about that some days, how everyone on Earth right now is experiencing their story and the context of
Radically
2020,
different stories.
2020s. Yeah.
Radically different stories. Same overall
Radically
context.
different stories,
Yeah.
same context, yes, all at the same time.
Never had one of those existential crises realizing that everyone in a car around you is a person?
Yes, probably every time I drive. Once a week at the least.
Oh god. Anyway, let's keep going. Cause anyway, my objection is about a sort of emotivist, hedonistic justification for ethics, which I think that would be grossly anathema to the Jedi.
Yeah.
Than destiny. The only reason to do good is because it feels good, and that is more powerful than destiny. Free will, beyond the command of the Force. It's down there on the surface of Telos, in one of the reclamation areas, that you meet Bao-Dur. He served with you at Malachor 5, and yet, somehow, he bears you no ill will.
Hold on. So he says free will beyond the will of the Force. Is he taking Krea's perspective here? Because I thought he was trying to characterize the Jedi's perspective as the light side.
Just reverse it so we can hear
Yeah, let me go back a bit.
It keeps doing this thing where you go back and then it like skips forward.
Oh,
and it's
really?
very irritating.
Here,
Yeah,
you hit-
it does,
you
at
hit-
least on my end.
You hit play this time. See what happens. I moved
The
us
only
back
reason to do
10%.
good is because it feels good, and that is more powerful than destiny. Free will, beyond the command of the Force. It's down there on the surface of Telos, in one of the reclamation areas, that you meet Bao-Dur.
I think it might
He
have
served with
skipped
you
on
at
his
Malachor
end,
5,
actually.
and yet
Maybe.
And it got through the recording somehow.
Maybe. He said, quote, free will beyond the will of the Force. In the context of saying to do the right thing because it feels good. To do good because it feels good. There was a weird skip there. And you're right, it might have been him. It might have been his end. But that sounds like Kreia. That doesn't sound like the Jedi. I don't know. I don't know what more really to say about that. Just that it does not sound like Jedi. That sounds way more like Kreia. Because the Jedi are completely like the reason for the Jedi to do good is because it's the will of the Force, because it is the way of harmonizing the universe. It's the good as such, basically. I don't know. Anyway, let's try and play. See what happens.
Somehow he bears you no ill will. He is, as Bryn put it, one of the setting's Homeric spirit carriers. He is the first of many sorts of Homeric cast-offs, who you will end up being morally accountable to anyway. In the monomyth, demigods stride across the world to meet cosmic destinies. In the Sith Lords, we meet those who have built homes in the muddy footprints that those demigods long left behind. To change the world the way the Jedi can, even casually, is to create rippling and unpredictable consequences in the aftermath of heroism. Collateral crimes fester in the heat of the day. Telos, therefore, ends with a trial. Without the Empire, the conflict between Jedi and Sith is, as the game puts it, more subtle. It's also a tighter, more desperate fight. There are few Sith and even fewer Jedi, but that just makes the extermination of one or the other shockingly close at hand. Over the course of the game, you will gather every Jedi Master who ever exiled you, who sought to punish you, and then hand your fate over to them again. Or else, following the dark side, you'll hunt them all down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, were you trying to say something?
Oh, no, sorry, I coughed.
Oh, okay, you said excuse me. I thought you were objecting.
Oh, well, I mean...
And then it wasn't pausing for you, so you were like, oh, excuse me.
Oh, no, I think, I kind of have something to say about this, is that so his point that because the conflict is more intimate, again, I think this is more evidence that this more closely follows the hero's journey and because this is specifically about the particular characters involved, rather than it being about large institutional conflicts like KOTOR 1 was about. KOTOR 1 was about the Republic versus the Empire. This is about these specific Jedi versus these specific Sith.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I guess I can agree with that.
Yeah, maybe I'm just going to bat for Larry here, but I think that this aspect about it is more Campbellian, if you will, than the conflict in KOTOR 1. Anyway, continue. Go ahead.
You'll hunt them all down, as the other Sith Lords have been doing. The game is well subtitled that way. Instead of an empire, you're fighting individualized expressions of a philosophy, or else articulating your own version of that same outlook. Each Sith Lord is a representation of some aspect of the dark side, and you could be one of the worst, if you wanted to be. The first is the last, Kreia, whose Sith name is so silly I choose not to repeat it here. The second is the one who conducts your end-of-prologue trial. In the snowy north of Telos, there is a hidden enclave run by a Jedi named Atris. She was the one who sentencing you. She wanted you dead for abandoning the council and fighting alongside Revan. She runs an academy, but no one there is permitted to use the Force. She retreats daily into a room full of whispering holocrons, and when she sees you, she is so full of hate it might as well be rolling off her in waves. So why would it be surprising that she too is a Sith Lord? Because of how the monomyth encourages us to trust in symbols and archetypes over a more skeptical, grounded interrogation of what's in front of you. Atris also very much takes control of the situation when she reveals herself. She has always been the master, you the student.
I think she's an archetypal example of the devouring mother, of why exactly you should actually sometimes distrust institutions like that. That's not there is symbology for that. The symbolism is not full. It is not completely and utterly. It's like we were talking about earlier about post-structuralism. There are symbols that correlate to the decay of they correlate
institutional decay.
Institutional decay and totalitarianism. Yeah, he's wrong about that.
Yeah, and I think the Devouring Mother is a great parallel there.
And you have always been accountable to her.
Hold on. Yeah, I think the Devouring Mother is a great parallel there. And then also, I think he mischaracterizes Atris. Because, well, yeah, she was a cold-hearted bitch when you actually meet her the first time. She was not Sith. Like, she had not fallen completely to the dark side. She was still duplicitous. She was in the process of falling. But it really was... She hadn't quite, right? It really was that last interaction with Kreia, right near the end of the game, right before you confront her finally, that really completes her fall. Yeah, that's the thing that like you said, tips her off of the edge. That's the last bit of her falling. Before that,
where do you think she was in the time when that they sentenced you? Then
at the time she sentenced you?
How far gone was she at that point? Because she was. I think that was the catalyst.
I think that she was a somewhat overzealous. She was somewhat overzealous in her quest to protect the Jedi.
Like Mace.
That's it.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of like Mace. But that's it. Yeah, she was more or less where Mace was in episode 3. Which was not dark side. Not even falling. Not even in the process. But it was. There was a danger of it, but she wasn't falling.
Well, I think overzealous in the blindness of the Jedi Council is where Mace was.
Yeah, I think she was more or less in the same place.
Overly dogmatic. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I think that fits too. And interestingly, this came out before episode 3. But there's a hell of a parallel.
And dogmatism is traditionally one of the ways that institutions become corrupted, because they become so fundamental that they misunderstand their own fundamental truths.
And they become very rigid as well.
Kind of like the jihadists, anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, an institution has to be flexible enough, and I talked about this, I think, during this interaction on the stream, that a tradition or a traditional institution needs to be like a growing tree.
Yeah.
If it
same root structure,
right.
But as it grows, it develops and adapts as needed.
Exactly. If it is
while keeping the same core tenets.
Right. If it is stuck, if it's not changing, then what you have is a dead tree. if you
It's
are
dying.
if it is changing in a way that is alien to its own growth and development, then what you're doing is you're just chopping pieces off of it and you're just gradually killing the thing. So it has to be constantly growing, but growing in continuity with the past tradition. Atris was an embalmer, as Tolkien would call the elves. She tried to hold the Jedi traditions rather than allowing them to continue. She tried to preserve and protect and defend and keep things steady and stable. She was the sort of pathological conservative. She was the
Also like
devouring
waste.
mother. She was the devouring mother. She's a perfectly archetypal devouring mother in that context. So yeah, I think so. But again, at the stage when she exiled when she exiled Mitra, she was not all the way there yet. She was starting down that path of corruption.
The path of ultra
Yeah.
conservatism.
Yeah, but she was still kept in check by the rest of the council. When the council basically dissolved after that, that's when she went off on her
when
own.
She was by herself,
and she spiraled.
and
Exactly.
and with the holocrons whispering into her ear, and then Kreia comes, and being Kreia, she says the one little thing that will get her to
Right.
that will get Atris to just completely doubt everything and then fall.
To openly embrace the Sith, which is what she does. She initially kept the holocrons there so they could so the Jedi could be aware of the Sith and to keep the Sith from obtaining these teachings. She eventually, though, came to seek to understand them.
Yeah, it's like forbidden knowledge. The more you
Right.
look into it, the more it gets its tentacles in you. The more it gets its tentacles in you, the more it drives you mad.
Yeah,
It's very
and it was
Lovecraftian
Kreia,
in that sense.
and this is another point where it's one of those like, yeah, Grey Jedi thing is just Sith propaganda. Kreia says that she needs to understand the dark side, and it is her place to understand the dark side. And it's that little thing that she says, "Well, I've got it all here, so I guess you're right." And then she just goes, "I am," and Kreia
when she studies it, yeah.
Yep, and then Kreia goes and gives the cringiest line of the game: "There must always be a Darth Treya," or no. Did she say Darth Treya or a betrayer? I forget which, but it's very, very on the nose. Really on the nose. She basically just appoints her Sith. Right there, she just knights her as Sith, and I'm just like, oh well, that was cringy. That was on the nose, and
while the exile's watching, like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
No, Exile hadn't gotten there yet. She hadn't gotten there yet. She was still in space. She was still in the space station, I think. Or no, she was still on the way. She hadn't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is before you confront her that final time. Kreia gets
that
there
would have
first.
been really funny if that was like your first interaction in Kreia's.
No. The part I'm talking about is at the end of the game, not at the beginning.
Okay.
Because you meet her the first time at the beginning of the game, and yeah, she's a cold-hearted bitch, but she's not. She's not dark side.
You keep going back.
Yeah. No, you only go back twice. You go right near the beginning and right near the end.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. And there's a stark difference, because at the end, she had just talked to Kreia, and Kreia had tipped her over the edge. At the beginning, she was mean, but she wasn't evil.
No, not quite.
She was just hostile. Anyway.
She was a defensive mother more than that, as opposed to a devouring mother.
Yes, I agree. But there's a fine line there. And it's easy to get tipped over to the other side of it. Let's keep going. You go ahead. I don't trust my clicking.
Okay.
To her, and what's more, she's always wanted you to fail. She's always disliked you. So nothing about this situation feels new. Her academy is crisp, clean, modern. Everyone wears white. It is devoid of the symbols of the dark side, and because of who you are, the exile, the one who was ejected from the Jedi Order itself, there is a lingering sense of Atris as a moral authority, that she is entitled to these judgments. Trying to misdirect you from is that there is no part of her that is dispassionate. I'm honestly having trouble thinking of another major character in an RPG who has such active, palpable disgust for the main character as Atris does. She fucking hates you. And that's how you know she's fallen. The other Jedi Masters, most of them aren't too fond of you either. Most express heavy skepticism and reflexive distrust. None express hate, except Atris. This is what makes her so satisfying and compelling as a Sith Lord, because she essentially is exactly the same person she was on the Jedi Council, but freed of the pretense of trying to make choices from an internally tranquil place. She is petty. She revels in status and regard. She is a domineering elitist to the core. And this was unremarkable as a member of the Jedi Council. Indeed, the only difference now is her failure to adequately disguise and to deny her feelings. As she puts you on trial for your crimes, past and present, it's one of the most aggressive and intense moments like it that I've experienced in a video game. Because instead of your do about it, you assemble it on the fly from shockingly long lists of motivations and reasonings. As you defend yourself, you craft what kind of character you want the exile to be. It is flatly impossible to map the hero's journey of the monomyth onto the exile.
Okay, so hold on. About her, about Atris. It's kind of he basically just disagreed with everything we just said. Okay, so you can tell that he's incredibly biased here in favor of the player character. Because yes, Atris hates Mitra Surik. She really does. But it's mostly because, initially at least, it's mostly because of the threat that she poses to the Jedi. That she saw Mitra posing to the Jedi.
As a defensive mother figure.
Exactly.
Like we were saying.
And that comes to turn into a kind of hateful resentment, which is the place that Kreia places her wedge that breaks her and makes her fall. So I think that Noah is mischaracterizing her character because
as always hateful, even when she was a Jedi, but now that she's away from them, she can be fully hateful and not try and disguise it. Whereas what we're saying is that she disliked the exile, but it was a dislike that was born out of, defensive mistrust, like the rest of the Jedi. But then when she was isolated from the rest of the council,
it was excessive but justified. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But afterward, after it festered, it was no longer justified, but it was just as excessive.
Right, exactly. And you'll note that the rest of the Jedi, we'll get to this eventually, but I want to mention this here. The rest of the Jedi Council, when they go to cut you off from the Force again near the end of the game, like right before this, they have the exact same motivation that Atris did at the original council meeting when you were exiled. They're doing this to protect the Jedi and to protect the Force. And they're doing it. The Jedi. They resent you for it because they see you as this threat to them and to the Force. And so they are going to cut you off from the Force as a not as a punishment, but
as a precaution.
Yeah, as maybe an over precaution. And so they are at exactly the same place that Kreia was when that original council session happened. And you'll note that that the exile was never cut off from the Force at that council session. She already cut herself off from the Force.
She cut herself off. This is just.
And so, but if Atris had been in charge then, they would have, probably. For the exact same reason that they ultimately do later. So by them sort of splitting apart and not having each other to keep each other in line, by all of them splitting apart, they all go in Atris's direction.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic, but I mean,
it makes sense for the sense for the Jedi Council to be that way, though.
Yeah, the council should be together because they
No,
they have a lot of power. They have a lot of power both in the Force and just politically.
It makes sense for them to be defensive of the Force in that way and to come to that conclusion separately.
Yeah. And also because they need to rely on each other as a check on power, right? The council as an institution is incredibly powerful, both in the Force and in sort of Jedi politics. And so they need that kind of check on each other. And if they don't have that all of a sudden, then they're all going to start crumbling a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and it's Atris's animosity that ultimately pushed her over when it didn't do the other two.
Other three.
I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3.
I mean, it's 4, but one of them died, so
3, 4, 2, 1, whatever.
One of them dies on M478, the droid planet. That we didn't do. I didn't do that on my playthrough because it's bad. It's really poorly designed. There was a reason they cut it. They cut it from the final version of the game.
Oof.
Anyway, yeah, I also couldn't get the mod to work at the time, so I just didn't.
Is that mod that there's like that door that you can't go in? The restored content.
Yes, so the restored content mod does 2 things.
That Larry was going on and on and on.
Yeah. There's the restored content mod does 3 things. 1, it fixes bugs and adds restored dialogue. That's 1. That part worked for me. And then it also restores 2 areas. 1 is that door that Larry was talking about, which is the HK50 factory, which is its own level, which is a pain in the ass, and it's horrible because HK47 is tanky but can't deal damage, And so when you have him fighting through hordes of HK50s, it's annoying. It just takes forever, and you just don't accomplish anything.
Oh,
It's awful. It's really poorly designed. Then the other thing that it restores is another planet, a whole other planet, M478, which is a planet of droids. There's a couple of problems with this as far as like design goes. One is just the level layout is really bad. And the other is the first part of the story. You're playing as one of your droid companions, and when I played through this myself before the stream, like a couple years ago, the one time I played through this myself, I made the terrible mistake of picking T3, the astromech.
Oh god.
He communicates in beep boops, which means that your dialogue options are beep boop, beep,
no,
beep,
no,
beep,
no,
boop,
no,
beep.
no, 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 no.
Those are your dialogue options. Those are your dialogue options. They spell out beep boop. And I'm just like, what even? Why? Why is it doing this? I hate it so much. Hey, Bublin, how you doing? Oh, favorite media, game shows, etc. from the past year. Andor. Andor is really good. I keep saying this. It was really, really good. I actually highly recommend it. It's been one of the only Star Wars things that's actually been very good. Stranger Things. Stranger Things season 4 was really good.
I can't think of anything I've watched from the last year that was watched or played from the last year that was from the last year.
I can't think of any games that I've played from the last year.
I mean, I started playing This War of Mine the end of last year. I really liked that more than I thought I would. I haven't played it in a while.
There's any other shows?
One of the first story things. The first story mode ending broke me psychologically, and I don't want to play the rest of them now.
Oh man, I kind of want to play that one.
That's a bit dramatic,
but I kind of want to play that one. That looks neat.
It's good. It's good. It's kind of like the game mechanics are very meh as a game, but like as a mechanism to create like create stories and drama, they work really well. It works really well.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. That makes sense from what little I've seen of it. But like I said, I think really the only two shows of the last year that are really worth watching. Stranger Things season 4 was really good. You don't need to watch season 3. Just don't.
You like season 3?
No.
I always thought season 2 was kind of the black sheep.
2 is downhill.
I like
2 is
I like season 3, but it goes way too hard on the whole Cold War thing.
Yeah. Season 4 was good, but the whole Russian subplot was also kind of dumb and pointless.
Yeah, the whole Cold War thing, they went a little too hard.
And then Andor was amazing. It's actually very good. Surprisingly good. Otherwise, I don't think I watched anything new this year.
I like the Star Wars, the Jedi. What was it? What was it called?
Fallen Order?
Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi. Yeah,
I haven't watched it yet, so I can't judge it.
You should watch it. I
might. I probably will. I watched the first episode, but kind of got bored with it.
How'd you feel about
Baby Ahsoka episode?
I like the whole Baby Ahsoka. I like the Baby Ahsoka episode up until the last part with the medicine lady is like she used Jedi. Like, would they know that word?
I thought the whole take your infant child hunting large dangerous animals and then abandon her to the large dangerous animal. No,
you sound like my mom now, because what it was obviously some sort of.
It was a cultural thing, fine, but it's also ridiculous.
Thing. Yeah. My Daniel Jackson senses are tingling. It was obviously some sort of cultural initiation, right, to show the infant death.
But why would you show the infant death and not an adolescent? Because that's an adolescent ritual, right? Not an infant ritual. That's what I was
saying. Like, this doesn't make sense. Why is the child that don't need?
I know some anthropology, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
No,
it doesn't make a lick of sense.
Me and my mom were making bets. Okay, so is the mom gonna die, or is the little girl gonna save the mom from the tiger thing? And then later on, I was like, oh, okay, it's the sheep. It's the sheep sleeping with the lion. It's the lamb laying. Yeah,
I don't know.
Laying with the lion. Yeah,
it was odd. Anyway, I'll probably watch the rest of it. But
the rest of it's good. After the rest of it, I think that's kind of the low point, to be honest. The first episode, if you can get past that, the rest of it is very good.
I mean, I really want to see the Dooku and Qui-Gon stuff. Really want to see the Dooku Qui-Gon stuff.
That one was really good.
Anyway, all right, let's keep going because we have another half an hour And we have 12 minutes to watch it, so we're
Symbolic
probably going to be late again.
transformations and reasonings. As you defend yourself, you craft what kind of character you want the exile to be. It is flatly impossible to map the hero's journey of the monomyth onto the exile. Symbolic transformation has little, if anything, to do with it. Instead, you put yourself directly in the exile's shoes to address the central dilemma of the Mandalorian Wars, of the Jedi Civil War to follow. Was it moral? Was it right action to obey and do nothing about the Mandalorians, to obey the Council and the heroic ideal articulated by Hero with a Thousand Faces? Or was the morally correct thing to act, not because the Force willed it, but because you did? To the Jedi Council, your failure to act in accordance with the will of the Force was inherently the dark side, because individuality and will are tools of the Sith. But that clashes with the more practical, immediate morality of defending the innocent from genocide at the hands of a Mandalore Unchained. Symbols aren't even part of this conversation. Action is. Motivation is. Knights of the Old Republic 1 was compelling because of its devotion to the mythic mode of storytelling. By the end of the prologue, Knights of the Old Republic 2 has made it clear they were going back to that open-eyed observation of the broken configurations around us that Campbell dubbed the modern mode. Not even the structural arrangement of KOTOR 2.
Okay, hold on. So, I gotta go back to that question of Mandalorian Wars. Because it comes out in this game, and even more so in SOTOR, that the Council was 100% right not to go to war yet. And I mean yet. And it is because they knew that there was some dark side presence behind the Mandalorian invasion. They knew this. They didn't tell Revan, which might have been the mistake, but they knew this, and they were waiting to see if it would reveal itself. Because once it revealed itself, then it loses its power to sway, to pull others to the dark side,
to mystify and to obscure.
And that power was the Sith Emperor. That was vitiate. But they didn't know that exactly yet, and Revan goes to find out about it, and that's why he leaves at the end. To go like between the games. That's why he leaves. It's to go find out what this was and to confront it and to try and hold it back. And he does. He succeeds for 300 years. But like, I think he either missed or ignored the fact that there is this justification presented for the Council watching and waiting.
As opposed to them acting that way because they view individuality as a affront to the Force.
Right.
Which makes no sense because...
Yeah, that's not why. Because, especially at this time, as portrayed here, the Jedi are not, like, perfectly obedient to the will of the Council. Jedi are knights errant at this stage in galactic history. More so than they are an established order obedient to the Council, because also
like they are during the Clone Wars.
Yeah, I mean even more so than during the Clone Wars, because also something worth noting, you'll notice that there is more than one Jedi Council at this time period during KOTOR 1.
What?
Did you notice that?
No, I did not.
The Jedi Council that passes judgment upon the exile is a different Jedi Council than the one you encounter in KOTOR 1. They share one member, Master Vrook. That's it.
Black guy.
No, the mullet guy.
Oh, okay.
No, the male pattern baldness guy.
That's right. Yeah.
He's the only one on both councils.
So what? They have a
council, at least one on Coruscant, which is actually the main order. And then they have a separate council on Dantooine, which is a Jedi enclave, which is independent, and it is an academy. And it's implied that they have various other Jedi enclaves and academies spread throughout the galaxy. The Jedi Order is decentralized at this point.
That's weird.
So no, the Jedi Council is not the ultimate authority, and their reason for saying, no, don't go to the Mandalorian Wars was not just a command. We must do this in a unified manner. It was because there is a danger there that you are going to fall into. It's a trap. And it was. They were right.
I kind of feel like we're pulling at straws here, though, with the different councils.
Okay, that's fair. I mean that's established. That's established in the game that there are multiple councils. It's established in KOTOR 1 at least. They explicitly say that there is a council in Coruscant. Like they talk about it.
Okay. I
Um,
say I would.
it's in optional dialogue, but it is there. You can talk to
Okay.
the council, and they can mention Coruscant and other places. They don't say
I don't know
where,
if
but they
it's
say other places.
I don't know if it's reasonable to assume that he knows that. Then also,
Yeah, that's
if it's
true.
an
That's true.
optional dialogue.
There is, I think that it's optional dialogue as well, but it's optional dialogue with several different people in this game about the
That,
Jedi having reasons, the Council having reasons to caution Revan against pursuing the Mandalorian Wars, and guess what? They were right.
um,
Yeah. So I mean, I
I
get
mean,
what I get where he's
I see
going.
the. Yeah, so
Get
do
where he's
I.
going. And that yes, the Jedi are very greater good. In some cases, in a disordered
To,
manner.
to their detriment.
But not just their detriment, but to the detriment of
To the
the greater
detriment of the
good.
galaxy.
Um,
The greater good.
exactly what my mind was going to. Um, but at the same time, they were right about this one. So yeah. Anyway, I think that he has a bit of a criticism here, but I think he makes too much of it. I think he makes too much of it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Is friendly to the Mondas that Campbell dubbed the modern mode. Not even the structural arrangement of KOTOR 2 is friendly to the monomyth. Part of this has to do with an abbreviated development window.
Oh, also, I had a question.
Oh yeah.
When he was talking about how you can how you being able to change the exile's background means that she is incompatible with the hero's journey. What do you think about that?
I think that's right. I think that maps onto what we were talking about earlier with the
Everyone having the
exile
best.
being not just that, but the exile being um, very historically situated and very individuated, more so than mythological and archetypal. But
Okay.
I think there's a good point there. I think you can still map her onto the hero's journey, but it's more difficult because she is
You
so
can't
individuated.
you can't use her to paint broad strokes like you can with Revan.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the best way of putting it. Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely. Anyway, go on.
Development window where the game was first released in a broken, unfinished state. It's since been repaired by dedicated modders, but once you're off of Telos into the 4-planet run of main sequence quests, they vary widely in how extensive the experience is and how polished the experience is. Even accounting for unevenness of production, each main quest does also seem engineered to locations established by the monomyth format. Take Nar Shaddaa, the absolute longest planet to complete, and also the one that the game suggests that you try out first. On each planet, your goal is to tease a Jedi Master out of hiding to kill or collect them. On Nar Shaddaa, there is literally no set path to make that happen. The general format is that you must solve, more or less, every piece of side content available to you, and possibly also pay a card-sharking rep man 2,000 credits to make the local criminal syndicate take you seriously. You either complete quests in a way that helps the exchange with the Sith path, or you stir up very public trouble against them, forcing them to take notice of you and try to stomp you out. It's framed in a kind of campy B-movie way where there are a half-dozen distinct bands of bounty hunters out for your blood, but there's a truce preventing them from making a move until your provocation is complete. Exploring Nar Shaddaa is like exploring an even darker version of Paris, where things have degraded even more and poverty holds more dire consequences. Less fun is
Bullshit. There is no darker than Terrace. Nar Shaddaa is in no way darker than Terrace. It is darker than Terrace's upper city, but it is nowhere near as dark as the Undercity. Or worse yet, not the Shadowlands, the oh no, it's. I would say that it's not even as dark as the lower city. It's nowhere near as dark as the Undercity. The people with the Rakghouls and stuff. That is way, 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 way worse. Anyway, I'm kind of waiting to see what his point here is about the hero's journey. So I guess we can keep going. But those are my thoughts on Nar Shaddaa. Let's keep going.
the level design. The refugee quarter especially has more corridors than it does characters, with no real point to any of the maze-like recursive paths, no good loot, and only a handful of easily breakable quests. If you're trying to actually find a plot thread, it can be maddening, especially that first time around where the game doesn't even tell you to keep grinding things out. Have you played Pazak yet? You're gonna, like it or not. You enjoy swoop bike racing? On that track. It demands a completionist approach while never explaining why, until the end. Once the end arrives, it takes almost 2 hours where you switch from character to character, group to group, fighting all the warring bands of mercenaries, and simultaneously solving 2 objectives with 2 parties. It's probably the most extensive team-building exercise you could ask for.
Okay, so yes, it's really cool. If and only if you know it's coming and can actually level up and equip your side characters.
appropriately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knowing that,
that's
yeah.
that's fair.
The first time I did this, this part of the game, it literally took me weeks of
Oh
trying to do it
God.
and then failing and then having to like leave and come back to it. It is
Oh God.
insane. Whereas this time through,
Just curb stomped him.
basically yes.
Yeah.
Not quite. It was still a little bit tough. It was probably the hardest part of the game from a mechanical perspective. Excuse me.
And they
Sorry for
want
that.
you to do it first. That's great.
Yeah, don't do that. I didn't do it
It's
first.
so
I
rude.
did Nar Shaddaa first, but I left Nar Shaddaa before this part happened, and then I went to Dantooine.
You
Did
didn't
Dantooine, leveled
complete
up.
Nar Shaddaa first.
Right. I went to Dantooine, completed Dantooine, got my lightsaber, then came back to Nar Shaddaa and finished this part. Because I'm smart.
Could you imagine if they didn't let you do that? Like you
Oh,
can once you're
God.
there, you can't leave. That would be so great.
No, it would suck. I mean, it would work from a narrative perspective, but I hate
Yeah,
it.
but it'd be thematically consistent
Why does he have Mira with a blaster rifle?
because
Because
I'm
he's...
subverting
God.
subverting expectations.
Yeah, I guess so, but because that's dumb. Anyway, real dumb. He shouldn't have Mira with... She dual wields. She's unbelievably good dual wielding. She outputs more damage than you do with a lightsaber. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by that left side of the frame. Anyway, yeah, it is really fun. It is really cool narratively. It actually it makes a really interesting story and a bunch of really interesting story beats that he's going to ignore. But also it can be unbelievably frustrating if you don't know what you're doing. Did that answer your question? I don't know.
I guess so.
All right, keep on.
I can't remember what the question was.
Oh, this sounds like a really cool gameplay thing. And it is.
Yeah. It sounds like it's really cool, but also really not cool.
No, it's really cool if you know what you're doing. Really cool if you know what you're doing.
Nar Shaddaa is over, there is no question that your crew is tight, that they have moved past at least some of their differences towards a function. The experience isn't mechanically great, though, as some of the fights are very difficult, and you may not have paid attention to equipping some of your lesser-used party members.
Hey,
Nar Shaddaa is an experiment in RPG content distribution, an experiment I don't think succeeded. The sequence feels extremely uneven of quality, mood, and length. If we were hewing to the monomyth, this wouldn't have turned out that way. We would have had something tried, true, and stable. I'm grateful for the deviation, though. Even when I was underwhelmed by it, Nar Shaddaa is more unpredictable environment than others in Knights of the Old Republic 1. And it is one that is precious.
Hold on. I have to say that that's not necessarily the case, because there are two big innovative factors about this quest, about this little quest line. One, the player character is almost uninvolved because she's captured throughout most of it. The main objective is sending in teams, basically pincer striking to eventually rescue the exile. That is atypical. But the other thing that's innovative is the plot, is the mechanical structure of using specific characters in specific situations, one by one or small group by small group. That could completely happen within a traditional narrative structure. There's nothing about the monomyth that dictates gameplay.
That kind of happened in Empire in A New Hope when they're rescuing Leia.
Yeah, kind of. They split up.
Han and Luke and Chewie go actually rescue the princess, and then Obi-Wan sabotages.
Yeah,
and
Obi-Wan goes and does his own thing, which
has his duel with Vader.
Yeah, that doesn't match the monomyth. The mentor isn't supposed to go be a hero and do something. But the
mentor is supposed to die, though. But the mentor is supposed to die, though.
Yeah.
Which does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the mentor figure is, in some sense, a retired heroic figure.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in any case, like, in any case,
doesn't have to be.
Right. In any case, though, I think that, and now I will say, Kreia fits the mentor better than anyone in KOTOR 1. Because she doesn't die until the very end.
She's built to be that way, though.
Right. She does permanently leave you, though, near the end. So the mentor leaves but doesn't die, which is rare, but it does happen. And that's perfectly in line with the monomyth. Well, you kill her.
Then we kill her.
You kill her.
But she's not an all-devouring mother, though. I'm not sure what she would be symbolically.
The old crone, I think.
Okay, yeah, the old
I
old
mean,
crone
that is a
who's vicious
symbolic
with her.
archetype. That is a symbolic
Yeah,
archetype.
yeah,
So
you're right.
yeah, I think
She
that
doesn't
fits
have
best.
she doesn't have a matron or a maiden to
No,
complete her little trinity though.
she's the old maid.
Well, unless you count Atris, maybe actually she does. Atris is the matron, and
Yeah,
the exile is the maiden,
yeah,
the youngest.
yeah. I think that fits. I think that fits.
Hmm.
I don't know if the exile is the maiden. That really, I
She
think
would
no. I
be.
think
Well, I
handmaiden is the maiden if you are playing a male exile. But if you're not playing a male exile, you never encounter the handmaiden, so it doesn't really
oh
work.
yeah. Well, and Mila Sutra is canon exile, so that's why I was saying that.
Yeah. So, and also the handmaiden is not the maiden archetypally really at all. So, never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. Anyway, though, yeah, it's yeah. There's nothing about what I was saying about to his point, to Noah's point, is that there's nothing about the hero's journey archetypally that necessitates a normal and predictable gameplay structure. Like gameplay mechanics could still be wacky and crazy, and it could still track to the monomyth. It just happens to be that it also deviates here. So I think he's making way too much of the deviation.
Engineered others in Knights of the Old Republic 1. And it is one that is precision engineered to allow you to get to know many of the deeper aspects of your companions, from Krea's moral lessons to Atton's accidental revelations about his shady past. Throw in the only evil Wookiee I've ever seen in a piece of Star Wars media, and you've got me sold on it, despite the reservations and frustrations I have with its formatting. This is a strange, indirect story. It only goes to follow that it would unfold.
There was an evil Wookiee in KOTOR 1. Zalbar's brother. The one who was
He doesn't
working for
count.
Zerka. I totally think he counts. He's the main boss. He's the main villain
I would
of
imagine he counts.
Kashyyyk. Yeah, he's the main villain of Kashyyyk. I don't know why he couldn't think of that. He mentioned it like an hour ago in his video.
Maybe because he's not a that the Wookiee he's referring to right now. Can't he join your party? Or is this
No.
no? Okay, no.
This one only, the one in KOTOR 2, I forget his name. Whatever his name is. He can join your party, but only if you're already very dark side by the time you get to Nar Shaddaa. It's
Only if
very
you're
rare.
dark side. Yeah.
Very rare to be that dark side by the time you get to Nar Shaddaa. Anyway, moving on.
Fold in strange, indirect ways. Even the most straightforwardly Star Warsy plotline, involving a conniving royal relative plotting against a Republic-aligned queen on a far-flung border world, is chopped up and rearranged in an unusual way. The most public of the old Jedi Masters is assisting the Queen of Onderon with keeping the kingdom stable through a period of resentment and insurrection, just like how Telos is a question of whether Onderon is a question of whether it can even remain intact in the present tense. The Separatists fire on you and then claim the Ebon Hawk was a war vessel that the Republic was using to harass trade in the system. You have to hide, for a time, on a nearby jungle moon where you meet one of the few returning faces from the first game. Canderous Ordo has been given the traditional armor of Mandalore by Revan. He's now trying to resurrect the Mandalorian civilization, one mercenary band at a time, using this moon as a secret base. It's actually a regression for Canderous as a character. If you followed his optional dialogue out toward the end of the first game, he expressed regret, said he was tired of killing in the old ways, but here he is, passing those old ways down and perpetuating the cycles of violence. This moon is known to...
That's not
I
accurate.
think
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think that's kind of because he said one mercenary band at a time, that reminded me of the Mandalorian, how they're not how Din Djarin isn't a true Mandalorian, he's an adopted Mandalorian
I can see that.
in that tradition.
I can see that. But I think more fundamentally, what Canderous is upset about by the end of the dialogue in KOTOR 1, he's more upset that that the Mandalorians, including himself, are that they are mercenaries. That they're just off killing for money and they're just doing,
Instead
mercenary
of
stuff.
instead of their being in their full planetary nationalistic glory,
Yeah, instead of being
warriors of the galaxy.
Yeah, instead of being internally focused, instead of being a clan, instead of being united, he's upset that the Mandalorians are disunited and are no longer fighting honorably for a cause or anything like that. They're just fighting for money. That's what he's upset with. He's not upset that I'm so tired of just doing all this killing and stuff. No,
I
he
don't want to be the
freaking loves
Mandalorian
killing.
anymore.
God, he freaking loves killing, beginning to end of both games. It's just what he's killing for.
Isn't that
He wants to
one of
kill
the
for a
ways
purpose.
that you win him over is by being a great warrior?
Yeah, both games.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can actually talk to him in both cases about how you kicked the Mandalorians' asses. And he's like, hell yeah, you did. High five.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that was
I hate
badass.
you as much as I love you.
No, he doesn't hate you at all. He's just like, no, that was badass. No, he doesn't even resent either Revan or the Exile. Even though Revan was the strategic commander who completely trounced the Mandalorians, and the Exile is the one who personally slaughtered millions of them, he has no resentment for either of them whatsoever. He has intense respect for both of them, and just genuinely likes both of them. That is incredible, incredibly Mandalorian, very very like warrior honor culture thing,
Warrior
and it's
cast,
also
yes, quite.
but it's also a really interesting and unique thing about him as a character, because not all the Mandalorians think that way. A lot of the Mandalorians think that, oh, well, you're a Jedi. You've got like magic and stuff. So basically, it's the warrior's attitude towards mages. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't count because you didn't do it with your bare hand.
Yeah, it doesn't count. You use magic. But like in the case of Canderous, no, he has absolute respect for you just being an incredible badass with or without the Force. Doesn't matter. You kick their asses, and he can totally respect that. But like that's his attitude. His attitude is not, I'm just so tired of killing and stuff, and being a mercenary. No.
It's, I can't kill for the reasons I want to kill.
Right. I'm tired of killing pointlessly and dishonorably. That's what he's pissed about.
That tracks for a warrior like Canderous.
Yeah, 100%.
From that kind of cult.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway,
it's not like Solid Snake lamenting his status as a fool.
Yeah, the war never changes speech. Exactly.
No, actually, I was just thinking of his progression in character from Metal Gear 1.
Okay. I was thinking later.
Yeah, you should watch Icer Aesthetics. It's like 5 hours long, but it's good to watch in chunks. Icer Aesthetics did a playthrough commentary of Metal Gear 1, and he talks about Snake's journey.
Send me a link after the fact, and I will watch it, and then also I'll put it in the description so I don't forget afterwards. No. Anyway, all right, cool.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's I think his observation of Canderous is way off, but he kind of has a point about the whole Canderous becoming more of a symbol and less of an individual. That's fair. I think that is fair, but I don't see anything wrong or weird about that. He actively chooses to become more of a symbol for his people to rally behind. That's still a very voluntary action. Anyway.
End of the first game, he explained Canderous as a character. If you followed his optional dialogue out toward the end of the first game, he expressed regret, said he was tired of killing in the old ways, but here he is, passing those old ways down and perpetuating the cycles of violence. This moon is known to the Exile and to Canderous both. They fought here, against each other, in one of the earliest actions of the Mandalorian War. The jungle is littered with rotting ships and munitions. It bears external scars and reminders that the Exile otherwise keeps on the inside. The Mandalorians here are a strange case. Of course, there needs to have Jango Fett, they have to persist somehow, but there's something sad to me about Canderous becoming Mandalore. I liked him better as a man than as an archetype, and he's one of the few who reversed their polarity this way between KOTOR 1 and 2. Generally speaking, characters who would have been archetypes are given more specificity instead. The Mandalorian plotline just kind of fizzles.
Okay, he's wrong here as well. What about Karth and Bastila? Karth and Bastila both show up.
He said few returning faces, not only returning faces.
No, not just about returning faces, but he's one of the few he's one of the only returning faces who reverses his trajectory in this way. They do too. They both become more archetypal and less personal in this game. Because they faded into the background. They're like tertiary characters in this game. So of course
their part of the narrative is done without Revan.
Yeah, exactly.
Bastila is important to Revan's story, not to the Exile story.
Right. Now, it's also almost comical to me. It's almost comical to me that Bastila is shown to be still wandering around as a Jedi, like, with the Republic, and yet we're off, like, going around trying desperately to find Jedi, and we don't think to just sit on Citadel Station over Telos, where she is on her way to at the beginning of the game. Whatever, though. It's fine. I don't know.
We need to have our quest and wander in.
Yeah, exactly. That just bugs me a little bit. Anyway, side note. I digress. Moving on.
Fizzles, too. Quest line. You solve a murder mystery, you do some other stuff, and then you get kicked out to do a different planet while the civil unrest continues to brew. Onderon isn't beholden to you or your timeline just because you're the player character. The monomyth is a method of storytelling that is myopically focused on the hero, on what makes them more than human. Knights of the Old Republic 2 says that it is not the force that is universally binding. It is the repercussions of even the smallest actions that we take. The last two planets are the simplest and most familiar.
Hold on. That's actually... Those are equivalent. The idea of the force, the light side of the force, of following the will of the force, is to align one's own will with the will of the force. So the pathways of destiny, if you will. And so those consequences of your actions, because they are so unpredictable, the force can predict them because it has a foreseeing will. And so if you act in a weird sort of way, in a way that is following the will of the force, then yes, it's going to have these long-lasting, far-reaching repercussions. But those are going to be good repercussions because the will is guiding those, or the will of the force is guiding those repercussions. But if you're acting of your own will against the will of the force, in other words, if you're manipulating it for the dark side, then those repercussions are going to be your own fault, and they are going to be disordered. That's the whole point.
It's kind of like the idea of aligning your will to the will of God, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Yes, that is correct. Oh God, Eric could and should and would speak more to this. If you're listening, jump on and explain Jovev's philosophy of the Force. I don't know if you are or not, but one of her RP characters, Dovev, who actually has been in my D&D game also briefly. But he's an Umbaran Jedi who got adopted into the Jedi too late and basically just became a contemplative philosopher because he didn't like the whole combative stuff about the Jedi because his people were murderous psychopaths and he hated that. Anyway, he basically was also a heretic who believed in monotheism behind the Force. That the Force is either a manifestation of a monotheistic God or is an emanation from or an expression of a monotheistic God, because metaphysically it has to be. But he's quiet about it because otherwise the Jedi will get mad at him.
He's also a nice drow in D&D.
Yes, he's also a nice drow in D&D. I mean, Umbaran and drow are very, very similar. Skypally especially. Anyway, moving on. Let's see what he has to say about Dantooine and Korriban.
The last two planets are the simplest and most familiar, Dantooine and Korriban. The academies on each are shattered and empty, and as such hold little interest besides the dungeoneering aspect. These are symbols that KOTOR 2 does care about, however. The Jedi path led to ruin because of their inaction against the true dangers of the world. They waited too long, and then Malak was upon them. The Sith path led to ruin because egotism as a public virtue is a snake that eats its own tail. It will always wax and wane again and again. Neither academy has anything left to teach the player after the first game. Kreia does. Kreia offers a vision of the Force that is fearsomely hateful, but at the same time, resonantly just in many ways. No. She is, to boil it down, a Force anarchist. The system must be dismantled at the root for lives to improve. Kreia's burning hatred for the Force is, at its heart, a critical disagreement with the
No. Let him finish.
Let him finish. All right, you're right.
I was laughing because of your deadpan. Yes. No.
Oh, yeah, yes, it is violently hateful. No, it's not just. Shut up. Moving on. Let's see what he has to say. Let's hear him out. Then we'll go after this. Okay.
A Force anarchist. The system must be dismantled at the root for lives to improve. Kreia's burning hatred for the Force is, at its heart, a critical disagreement with the fundamental ramifications of the monomyth, with Campbell's celebration of puritanical monasticism, and with the tyranny of destiny. In the less useful second half of Hero with a Thousand Faces.
Should I go back over that? Or?
No.
Go ahead.
Puritanical monasticism.
Oh, that's a callback. That's a callback.
Yeah, it's a callback. It's a callback to what we were just bitching about.
No. This is a callback to what we were bitching about like 2 months ago or 3 months ago or whatever, when we were talking about KOTOR 1. Because he interprets. Remember, every time that Campbell says feminine, he interprets that to mean female. And so he interprets the Temptress to mean hot
the
lady,
feminine.
therefore booba
Always,
equals bad.
always the feminine. Right?
Right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
so
No,
he's
I think
interpreting he's interpreting
it
the
calls back.
temptress. He's
It
interpreting the
calls back.
temptress to mean that sexuality is intrinsically evil or intrinsically
Right.
wrong or something that the hero should not pursue, which is just a horrible
I think it
misreading of
calls
Campbell.
back to what we were bitching about like hours ago too,
Yeah, yeah.
with the post structuralism though. Him and that's why I paused that puritanical monasticism. Like
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
I
not.
mean,
Campbell is not a puritanical monastic at
he's a
all.
Catholic,
He's a what?
he's a Catholic, which is worse for all of you anti-structure people.
They think we're puritanical monastics.
I
Though.
know, because they don't understand what. Anyway,
yeah. If it's not deviant over sexualization, then it's puritanical monasticism.
it's the other extreme. Yes, exactly.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that he doesn't bring up George Lucas's idea that he brought up like retrospectively that the Jedi could totally have one night stands as long as they don't form attachments.
I think he's attacking just purely the
Campbell
structural
aspect
view.
of it. Yeah, I think
The
you're right.
structural
I think you're right. He could have fit that in though. He really could have, but I'm glad he didn't because it would have been a distraction.
It doesn't fit his narrative through line right now. He's talking about specifically structures and he's agreeing with Kreia that structure's bad. We should destroy it all.
Right.
It's tyranny disguised as free will.
Mm-hmm.
Wah.
And also, I mean, I will say, and he might agree with me on this, that George Lucas saying the whole like Jedi aren't necessarily celibate. They just don't marry or have attachments. I'm pretty sure that's like post hoc. That's entirely post hoc. There was nothing about that was in the original intention, because any reasonable person would realize that sex forms attachments.
It kind of okay, reasonable, but we live in an age where free love and free sex has gone to such an extent where people do genuinely believe that you can have sex that's completely attachmentless.
I guess
believe
so.
this.
Lucas was writing as a 70s hippie, so I guess maybe you're right. I don't know. He's got an element of 70s hippiness too.
I think they're wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's it's the same thing with polyamory. It's a very rare person who can have that kind of relationship with another person and not form some sort of attachment, and then to push it
it's weirdly sociopathic in a way.
It's weirdly sociopathic, and to have multiple of those relationships in a greater mesh, in a greater super relationship between all members. I think you have to be, if not a little sociopathic, very, very, very cognizant of emotional consequences, and most people are not cognizant of the emotional consequences of their actions, not at all. And even if you can start that way, I couldn't see it lasting long. I couldn't see it lasting more than 2 or 3 years.
It seldom does.
No.
Anyway,
it breaks down.
Anyway, I digress. That was a side issue and side point. So let's keep going. Let's hear him out about Kreia, and then we'll finish picking him apart here.
Fundamental ramifications of is, at its heart, a critical disagreement with the fundamental ramifications of the monomyth, with Campbell's celebration of puritanical monasticism, and with the tyranny of destiny. In the less useful second half of Hero with a Thousand Faces, Campbell lays down his argument for the universal application of the monomyth. Quote, "And so, to grasp the full value of the mythological figures, to understand that they are not only symptoms of the unconscious, as indeed are all human thoughts and acts, but also controlled and intended statements of certain spiritual principles, which have remained as constant throughout the course of human history as the form and nervous structure of the human physique itself. Briefly formulated, the universal doctrine teaches that all the visible structures of the world, all things and beings, are the effects of a ubiquitous power out of which they rise, which supports and fills them during their period of manifestation, and back into which they must ultimately dissolve. This is the power known to science as energy, to the Melanesians as mana, to the Sioux Indians as Wakanda, to the Hindus as Sakti, and the Christians as the power of God. Its manifestation in the psyche is termed by the psychoanalysts libido, and its manifestation in the cosmos is the structure and the flux of the universe itself." End quote. Are energy, mana, Wakanda, Sakti, libido, and the power of God all one concept? Good lord, fuck no. It diminishes them all to force them together in such a way that we ignore the differences that make each expression spiritually or scientifically unique and powerful. Yet, this is as close to the textbook definition.
Sorry, say again?
They follow the same function in their respective culture.
Yes, and that's the crucial part. And I think that's what he thinks that Campbell is saying that they are identical, whereas
Yeah.
what Campbell is actually saying is that they play the same social role.
They play the same role, exactly.
Yes, he's interpreting
remember,
Campbell's statements. How I would put this is Noah is interpreting Campbell's statements theologically or maybe metaphysically, whereas Campbell intended them sociologically
yeah, I remember
or
getting really pissed off the first
anthropologically,
time I
maybe.
watched it. I remember getting really ticked off the first time I watched this part, 'cause it's like,
Yeah,
no, like that's not. They're
I
not the
mean,
same. They have the same. It's the same root. It's the same root idea, and they follow the same root function. But
yeah.
obviously, there are different cultural variations and deviations that don't make them exactly the
Hold
same.
on. Let me find a
Although
quote.
I would argue from a Christian perspective, it would behoove us to,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
if you're trying to evangelize properly, I think it behooves us not to root out pagan culture, but to integrate and assimilate and refine and show them where the similarities begin and where the similarities end.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, if you just stamp out a culture, you breed resentment, and that over the generations that leads to the principles not actually sticking in the way you want them to.
I think that yes, I think that yeah, this kind of this monomythic structure lends a kind of it lends a kind of stability, a social stability, by having this particular role fulfilled by something that is transcendent. So I think absolutely you're right there. That is the kind of social role for, I mean, broadly speaking, for religion, but specifically for this kind of aspect of it. I have a question. When was A Hero with a Thousand Faces published?
Oh, I can tell you that one definitely.
Yes, please do, because I'm curious, because I'm
First
about to.
edition, 1949. Second edition,
Ah! I knew it!
1968.
I knew it! Ah, I win. Mine's older.
Yeah,
Mine's older. What?
Copyright 1949 by Bollingen Foundations Incorporated, New York, New Jersey, published by Princeton University Press, Princeton, New Jersey. This volume is the 17th in a series of books sponsored by Bollingen Foundation. I'm not sure what edition I have, though.
Okay, no, that doesn't matter.
Bollingen.
Edition doesn't matter. You're 1949. I gotcha. I win. Mine's older. Quote, this conception in all its forms, Platonic, Aristotelian, Stoic, Christian, and Oriental alike, I shall henceforth refer to for brevity simply as the Tao. Some of the accounts of which I have quoted will seem perhaps to many of you merely quaint or even magical. But what is common to them all is something we cannot neglect. It is the doctrine of objective value, the belief that certain attitudes are really true and others really false, of the kind of thing the universe is and the kind of things that we are. Those who know the Tao can hold that to call children delightful or old men venerable is not simply to record a psychological fact about our own parental or filial emotions at the moment, but to recognize a quality which demands a certain kind of response from us, whether we make it or not, etc. Does that sound familiar?
It's just there.
Do you know what that's from?
What's that from?
That's from C.S. Lewis, The Abolition of Man.
Oh my god, of course it
Published
is.
1944. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh man. No, it's because that idea, this idea that there is something which unites societies, was in the milieu at the time.
It's almost like it all falls back to that, and you can't get away from it. You can't escape.
It's almost like they're right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, who would have thought? But no, he's absolutely right, because all of these things, just like Campbell, Lewis is not pointing out that these are all the same thing. They're both just pointing out that these have
that it exists to begin with, and that
right.
it is inescapable.
That there is something to which they all refer commonly, even if they're specifics. Even if it's
different even if it's
different manifestations, different descriptions, different emphases, or even some could have errors. That's fine. Doesn't matter. They're all pointing towards the same thing, perfectly or imperfectly, in different ways. So yeah, I think that I love it, because that really caught my mind. That comparison really jumped out at me. And I hadn't made that connection before, but yeah, that is that's absolutely Lewis's idea about what he calls the Tao, or the way, the doctrine of objective value, which is common to every society that has ever existed. And Lewis isn't stupid enough to think that the moral rules of like actual Taoist China and the moral rules of early 20th century
Christendom.
Anglican England are anything like the same, but they point towards the same thing in the very same way that Campbell's talking about. So yeah. Anyway,
Transcendental truth.
yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Very well said. Transcendental truth. That all things are a sort of instantiation of or a reflection of in different ways. Right. The oh god, what is that? There's a proverb. I think it's actually from Proverbs about this. That it's either from Proverbs or Plato, and I mix them up a lot, and I apologize for that to everyone. But it's something about how um the quality of the reflection or the aspects reflected is in large part determined by the medium of the medium that is reflecting. That's a way too philosophical way of saying it. And that's not how the source is saying it.
It depends on the medium that you are referring to. Like, video
Maybe
games reflect things differently from books, reflect things differently from oral traditions, reflect things differently
Exactly.
from movies, and
Yeah.
even down to the interpersonal story of everyone else's individual journeys.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to it. I'm gonna scooch it back just a bit, and let's see what more he has to say about Kreia, and see if I get mad again and have to stop.
Them all to force them together in such a way that we ignore the differences that make each expression spiritually or scientifically unique and powerful. Yet, this is as close to the textbook definition of the Force as we can get without just trusting Wikipedia to explain it to you.
He is correct.
It is all things, including a physical part of you, a countable number of midichlorians in your blood. You can't deny the Force for personal reasons or cultural reasons any more than you can deny farted at least once in your lifetime. It is inescapable, binding, it plays favorites, it picks winners and losers, it takes all of the many possible modes of sentient expression and boils them down into two opposingly creating heroes, villains, and a multitude of formless, faceless nobodies crying from the rooftops for the redeeming hero with a shining blade. Kreia is the kill your darlings writing advice come to life.
What now?
Do you think it picks heroes and villains, or are heroes and villains arise from the willingness to obey it or not?
I think it's more the latter.
Yeah, that's what I think it is too.
There's a sense in which you can say it picks heroes.
Yeah, like Anakin, people with high midichlorian counts, people who are force sensitive, who are capable of embodying these journeys.
Right,
but it does not. It doesn't pick villains in that it predestines these people for evil.
Right.
Villains arise because in opposition to it.
It's
or
more like
of it.
Right, and I think it's more like a synergistic model of the Force offers you heroism. The Force, to put it in Campbell's terms, the Force does the inciting incident, and then you can refuse the call or not. There you go. That's a good analogy, I think.
Or you can go, or you can.
You can refuse the call, or you can follow the hero's journey. Either way.
Follow the hero's journey, or you can become a fallen hero and.
Right, or you can start along the hero's journey and then collapse and fall in upon yourself. Either way, yeah. So you've got options. You've got options. But yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's wrong that the Force doesn't exactly pick heroes and villains. Kind of picks heroes, but it's still up to the hero. All right, anyway, continuing on a bit. I'm going to scooch back a moment again. There we go.
Formless, faceless nobodies crying from the rooftops for the redeeming hero with a shining blade. Kreia is the kill your darlings writing advice come to life, and nothing is more darling or more comfortably vulnerable in Star Wars than its uncritical devotion to the hero's journey. Let's look first, then, to the heroes that Kreia has produced. Knights of the Old Republic 2 adds the detail that it was Kreia who taught Revan before she went off to Mandalorian Wars. In the first game, the simple divisions between Light and Dark, Republic and Empire made it difficult to contextualize just how much damage Revan and Malak caused in starting the Jedi Civil War. Everything fits so neatly into the boxes of what you'd expect from a Star Wars story that it was difficult to assign blame in a personal way. Everything was fulfilling its role as a mythic constant, and so nothing seemed especially notable or amiss about Revan as a villain. One side of the coin, the Sith. The other side, the Jedi. Keep flipping the coin until you're dramatically satisfied. So let's reframe the character and reframe the question. Instead of Revan as a representation of mythic duality, consider Revan as a student of their world, a student of the Force. What would Kreia have said to Revan that would have shaped her into the later duality, supposing we ignore all the chosen by destiny nonsense that rides in the monomyth's wake? The same thing she says to the exile, the same reason she's so thoroughly obsessed with your character. Kreia's counsel is to be zealous.
Okay, what do you think it says by contrast? What do you think is the contrast point that's a better interpretation? Because you're right. I get there's something wrong with the way he's describing it, but I can't put my finger on it yet. So if you got, what do you think?
I don't know.
I think maybe.
Because it goes back,
Go ahead.
it goes back to some people not having a destiny.
Maybe. I think maybe he's sweeping aside the whole
I don't know.
destiny thing too quickly.
Maybe we should put a pin in that. I don't know.
Maybe we gotta. I'm gonna speculate. I might be wrong about this, but I think that the fact that Revan fell and was redeemed was not as a result of Krea's teachings. It was, maybe it was.
I don't
Maybe.
know.
So okay,
I think that was that aspect of it was all Revan.
maybe. So
Not the falling part. The falling part was definitely Krea.
Not exclusively though, because again, the reason Revan fell was because he fell for the trap. He fell into the trap of the Mandalorian Wars set by Vishit. And the reason he fell into the trap was because he was overly ambitious, maybe. I mean, if we're to give Noah credit here, maybe we should say he was overly willful or overly individualistic as opposed to the Jedi Council. So maybe we could say something like that.
That is something that Krea would cultivate in him as a
Yeah.
in opposition to the Jedi Council and in opposition to the Force.
Yeah, so maybe we can say something like that. I still think it's a hell of a stretch though. But yeah, so pin in this. There might be something here, but let's put a pin in that and come back to it.
I could have just been objecting to his tone, or it could just be too tired to articulate properly. But something
I'm
about
I'm objecting to his tone a little bit too, so that's fair. That's fair. I think he's wildly too dismissive here of the hero's journey of Revan. In a way that this game is not, because I do think this game does keep the hero's journey intact, both for the exile, but also more importantly, sort of retrospectively for Revan. Retrospectively for Revan, maybe even more than the structure of the first game allowed.
It's the chosen by destiny part that's the stickler for me, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. There's something odd about that, and okay, maybe it's because I never got the impression that Revan was chosen by destiny.
No, well, like we were saying earlier, he can fit into any historical time period.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
If anything,
because it's about his
by destiny.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, because Revan, it's not so much destiny and him just being drawn into it. The exile it is, but for Revan, it's more about his fundamental character traits, I think. Because we're talking about his fundamental character traits,
which anybody could embody, which embodies the hero's journey, in that the hero's journey is the journey of individuation, which everyone goes through to some extent.
Yeah.
Either fully or mostly
in his personal and unique sort of way. So it's not like everyone does it in the same manner.
No,
right? He's a very different hero than Luke Skywalker, obviously.
You can what's the word? You can
instantiate the archetype.
And it still tracks.
Right, you instantiate the archetype in a particular way, just like to use a platonic or Platonist metaphor. There are a whole bunch of different kinds of chairs, but they all instantiate chairness in the same sort of way, right?
It's like
I don't know about you, but
like the whole tree allegory. The tree tree transcends treedom, but all trees harken back to it in some fundamental way.
Right. Yeah. And the example I use is like I ask, okay, how many legs does a chair have? And inevitably, all my students say, oh, it has 4 legs. And then I say, look down, and then they're all sitting in chairs with wheels on them.
Me too.
And blow their goddamn minds.
Oh yeah, it's
about. But I'm like, no, they're still chairs. It's just that you got something a little bit super specific. That's all.
That's the prototype in their mind is
exactly.
Legs.
Yeah,
that goes back to cognitive science and how we are so reliant on schemas and symbols and all of that, all the stuff we use to automatically process the world are, they become one and the same.
Yeah, and I mean we're far too quick to rely on images rather than concepts. Like the concept of a chair has no particular number of legs, but it has a solid base.
It's why when you ask small children to draw a crayon picture of a house, they inevitably have smoke coming out of the chimney, even though most children nowadays wouldn't know what a chimney was and wouldn't know that smoke came out of a chimney, but they still inevitably draw it because it is archetypally sound.
It's archetypal in the imagination.
Yeah, something
rather
about
than
fire
rather than
fire in the
concept.
hearth as a place of rest and respite is it
Yeah,
transcends human culture and is written into our genes almost, or
yeah,
into our
that's
meme
that's true.
at least.
I
The intercession of
when we went
meme and
over
game.
when we went over my mother-in-law's for Christmas, she's got a nice fireplace and had it going for Christmas, like after Christmas dinner. And I
That's what
was and I was just like, I couldn't, for some reason the phrase domesticated fire just would not leave my mind. I don't know if that's relevant at all or if it's just midnight 30, but there you go. Anyway, all right, let's keep going before it's past midnight 30. Oh wait, it is, but let's keep going anyway.
Larry never
Destiny
showed up.
nonsense
I'm
that would have
angry.
shaped her into the later duality, supposing we ignore all the chosen by destiny nonsense that rides in the monomyth's wake. The same thing she says to the exile, the same reason she's so thoroughly obsessed with your character. Krea's counsel is to be zealously individual. The zealotry, a required part of the package, because it's heretical to suggest that the individual could possibly know better or do better than the structure and flux of the universe itself. In the final battle before the Civil War, at Malachor
Right.
V, your protagonist had killed millions in an instant. The exile's special power has always been a form of force empathy, to reach out and easily entangle themselves in the lives of others. To snuff out so many at once and feel that genocide like a wave washing over you, well, that was what caused the exile to lose connection to the Force. Before that wave hit, in that sliver of a moment before the pain destroyed him, the exile closed the door on that connection. The Jedi never punished him. He ran. To Krea, this
Do you think that universal I feel like this idea of the exile as universal compassion kind of it precurses BioWare's obsession with the feminine hero's journey.
That's an interesting
That
point.
it is. It just occurred to me actually.
Yeah, because I hadn't thought of that.
I was annoyed. I was annoyed. I was being annoyed again that his exile isn't canon female exile. But it kind of
Yeah.
hit me that that forced compassion is a quintessential feminine trait.
Wow, that's actually a really good point. I hadn't thought of that
Yeah,
either. Because I always thought
yeah.
of, see, that's the thing. I always thought of KOTOR 2 as closer to the hero's journey, and KOTOR 1 is a little bit closer to the heroine's journey. But
No,
now
no.
that you bring this up,
I think it is exactly reversed.
excuse me, yeah, now that you bring this up, I do think that, yeah,
You are drawing together the Jedi Council like Shepard draws together her companions for the Suicide Run.
oh, and the Citadel Council
And the Citadel Council and Revan is
organizes them together
Revan
into a force, into
into it.
cooperation.
Yeah, yeah.
No, yeah, I think, oh my god, I know, I think you're right. That's actually a really good point.
And
I hadn't really put that together.
Revan individuates. Yeah, no, that's funny how they each
Yeah.
share aspects that seem on the surface better suited to the other, but are actually
hmm
yeah.
I think it's just because BioWare hadn't gotten its heroine's
No,
journey archetype sorted out yet. And
early in
also,
their
to be fair, this game was not made by BioWare. This was Obsidian. But like
well,
it still it follows
there's
the
not
narrative
enough
standpoint.
there's not enough chaotic neutral mailmen for that.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some. There's a guy that you sell your ship to who then gets attacked by a bunch of slavers and gives it back to you. That's kind of Obsidian-ish.
They have to be the protagonist.
Yeah.
You really should play New Vegas because I
Yeah.
feel
I don't know. I can never get into
hey,
Fallout.
yeah,
I can never get into Fallout. That's true. Maybe what Eric and I've talked about doing is she can play it and I'll just talk over it. That might be fun. I'll commentate while she's playing and we'll talk about it.
Erica's style of RP is very serious and very high
Yeah.
in this character. The
Yeah.
reason I said the chaotic neutral mailman is because the
Main character is
the community
basically
the community understanding of that character is no, I'm pretty much just a fucker actually.
Yeah. Anyway, and my point though, right, about I think that they are symbolically mixed up and jumbled a little bit. But now that I think about it, now that we're talking about this, I do think that Revan is much closer to the archetypal hero rather than the heroine, the masculine hero. Because he is, despite the importance of his companions, the companions are important to him to complete the mission. He is the one who completes the mission. He is Revan. Whereas the exile is the one bringing everything together. And I hadn't really thought of it that way because the particular companions aren't that important until
neither had I until now, and I got annoyed at Noah again for not making his exile female.
Yeah. And I mean, it's because of, well, first of all, it's because of her personality and her powers. But then also it's because the reason I hadn't identified it before is because it's not the like companions, like the playable companions, that are the particularly important
that are being
people
drawn
that she
together.
organizes it. It's the galaxy as a
Yeah,
whole that she's holding together in this motherly sort of way.
yeah.
So yeah,
And
I think this does fit.
manifested through the Jedi Council that she
Yes,
physically draws together.
I mean, in the Republic, in
Yeah, yeah.
the
I mean, just
political
like in
organization of the Republic, because
pure
the whole
individual
plot,
embodied form.
right? But the whole plot though is about bringing and holding the Republic together, which is on the verge of collapse, of falling apart. And you are the glue. You're the thing that is reaching over and holding the thing. I get like impressions of arms reaching around the whole Republic and just kind of
Yeah,
giving it a
like
big
that.
hug, you know? Motherly
Right,
hug.
right.
Because Telos, the whole point is that Telos is the tipping point. If Telos succeeds, if the rebuilding effort on Telos succeeds, then that will allow the Republic to rebuild much more of the galaxy. If Onderon is kept within the Republic, then they can be a major rallying point for the Republic, and they can be this loyal this point of solidarity. If the exchange is ordered towards the formation and maintenance of the Republic rather than ordered towards chaos and the Empire, then it can be sort of glue that manages to hold the Republic together rather than this force of chaos. Dantooine, you are you're literally holding together the community of Kunda by protecting it from outside threats and uniting it against them. Yeah, it's oh my gosh, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This fits perfectly. I had never put two and two together there, but yeah, that totally fits. Well done. Well done, Eddie. You noticed. You noticed something that had about my own theory that I didn't even notice it and how it applies. Awesome. Oh, fantastic. All right, let's keep
Student
going
has
because that
surpassed
was
the master.
yeah, man, no, that was good. That was great because I like I said, I hadn't noticed it because it's not the way I'm used to seeing it. The way I'm used to seeing it
Yeah,
is like
that was
it's
really
the
obvious
particular
to me.
companions. Yeah, it's I'm used to seeing it like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
particular companions because my archetype
Well, and
is
you're used to the Mass Effect model after they had refined and perfected it.
exactly, and that's why I didn't see this sort of proto example of it, even though it's just as good of an example. So yeah, it totally does make sense to me. It does fit that the exile is female. Badass. All right, let's keep going.
To Kreia, this was destroyed him. The exile closed the door on that connection. The Jedi never punished him. He ran. To Kreia, this was an act of beautiful rebellion. Every act the exile has chosen since then has been an act of true free will, unbound by the Force, by destiny, by expectation. The exile is a radical, terrifying figure to the established world order of Star Wars because he stands apart from it, a creature of agency without divinity. At the very end, why me? And she chides you that you must have been expecting some last-minute revelation, but there are none. She chose the exile because of his pain, his failures, because he had turned his back on the hero's journey when that journey brought him at last to Malachor 5. The Force is...
Nope, that's wrong.
It's also wrong.
That is just misquoting Kreia. That's just
Individual
misquoting
without divinity.
It's not that. The reason that Kreia selects the exile and chooses the exile to sort of hold on to is because the exile was uniquely or almost uniquely capable of turning away from the Force, of surviving without the Force. Right? Because Kreia thinks that it is basically impossible for almost anyone to live without the Force, especially Force users. The exile,
because they're sensitive to it. They're more attuned to it. Therefore, if they were to live without it, it would kill them. They would die.
Yeah, even normal people, even non-Force sensitive people, even non-Force sensitive people are dependent upon the Force in some way, to some degree, and even they, because it's so unconscious for them, for it to be ripped away from them would still probably kill them. But somebody like the exile, who is capable of willingly and voluntarily turning away from the Force and cutting oneself off from something so fundamental to one's existence and one's being, which is a little bit weird generally to think about, but whatever. Kreia takes that to be something unique about the exile and something that
she's intensely jealous of the exile for
yes, because she can't do it. She
can't do it.
She cannot do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's also a major point that the crone that also fits with the archetype of the crone. She is always jealous of the maiden
Yeah, of of
and the
of
matron.
the vessel of fertile potential,
Mhm. And
which
of
this is which
fertility. So the matron as well. The crone is jealous of both the maiden and the matron.
which is why she pushes
Envious, not jealous.
and which is why she pushes what's her face over the edge.
Right, exactly. So yeah, no, I think that fits all too well, and I think that Noah misses this. I think probably because, well, look on screen, male exile.
But even if the exile was feminine, he is so averse to symbols, and that is
Yeah,
a very traditional symbol, and he would see it as oppressive somehow
yeah, I think you're
because
right. I think you're right.
male feminism. So even if he was playing as a female exile, he wouldn't understand that facet of it because
Yeah,
it respects femininity in its true symbolic glory more than he or any of his ilk are willing to give it
yeah.
credit for.
And I think, I mean, him playing as a male exile is just representative. It's just a sort of symbolic representation of the error that he's making here. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're closer to right than I am. It's not because he's playing a male exile. He's playing a male exile because he makes the mistake that you're pointing out. So yeah, I think you're more fundamentally right. Yeah, I think that, like I said, I think part of it is the feminine, and part of it is he has a little hobby horse here. He wants Kreia to be subversive to the hero's journey rather than just subversive to the Force, and so he needs to make the exile not special. Even though Kreia is like, no, you are super special. You are like the specialist person in the whole galaxy that I have ever seen, and almost uses those words. Like, no, he's just wrong. He's just not misinterpreting. He's just misquoting Kreia because he has a particular conclusion that he wants to draw here. And I think he's either intentionally distorting what Kreia has to say, but that's uncharitable. I think more likely he's hearing certain things that he wants to
Towards
hear
destiny,
and not
towards
others.
villainy, heroism, or obscurity. You aren't supposed to be able to just walk away. In fact,
Shit,
according
sorry.
to Campbell, a
No, you're
refusal of
good.
the call
You're good. I was done.
No, it was the cat. She likes to
I was
stretch out.
That's fine. Good job, Cat. I was done anyway. Let's go back 10 seconds though, and let's hear that again.
chose the exile because of his pain, his failures, because he had turned his back on the hero's journey when that journey brought him at last to Malachor 5. The Force is supposed to guide all things towards a destiny, towards villainy, heroism, or obscurity. You aren't supposed to be able to just walk away. In fact, according to Campbell, a refusal of the call is the equivalent of a spiritual death sentence. It makes sense that Kreia taught Revan this, because the ability of the character and the interactive elements of free will you have a hand in shaping as the player does come dangerously close to defying destiny. The first game simply arranges destiny to fork one way or the other for you. Revan never breaks free from destiny or operates outside of it. She just holds the seeds of each possibility. Even the dialogue trees reflect this. Revan gets good or evil, kind or cruel, 7 to 9 different stops on the moral gradient to choose from. So it comes down to the exile to make the same choices that Revan made, but then to return, not as the boonbringer, but as the diminished self, broken against the rocks of his own choices and divorced from mythic destiny. To return and then answer for the crimes that the exile's mythic counterpart could not be held accountable for, and this too, by choice. Kreia hates the Force, but she loves you, truly loves you, because of the courage it takes to take the world on your shoulders without being an inhuman titan, like Atlas was. Her other students turned out a lot worse, and it's interesting to reflect on why. The Sith Lords are some of the most
Anything to say on any of that? Because I don't know. I feel like he's partially right, but there's a lot he misses. But I don't know. Wait, any thoughts?
Um,
He's closer. I think he's getting closer there. That Kreia sees you as something unique. It's just I think that he's reading way too much of the hero's journey, the subversion of the hero's journey into it.
yeah, I kind of got that impression too. I just didn't have anything constructive to say about it because my nose is sore because my glasses are broken. That's
Oh
a long
no.
story.
Oh, I hate when that
Well,
happens.
I'm using old glasses because my other
Oh,
old
I know
pair
what
of
you mean.
glasses, the one arm fell off, and then my new
Oh,
pair of glasses I broke within a week of having them, so they're all being fixed. So now I'm
oh god.
back to my other older glasses, which are more durable than the other two put together, but they're kind of bent in, so the
Oh,
I,
okay.
the eyepiece pushes on my nose, and if I have it on for too long, it gets sore.
There's a while, like a couple months ago, that I had my only pair of glasses that I had that actually still worked. They were missing one of the nose pieces, and so I just had to bend the other one
I've
out
had
of the
that.
way and have it just rest on
Yeah,
my fridge.
luckily these glasses have both of their little comfort nodule. I don't know what the technical term for that is, but
The
yeah,
nose bits. I don't know.
Yeah, I've had pairs of glasses where the nose bits were gone, and that was agony.
Yeah, that's basically what I had to deal with for like a week. It
Ugh.
sucked. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think he's onto something here, but he's making too much of it.
He's
You know?
making he's trying to be too overly subversive to the hero's journey because that's his thesis.
Yes, I agree. I think that's about right. All right, let's keep going.
At least
On
that's
to
my
the
impression. I'm
yeah,
sure
on
there's
to
something deeper here.
on to Scion and Nihilus. Let's see what he has to say about them.
Compelling characters in the game. The Sith Lords are some of the most compelling characters in the game, as they occupy positions so far outside the norm of Jedi thought and action, or even more standardized Sith action like you had with Malak. In teaching others to hate the Force with the same ferocity that she does, Kreia failed to account for how that hate would have space witch than she. The first of her villain students, Darth Sion, is a man who literally refuses to die. Darth Plagueis the Wise was a fucking wannabe nerd compared to Sion's mastery over death. He represents the most stubborn possible refusal to yield to the universal.
But it's not will for mastery.
Life,
it's
rebirth.
inevitable.
Virtue is in the continuation of.
What do you mean?
Well, because Plagueis was trying to cheat death, Sion literally cannot die. I think that's different.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think Scion. They're very similar in principle.
Yeah.
They use the same analogies. They use the same metaphors, right?
They're
Plagueis
different in execution, though.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, extremely. Plagueis does it very scientifically, but they both use this metaphor of talking about what death is when the vessel that is your life becomes porous and the Force starts seeping and dripping out through it. And the further you are away from life, the less of the Force you can hold within yourself. And so as it pours away, that's you slipping away to death. They both use the same metaphor. It's just, Plagueis talks about it in terms of the literal midichlorians leaving your cells and trying to figure out a way to keep them in there forcibly, whereas Scion is literally shattered, and yet he's just holding the Force in through rage and hatred and loathing and all that. So they are similar, but the execution, you're right, is wildly radically different.
Well, and I think it's kind
and
of
the motivation. Motivation's very different too.
Motivation is different, and why I said Plagueis wants to cheat death. He wants to cheat death and overcome death and become a god.
Yeah.
Like figure because of that. Whereas Scion, he literally can't. He can't die. He can't.
Yeah, it's not like it's his choice.
It's not like it's not his choice. It is an unconscious manifestation of his hatred of the Force. He hates so much that he holds.
Well, it's not that he hates. I also a little bit disagree with him here. I don't think he hates the Force. I think he just hates.
Life?
He hates he hates the good. He's opposed to the good, particularly the good for others, because he is constantly in such terrible suffering. That suffering is keeping him alive. Because he wishes to spread it to others. He wants others to experience the same suffering that he does.
So he's alive. He lives through spite.
Yes, exactly. He's the embodiment of spite, I think. I think that's probably the best way of describing him.
I feel like there's something deeper here, but again, my nose hurts and I can't.
No, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty much it. He's just the embodiment of spite, and I don't know. I can quote Kenobi again.
Oh no.
Oh, what is it? The thing that the knockoff Grand Inquisitor says after he didn't actually die. Something like, oh god, what was it? Revenge does wonders for the will to live. Even though it sounds nothing like the Grand Inquisitor, because I've actually watched Rebels. Anyway, but yeah, it's basically that. It's this absolute hatred and loathing. Purely it's the will to keep going, not to do anything productive or good or useful, but the will to keep going so you can make everyone else as miserable as you are.
There are some people who live very long, productive lives in pursuit of that goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton. Anyway. Anyway, that's how she's still alive, obviously.
I know why she's alive because she bathes in the blood of virgins like George Soros.
Same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, they're not virgins after her husband's done with them, but anyway. Anyway, what was I saying? Something about Scion? And hatred and Through spite, yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Syllogisms. There's something deeper here about why Scion is alive. Why Scion has eternal life and why Plagueis covets it.
Oh, that's the other thing. This is actually something that I did see in my game that is rare, mostly because you have to have a female exile and you have to follow certain dialogue paths with Scion. That he's basically infatuated with you.
Yeah, I remember. I was there for that part.
Yeah. It's a neat part. That's a neat aspect because he finally sees someone who can absorb all of the suffering that he can dish out, and he sees that as something beautiful and something that he cannot destroy.
Right,
because the way he sees things,
ultimately allows him to die.
Yeah, pretty much. Because the way he sees things is there are these things, these other people that I can make suffer, but I can't make her suffer. So there's something beyond my reach that he sees that is kind of beautiful.
Like Beauty and the Beast aesthetic.
A little bit,
idea.
Yeah. A little bit,
yeah. Just a tad, not overt, and
not entirely.
Definitely
there's differences.
Definitely not an intentional, symbolic.
Mm-hmm. And I mean that's another aspect of the sort of sacred feminine of the exile. That it's something which is too pure to corrupt and destroy.
Yeah.
That can absorb the hatred and the loathing of the being of pure spite. And so that it can sort of turn him around to the light. And by turning him around to the light, he no longer has this hatred, this spite keeping him alive, and he falls apart. He disintegrates.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. Anyway, that's really cool. It's really good. He didn't do it. He doesn't talk about it. Of course he doesn't. Because that would make her the archetypal hero too much. Or archetypal heroine, I guess. Anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Of the cycle of life, refusal to yield to the universal doctrine of the Force. Life, death, rebirth, virtue is in the continuation of the cycle of life. Scion channels the dark side, the animating hates, pains, and resentments that he holds against the world, and fuels his entire being with it. His body never heals, it only degrades farther, but his stubborn refusal to die is the relies on, and so he never truly weakens either. He's a good villain who doesn't get quite enough development, but he leaves a big impact because of how his final fight is arranged. He can't die. He won't die. So what good is the battle? Well, every time you whittle him down, you get a moment of conversation, and in these moments, you can make him doubt himself, his convictions. You can one by one pry the fingers he has around the Force's throat away until, with nothing left to anchor him, he treated him like he was special, too, and a lot of his hatred for you is jealousy. Scion never achieved independence from the Force, as Kreia wanted him to. Instead, he simply arrested the cycle of life and death within himself, like a pebble jams the gears of a bicycle wheel. The Force only flows through him now because he's backing up the pipes with how goddamn stuck he is. Kreia looks at him that way.
That's actually a really good way of putting it.
Yeah,
it's a kind of brotherly jealousy,
It's sibling rivalry. It's Cain and Abel in a way. Not really.
Yeah, actually, kind of.
In the situation, but
yeah, kind of. I mean, he sees Kreia as God.
You are favored before the mother god. Yes, exactly.
Right, as the goddess, I guess. Now, also, something else I'll add about this, though, is that he says this is kind of atypical for Sith. No, it's not. The refusal to die, I talked about this in, oh gosh, I mentioned that when I was doing this fight.
That's like one of the oldest raw ingredients for evil fantasy villains, or even just evil villains in general, not wanting to die.
Yeah, I have a video on Force Ghosts. You know what I'm talking about? What about Force Ghosts and Anselm and the Devil and stuff like that? That's good. It's a good one. I recommend it. But basically, the idea that I'm putting forward there is so Anselm talks about the fall of the Devil as a kind of, he is trying to hold on to his own self and his own will in opposition to the will of God. And so it damns him.
Yes, I think you have.
And so,
I do.
Right. And so what Scion is doing is what all Sith do, fundamentally, which is they cling to their own will and therefore their own identity. And their utmost desire is immortality. But they cannot achieve immortality through holding on to it, but only by letting go of it can they. Because by letting go of it, they are uniting themselves with the will of the Force. And the will of the Force is for them to continue on and be immortal. As Force Ghosts, as light side Force Ghosts.
Which is the wellspring of eternal life, which is the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, Yep. It's all rich with Christian symbolism, but also it's rich with tragic irony that the Sith, who their preeminent motivation is immortality, are precisely the ones who cannot achieve it.
It's the same.
And
It's
the
the same.
Jedi who, right, yeah, the Jedi who
It's the
let
same
go
with
of their own selves and their own will and their own identity are the ones who can preserve their own will and their own identity in the Force.
It's like that passage. He who, what is it?
He who would hold on to his life will lose
He
it,
who
and
would hold on to his life will lose it. He who would lose his life will preserve it forever, or something like that.
not lose.
What?
Who will give up his life will preserve
Who
it.
give
Will
up
preserve
his
it forever,
life,
forevermore, whatever the translation is.
I can't remember what
Yeah.
it is. What book
Yep.
is that from?
Gospel.
Evan,
That's
what
the
book is
gospel.
that from?
That's one of the gospels.
Which gospel? Is it
Luke.
It
I
feels
feel like
a
it's Luke.
thing.
It feels like Luke.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat.
That's really
Might
funny
be horribly
that we
wrong
both,
about this.
That's really funny that we both like decided on Luke, though.
Maybe we're right. Who knows?
Well,
Maybe
because
we're both wrong
he's
for
the
the
one
same
who
reason.
likes to philosophically expound the most.
That's John. Luke is the one about moral lessons, mostly about moral lessons. Which that one really is. The moral lessons about eternal life and stuff. John is the more philosophical one. Bread of Life Discourse, the Logos, all that's John.
John, the beloved disciple, yes.
John's my favorite gospel, but
John's the one that doesn't die.
I mean, he does, but it takes him a while.
He does.
He's not
Get
martyred. He's not martyred.
Horribly mutilated like the rest of them are.
Right. All right. Anyway, speaking of horrible mutilation, Scion.
Gumming up the pipes with how goddamn stuck he is. Kreia looks at him that way. Gutter trash, gumming up the works of the Force. She has a new favorite now anyway, and everything Scion did to himself to try to please her means nothing at all. No wonder he fucking hates you. In that final fight, you can ask him if any part of what he put himself through was worth it, and he doesn't even think so. He seems so intimidating, but in the end, he doesn't even know why he's alive. No matter how hard he's trying to hold on to it, he is pitiable. And
did I mention I love his Welsh accent in the game?
Darth Nihilus,
yes, you did.
is broken in a completely opposite way. Scion is a refusal to annihilate the ego, so
you usually don't get a Welsh villain.
Yeah. You liked.
I think it was cool. It was nice. It was an unexpected way of speaking. Like I didn't expect him to sound like that.
I think you liked how it complimented his hollow voice too.
Yes, it really does. All right. Anyway, the other big bad
to hit with the villain, and why I wish he'd gotten a little more development. Darth Nihilus, her other student, is broken in a completely opposite way. Scion is a refusal to annihilate the ego so emphatic that it outlasts the death of the body. Nihilus is an annihilation of the ego so thorough and absolute it creates a suction, a hunger, like a black hole forming in the aftermath of a collapsing star. If we're using the Freudian concepts that Luke has borrowed from Campbell and the Jedi, then you have libido on the light side.
Jungian concepts.
And if the Force is felt as a pull towards one side or the other, what happens when you let one impulse...
Go on.
Technically all Jungian, most Jungian concepts are elaborations of Freudian concepts, but Campbell got them from Jung, not from Freud. Nobody gets things from Freud because Freud is a fuckboy in the most thorough sense of the word.
Unfortunately, that's not true. Lots of people get things from Freud. They shouldn't. But reasonable and sensible people don't get things from Freud. Yeah. Now, this is actually a point that I don't think that Nihilus is the annihilation of the ego. At least not in terms of like letting go of one's ego. Like it's not the hatred of self. It's not the letting go of oneself. It's not even the preference of anything else for oneself. It is my favorite Latin turn of phrase for this is curvatus in se. It's hell. It is turning in upon oneself.
The utter annihilation of self.
Which, yes, that's what it ultimately leads to. But it's the annihilation of the self by turning in upon only oneself to the exclusion and rejection of those things which are outside of oneself. So think of it like he uses the analogy of a black hole. That works perfectly well. If you are only looking inwards, you're going to be actively rejecting things that are outwards, and they can just pour themselves in as much as they want. They're not going to affect you.
Everything spirals around you, crunches down into nothing in your presence.
Yeah, which is one way that Thomas Aquinas describes hell is a plethora of souls curved in upon themselves. They all are uniquely and individually in hell with no interaction with one another whatsoever because they have no need for interaction with each other. They have no want for interaction with each other. They only care about themselves. And by only caring about themselves, they annihilate themselves forever.
Absolutely awful.
It's a really good theological metaphor, Nihilus is. Darth Nihilus.
Gee.
But it's one that I think he kind of misses because he's trying to do this whole thing where the villains are opposite ends, or they're opposite ends of a spectrum, and I don't think that's quite right. They're different ways of being self-obsessed.
Yeah, but still ultimately
one's
self-obsessed.
They are both certainly self-obsessed. It's just one is inward-facing and one's outward-facing. Nihilus is self-obsessed inwardly, and so everything else is drawn in towards him.
Scion is outwardly.
Right, outwardly obsessed. He's obsessed with himself, but
Nihilus doesn't ever actually talk, does he? He doesn't actually interact with you.
No, he just does the weird little warbly voice thing.
That goes back to it too. He's so sucked in on himself. His ego, he literally cannot interact with any other being around him other than to suck it up and destroy it and consume it. Yeah. Whereas Scion is completely fixated on the external world, that he has no internal world.
Precisely. Yeah. Now, also worth noting, you never see beneath the mask.
No, because it's just a black hole.
I mean, no, there's a face under there. It just doesn't matter.
Oh, well.
That's
what I kind of assumed. He can't anymore.
The funny thing is, Visas takes off the mask and, quote, sees underneath, but she has no eyes. She's seeing with the Force. And what she's seeing with the Force is nothing.
Ah, see, called it.
So, no, that's because, I mean, there presumably is a physical face under there. But the point is that it doesn't matter. His soul, so to speak, is just vanishingly nothing. Yeah. Anyway, so let's keep going. I think he actually brings that up. I think he brings up the fact that Visas can look at his face. Sorry, what?
That's why he wears a mask, because he has no face. He only has the illusion of ego.
Yeah, right. His face does not. His face doesn't matter to the outside world.
Of external interaction.
Yeah, his face doesn't matter to the external world, to the outside.
His face is.
Yeah, he is. He is very much a nobody who only cares for himself, and no one else cares for him.
I would love to see you try and philosophically dissect those games, because they are so batshit.
Metal Gear?
No, Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts. Oh god. That sounds hard. That sounds hard.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. It's so hard. Dumb. They're a
little bit batshit crazy. Well, maybe
especially because A, they're very long. B, there's so fucking many of them. C, they're
so loopy though, because they don't have a central plot focus because they meander so much. I mean, they do, but their plot meanders a ton.
And the actual really interesting the JRPG aspects of it are so few and far between.
Yeah.
All the Disney shit.
Yeah, and
the earlier games,
what that means though,
in the earlier games, the Disney shit interacted really well with the JRPG shit, but in the later games, especially in the latest game, it's very unsatisfying.
I got that. Well, because it feels like it kind of has to be, because if you're going to all these different worlds, you're going to have a kind of thematic bathos. Just like, because the theme of one world that you're going to is going to be radically different from the theme of another one that you go to. And it's very, very difficult to have a through line. And your through line has to be really shallow for it to actually touch on all of these different worlds, different settings, different characters.
The Heartless are, as a concept, are pretty shallow.
That makes sense.
The Nobodies are very much more interesting, but because they are amorphous and nobodies, and they are the remnants of strong personalities that no longer have a soul, essentially, it's very hard to write compelling drama around that. That's why I think
conceptually interesting, but execution.
Yeah, it's very conceptually interesting. And I started with I've only actually ever played
the whole the whole conceptually interesting but weird execution thing describes some of my favorite Marvel MCU villains. Because, two of my favorite MCU villains are objectively two of the worst. Malekith from Thor the Dark World and Caecilius from Doctor Strange. I love both of them. They're both fascinating from a conceptual standpoint. But, man, they're forgettable as heck. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to Nihilus, because like I said, I think he does talk about the whole no one sees his face, no one hears him speak. Only Visas looks behind the mask and doesn't say anything about it. Let's see what he says about that, because I think he says something about that. I want to see what he says.
Pull you on the light side and Thanatos on the dark side, and if the force is felt as a pull towards one side or the other, what happens when you let one impulse pull you all the way out to sea? For the light side, it's some kind of transcendence into the greater life impulse of the force. You get to be a wise and all because he's backing up the pipes with how goddamn stuck he is. Kreia looks at him that way. Gutter trash, gumming up the works of the force. She has a new favorite now anyway.
Yeah, but
everything Scion did to himself,
I think the Thanatos
nothing at all.
The Thanatos comparison is good. So, hold on. Where were we? Let's scooch.
He's talking about Sith Force Ghosts now, so have fun going off.
All right, so let's go from about here. I'm at 32:58. Is that same for you? All right, it jumped around for me for some reason, so hold on.
Oh, it was playing, and then I think you tried to pause it, and then it didn't pause.
Something jumped. I don't know. All right, let's keep going from here.
Is borrowed from Campbell and coming up with the Jedi. Then you have libido on the light side and Thanatos on the dark side. And if the force is felt as a pull towards one side or the other, what happens when you let one impulse pull you all the way out to sea? For the light side, it's some kind of transcendence into the greater life impulse of the force. You get to be a wise and all-knowing ghost who works as a warm breeze on the face of the galaxy. What about the death? There are stories of Sith ghosts too, but being a ghost at all involves holding on to an element of your ego, and true devotion to the Force, one way or the other, means you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to disattach.
Okay, wrong. All right, here we go. Yes, this is where he's talking about dark side Force ghosts. You're right. I'm mad because no, the dark side is absolutely about holding on to one's ego. It is not about relinquishing one's ego. Nihilus is not relinquishing one's ego. It's not ego death. Ego death, in the sort of Buddhist way of looking at it, is purely of the light side. It is not dark side. The dark side is self-centeredness. It is holding on to oneself and one's will. And so the reason that we sort of, quote, kind of have dark side Force ghosts is because they are darksiders imbuing either a place or an object with their power. Think of it like the ring, like Sauron's ring, or Morgoth's ring for that matter. It is imbuing something with one's own hatred and malice and power. And by doing so, what you're doing is you're extending your will and your power forward into the future. But you cease to exist, because of course you do, because you die. So immortality for the Sith is like immortality for a mortal, right? I can do something which will affect the future, but I'm not going to be there for it. That's how the Sith are. That's how the Sith can achieve some measure of immortality, and that's their only way of doing it, and some of them get wildly obsessive about it. Okay.
Marker Ragnos.
Marker Ragnos.
I want to play that game again now.
Yeah.
I've run through that entire game multiple times in one afternoon.
Oh wait, which one was it?
That's
one of
Jedi Knight, that's Jedi Academy.
Was it Jedi Academy?
Yeah, it's Jedi. That's
okay.
I
was trying to think if it was Dark Forces or Jedi Academy. I knew it wasn't.
No, it's Jedi Academy. It's Jedi
okay,
Academy.
Yeah.
And it has a really cool. If you do Dark Side ending, the voice actor for male Jason gets really hammy, and it's great. And it actually sets up a really interesting it sets up a really interesting concept for a sequel that never happened, where Kyle Katarn goes and redeems his fallen apprentice, but but that doesn't.
The female one, the female one is voiced by Jennifer Hale.
Is it?
Yep.
I didn't think she was. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was like the year after KOTOR 1, after she voiced Bastila.
I'll have to go back and check that now. I didn't think that was Jennifer Hale.
Yep, it is. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go back like, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, and let's go from here, and I'm gonna listen to this all the way through and not stop him and yell this time. So let's see.
Too, but being a ghost at all involves holding on to an element of your ego, and true devotion to the Force, one way or the other, means you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to disattach completely. If you become a being of pure spirit, but that spirit is the essence of the void, how do you become anything but a supernatural vacuum? You've basically given yourself a spiritual prolapse, and I bet that just feels awful. Nihilus, beyond any other student, failed Kreia, because he actually became one with the Force, to the point that his humanity has literally disappeared into the divine void. Graded in terms of independence from the Force and expressing self-determination in the face of it, that's going to be like a D- at maximum, if we're being generous and counting for attendance. So what made him implode? I don't.
Okay, hold on. I know what he's about to get to, and he's wrong already. I can tell, but no, what he just talked about there is also wrong, and I can tell, because he does not disappear into the Force. He disappears into himself. He disappears into his own ego. And no, that is not what Kreia appreciates. Now, he is almost a mirror opposite of the Exile, insofar as he
Yes.
is also a wound in the Force.
Yes.
It's just he's turned in upon himself.
He's the opposite wound. The exile comforts and draws
Yes.
near and protects, and Nihilus.
He draws in and destroys.
He draws in and destroys. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
She enhances and lifts up. He
Right.
consumes the all-consuming void.
Which seems to me like Kreia would actually appreciate him a great deal more. Because...
No, because he doesn't actually destroy the Force. He doesn't actually have the capacity to destroy the Force.
Right. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know why though. That's the thing. I never quite understood why Nihilus
I think
can't.
his wound in the Force manifests as a gaping maw because
he didn't turn away from it. It just destroyed him.
It just turned him in. I know there's an answer there, but I'm tired and it's too.
Maybe it's something like this.
It's too on the tip of my tongue to fully articulate.
See if this is what you were thinking. For the Exile, she turned away from the Force at the moment of that horror of Malachor 5. Nihilus did not turn away from the Force. He kept himself within the Force. But that caused him to turn in upon himself because he couldn't face the outside. It's not that he turned away from the Force, it's that he turned away from other sources of the Force, other people. And he held on to the Force. And so that was what draws things in, and that's what things sort of fall into.
That's what it implodes through his.
Yeah.
It passes the event horizon of his being, and then it is gone forever in the gaping maw.
Yeah, the black hole thing is a good analogy, I think. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, but I don't think the black hole is a extreme manifestation of the Force's ability to draw near. It is not its capacity to destroy it, whereas with the Exile,
I think it's not. I still don't understand how Kreia thinks that the Exile can destroy the Force. I think what Kreia sees in the Exile is hope that people can survive the Force being cut off from everyone. I think that's what Kreia likes about the Exile.
What she would want the Exile to do is she would want the Exile to absorb all the Force energy in the cosmos, so then Kreia can then destroy the Exile, and in so doing, destroy the Force.
Maybe.
Which I don't see how that is possible because the Force is as much background radiation as it is it is microscopic manifestation of life itself.
Right.
But I think if there was a plan, that was the plan.
Yeah, I don't understand Kreia's plan. She's never quite clear about it. She just wants to destroy the Force.
It's to destroy the Jedi. Destroy the physical. It's like killing the church to kill God. It's like killing the church to kill God. You get rid of all the official structures and dogma and enforcers, and then when you do that, you take the thing that did that and you gather all the rest of the component parts together in one area and you slaughter it.
Yeah, it's something like that, I guess. Like, she's not killing the Force, she's killing everyone capable of feeling the Force and turning everyone else away from it.
Which is everyone, yeah.
Well, the everyone else is important, though, because she does think that some people, like the Exile, can turn away from the Force and survive it.
Well, she thinks the Exile can.
I think we already I got the impression she assumes others can. But maybe not. Maybe she does think Exile's unique.
In the text of the story, only the Exile can. That's what makes the Exile the favorite child.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's her plan is kind of flumpy. Let's just say.
Almost like it's impossible to execute properly.
Yeah. Honestly, that is, I think that's thematically appropriate, though. Because, of course, Kreia can't succeed. She's the villain. She's the crazy villain. and her plan is batshit crazy because she basically hates God. She acknowledges that God exists and hates him. She's the caricature. She's the almost like dime store apologist caricature of the atheist.
I was just thinking you. I just seen a meme a couple days ago. I can't remember what Christian group it was. What it was, but
Like, the atheist says
it
God
was,
doesn't exist and I hate him. That thing.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was exactly that.
Because that's Kreia. Like, honestly, I would. This is as good a time as any. I would say that Kreia is more than anything an existentialist, like a Sartrean existentialist.
Or she's an angry agnostic who acknowledges God, but like despises the fact that she has to do that.
Well, here's what I've said before. I've said this on the stream, and see what you think. Let me know what you think of this. Kreia is so Sartre said something like, "If God exists, I am not free, because God's will is sovereign. But I am free. Therefore, God does not exist." This is his argument against God's existence. This is meant to be a factual, objective argument, something about the fact of the matter. Whereas Kreia takes this as normative. She says, if the Force exists, then I am not free. I will to be free. Therefore, the Force must not be allowed to exist.
Must not be allowed to continue to exist.
Right. So she is a kind of, I don't know, active version. She's a normative version of Sartrean existentialism.
She's trying to kill God, but inevitably can't fails. Both because she is literally incapable of it, because she can't cut herself off from the Force like the exile can. But more technically, God is unkillable. That God does not. Yeah. The Force does not follow those principles. It is beyond. It is beyond that idea. All of the idea of life and death and the duality of it are intrinsically universal truths that God and the Force transcend as a manifestation of their being. They are totally beyond it, even though they influence it and are a part of it.
And your cat makes noises on the microphone. Mine's always weirdly silent around my microphone.
It's very loud.
No, mine's loud, just not when my microphone is on. Who knows?
Well, what she likes to do
while your cat was meowing at the microphone, mine was directly underneath my microphone, not meowing. I tried to get her to. She wouldn't do it. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by a cat.
Very sorry, by two cats. And like every time I'm on the computer, what happens is she inevitably comes to bother me and then moves around a lot. And and when I touch her, she meows at me.
Ah, you can get her to do that. I can't get mine to do that. No, well, not on command. She'll meow like when the microphone's off, but not when it's right here. She knows. I tell you what, she knows. She doesn't want to be internet famous. Anyway, sorry. I think that you're right on the description of Kreia's plan doomed to failure because the Force isn't killable. I think that is really fundamental to her being a delusional villain. She's obsessive about something which she cannot achieve. And there's something almost comic about it. There's something almost comic about that.
I enjoy her presence as a philosophical thought experiment.
Oh yeah. She's
really fun to listen to.
Yes.
Even if she's kind of fucking nuts.
That said, people who think that she's like super profound and mega deep are like the most annoying people on the planet. They're the people who read Ayn Rand and Nietzsche once when they were 14 and thought they had figured out the entire world.
Ayn. What about the normal people, Ayn?
Yeah. All right, so let's keep going. It is like 1:30. We have like 5 minutes left. Let's do it. Come on.
No. Independence from the Force and expressing self-determination in the face of it, that's going to be like a D- at maximum, if we're being generous and counting for attendance. So what made him implode? I don't know. He doesn't get enough backstory to find out. Nihilus is a great concept, and an excellent
you just don't understand.
But he's the least of the villains in terms of complexity.
The exact same thing happened to him that happened to the Exile, but he didn't turn away from the Force. They say that exactly and explicitly. Kreia tells you. You weren't listening. Anyway, moving on.
Also because he turned inward on himself, whereas the Exile... Yeah, like we were just saying, he doesn't understand that it's not ego death.
Right.
Fundamentally.
Exactly. Yes. I think that is why he doesn't understand. I think you're right. All right, let's keep going.
He's simply He's simply a terminal expression of what the dark side has always been. Unfortunately, the end of the game is a bit of a letdown. Crushed under its development schedule, the last confrontation with Kreia, where you should be able to resolve so many things, is an overall less dynamic conversation than the one with Atris in the end of the prologue chapters. The reasons you must fight Kreia to the death are flimsy, unsatisfying. His plan are not well articulated or sufficiently explained. The climax kind of does all the characters dirty and fails to cohere the way the last game's ending did, even though Knights of the Old Republic 2 technically provides greater insight into the consequences of your actions than Knights of the Old Republic 1 did. It was, regrettably, the price of Obsidian's ambition. They created an RPG so complicated in the arrangement of dialogue and encounters, the game engine can barely hold it together, but that's not a strength, and in the end the game putters to a stop, just agonizingly short of the finish line. In rejecting the monomythic structure,
kind of like
KOTOR 2 created a story that was
in the
instead an inverted pyramid,
Yeah.
a broad cross-section of characters, planets, political situations that keep compressing down into a confrontation with the past itself at its most raw and painful moment and place. That raw and painful tip of the spear is Malachor 5. Every single element of plot and character are clearly, obviously, designed to reach a cumulative climax, an interactive, multi-layered climax, at this shattered planet, which stands in for Revan's original sin, the sin of her disobedience, and the birth of the war to come. Instead, some...
What? Revan's original sin? The Exile, maybe. This is the Malachor 5 is the graveyard of the Exile's doing, not Revan.
Well, Revan kicked off the war.
I mean, he kicked off the war, but he wasn't the one who ended it. He didn't put a stop to it. I mean, maybe we could say that Duxon is like something closer to do with Revan.
Well, he's trying to tie Revan, the main protagonist of the first game, and Exile, the main protagonist of the second game, to Kreia and Kreia's philosophy.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
Well,
Saying that Malachor 5 is attributable to Revan is a stretch, I think. I get it, but it's a stretch. Anyway, minor quibble, but all right, fair enough.
Some of the characters receive cursory story resolutions, and some do not. The Sith Academy of Treyas, what should have been the site of your final instruction and ultimate verdict, stands silent and mostly meaningless, empty halls filled with template enemies. The confrontation with Scion is fantastic, but you can't even mention him to Kreia during your conversation with her. All throughout is the sense of something vital being missing from the experience. Your final confrontation is one where you tell Kreia, in classic Jedi style, that she can still be saved and brought over to the light. She trusts you not to be so foolish as to believe that you would agree to that. Instead, she tells you how glad she is that you still cared about her enough to ask. Kreia will kill millions in her attempt to murder the Force if she succeeds, and she feels nothing about this. Yet you treat her as if she is not the monster before you, the monster she knows that she is and has chosen to be.
She wants
she'll
to.
try.
If nothing else, a fine courtesy for a Jedi to offer. This is a fragment of what the climax could have been.
So it's actually important that she can't, but she wants to, because that actually speaks
well, and
to...
she would, in trying to fulfill that goal, she would murder millions.
Yeah, she would if she could, and that's the important part. Yeah, I think that's right.
Oh no, she would regardless, even though she can't. Is what I was trying to make.
Yeah. Actually, no, yeah, you're going further than I did, and I think you're right. That
she would absolutely. She would keep killing people until.
She would murder millions, knowing that she can't succeed because she is attempting to succeed.
It's almost like the Nazis in the Holocaust. Like there's too much to chew through. You can't do it. It's impossible.
Yeah. They knew it was ultimately impossible, but still kept going anyway. I think that's same with Kreia. Like, she knows that she can't actually kill the Force, but she will kill millions trying anyway.
Well, I think she can. I think she thinks she can, and that's the even worse part. She's so deluded in her quest for nihilistic perfection that she would absolutely just kill the known universe.
Yeah, I mean, I think she would do it. I think she would kill millions or billions or trillions or more.
Or she would kill as many as she could before she could stop. Even
if it doesn't succeed, I think what we're getting at here, she knows, she is committed to the fact that even if she doesn't succeed, she is holding to the fact that those sacrifices are worth it, even if she fails. It was worth it to try. And that's a special kind of heinous.
It's like communism.
Yes.
Oh, it'll be fine. We're just trying to perfect the formula. Eventually somebody will do it, and then all this blood will be worth it.
No. If you actually talk to communists, they think it's worth it already. Even if it failed, they think that it's worth it, even having failed. It was worth trying.
That, but like the worst part of it is that it will never work, and it will never Yeah, it will never work. It will never be worth it, but they do it anyway
Yeah,
because
and
they're so deluded in thinking that they can.
yeah, and my thought is they think it was worth it even just to try. To try and fail was still worth it because it could have
Can't
succeeded.
how can you
They
like
think it could
have
have
such
succeeded.
little regard for individual humanity that you would
I
just
mean, I don't
throw
know.
away
Ask
trillions of
Freya.
lives? Like
Ask
I just
Freya. It's because it's one of those you gotta break a lot of eggs to make an omelet kind of things. The idea is
yeah.
that, yeah, like Stalin said, um, the idea is that by killing almost everyone, she leaves those few who survive free, and that is worth it. That's her guiding principle, which is wrong-headed in basically every way. But you can see her twisted logic, I think. Like I said, she's wrong in basically every way she possibly can be, but that's what she's going for, I think. All right, let's keep going.
Bittersweet and cruel fragment of what the climax could have been. A bittersweet and cruel reckoning between the personal relationships you've been cultivating and the political, spiritual consequences that have been hanging so heavy for so long. I had a thought in the last video I did that it's easy to get caught up in what a game wants to do to the point where it blinds you to the game falling short of itself. I wonder, to the Old Republic 2, can a story that's fundamentally a criticism of another story be taken seriously at the task if it never even achieves its intended ending? I think it can. It's a sad, wounded thing that limps across the finish line, and yet I've never seen anything quite like it, before or since. It's become a true cult classic in the time since its release, with a tremendous and passionate fanbase who were intrigued by the questions it raised and the answers it arranged in front of you to choose from. Even if the Exile and Kreia are never given their narrative due at the end, the critical work has still been accomplished. The points once made can't be buried or taken back on account of anticlimax. Dantooine, Korriban, Malachor, 3 academies, 3 visions of the Force, all fall into ruin by the end of the game. What then to hold on to? What blessed boon is there for the Exile to return with? Only the knowledge that, free of destiny, independent of myth, we can choose for ourselves what stories we find important, guiding us towards a definitively correct answer.
Yes, nothing matters except for my own interpretation.
Yeah, right. Which is wrong, which is not actually the lesson to
Hate
take away from
that.
it. So, a couple of things. First of all, um, I think the anticlimax is the best possible ending.
Oh,
I really do. For a story like this, because it is pretty subversive, he's right. This is genuinely subversive of a lot of Star Wars archetypes. For it to be so anticlimactic in its ending, to not end in the big like, are we going to save the universe or not? Like, for it to not end like that is actually, I think, appropriate because all of these questions are left as sort of philosophical questions, not they don't ultimately just result in are we going to save the world or not. They result in think about it, right? I think that there's really something there, something to appreciate. But on the other hand, I think that he is absolutely wrong with what you just pointed out. This idea that like the only thing to take away is our choices of what to choose
well,
and do ourselves do
and
next do.
in some ways, I don't find that very egregious because
Yeah. I mean it's not, you're right, but
modernity is so vitriolically against traditional structure
mhm,
and symbolism, and the
yeah.
fact that he can even come away with that, the fact that yes, actually these things are important if you choose them to be important, is better than the alternative of just rip it down, just rip it, destroy it, burn it all. None of it's good. It's all repressive. The fact that he has at least has the
He
curiosity and the
he leaves the option
integrity enough.
open. He leaves the
Yeah,
option
he
open
leaves the
for
option open for
embracing
people,
them.
which
Yeah.
I find quite admirable because most people of his ilk in that situation would just be completely no. Actually, Kreia was right. We should just burn everything. Like
Yeah.
that's the H bomber approach.
No, yeah, you're right. Oh yeah. No, he's a great example of what you're
He's a
talking about. Yeah, you're right.
dickhead.
You're right.
I
You're right. So I think that okay, one other thing that he gets wrong is if you actually listen to what Kreia says, and if you do the light side ending, you find out that a couple things. One, that all of your companions become the new Jedi Council. They reinstitute the Jedi, and they are all very happy that they did so. And they are all very fulfilled that they did so. So these institutions are objectively fulfilling to all of these people. 2, you do go and fulfill a big important destiny. You follow Revan to help Revan. The exile goes back into exile and does important exile things. Like he goes and she goes and does some Chosen One stuff. Like really, it's
She
not
sets the
like
foundation for the new stuff for the next Star Wars and the
yeah.
second.
She sets
Great
the
Sith
foundation.
War.
First of all, she sets the foundation for the Jedi Order coming back, and then goes and to seek out Revan, and ultimately helps him reconcile the sort of this weird dichotomous halves of him. So yes, she actually does go and help Revan by being, oh my god, this is it again. You got me. By being the archetypal feminine mother, by bringing together these disparate halves of Revan, by sort of helping him to reintegrate himself.
Right.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, we don't know that yet. What we do know is that the exile she glimpses into the future and sees that the exile will go to the unknown regions to follow Revan, to help him in a way that Kreia says that you will go to seek out Revan, to aid in a way that only you can. She even says, in a way that only you can. Yes, the exile is super duper special, and Kreia is all about it. Man, he missed big time on that one. Now maybe he's blaming that on the Rust development cycle and wants to say, oh well, the devs mandated a happy ending.
I agree with him that it seems that.
Oh yeah, the ending is rushed. To be fair,
but. Yeah, the ending is rushed. The ending there probably was a lot more planned for it and a lot more variation in what could happen. Although I do kind of like the inevitability.
There's a good bit.
I do like the inevitability of Kreia's ultimate defeat.
Yeah,
because that has to happen in order for yeah, she would be defeated either way. But
continue.
For Star Wars, she has to die. But even if she doesn't die here, she would die later because her plan is impossible.
Right. And I mean, the other thing is, like, different characters can live and different characters can die. Like, Atton died in my playthrough.
Oh no!
I know.
What did you do?
I let him solo Scion.
Why?
I made a mistake. But it was too late for me to go back and fix it. No, it was too late for me to go back and fix it. So he died. And at peace, ultimately, but still he died. It was sad. But oh well, everyone else made it. Everyone else made it and was happy, fulfilled and stuff. Anyway. Alright, last little bit, let's finish this up.
Important and why, without a mysterious and pervasive energy guiding us towards a definitively correct answer. Ultimately, that's my big problem with Joseph Campbell's monomyth with George Lucas's Force, that they are intended as compassionately universalist solutions to complex and thorny issues of human morality and communication, but end up shaving down and polishing off elements of the human experience I find extremely exciting, extremely valuable. I think even Joseph Campbell would agree that the thrill of a story is to discover something outside of yourself that feels transformatively magical. If the monomyth was completely wrong or off base, it would not be one of the foundational pillars of modern popular culture. Yet, the fact that the hero's journey and all its 17 unifying steps lurks behind so much of the art that fills our world means we are confronted at every turn by rhyming stories, narratives assembled with the same enthusiasm and craft as a Katy Perry single. The monomyth is an earworm. Get it out in front of people standing in line at the supermarket and they will unconsciously start swaying their hips. In his prologue, Campbell actually decries a spiritual and symbolic malaise in America, that we are bereft of meaning and actionable symbolism in our media. How deliciously ironic, then, that the monomyth is the single greatest contributor to the homogeneity of media today, meaning we can take or leave from the hero's journey.
Has he not seen media recently? Like, I mean, I get it that there have been a lot of things that follow the monomyth, but that's just because they follow narrative structure. But also, he
misses that too. He thinks it is an imposition when in reality it is it comes up from the substrata of the human condition, like we've been saying this whole time.
And I think if we're really going to criticize, like, if we're really going to criticize sameness in media, grimdark is the flavor of the, past 3 decades.
It's edgy and cool.
It's just been slathered all over everything. And it's like, when was the last time there was a hopeful Superman in a movie? In a movie, not in animation, but I mean, Brandon Roth's Superman Returns
in CAU Superman.
Yeah, no. Like Brandon Roth's
No.
Superman Returns in what was that, 2007? Kind of, but not really. Was it 2007?
You
Or
have
it might
to
have been
ask.
before that.
You have to ask implicitly pretentious because I really have no idea.
Yeah, but that kind of thing, right? Everything for the last God knows how long has been subversive. Has been some kind of a weird inversion of the hero's journey, just like he's saying we should look to.
Well,
Blah, 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 blah.
attempting to and falling
Yeah.
flat on its face because people don't actually want those stories.
Well,
Surprise,
right.
fucking prize!
Yeah, surprise, surprise. I'm not
Because
surprised.
it's
Yeah.
written into our fucking brains and our
Mhm.
archetypes.
Mhm.
It's inborn within us. We all strive to individuate, and we look for stories that personify that.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is right that people have that certain studios and stuff have they've taken advantage of that structure for financial gain, and I understand
Yeah.
the distaste
But guess what?
toward
They're
that.
usually good. Like
But
when stories follow the hero's journey, like even if they do it beat for beat, even if they're poorly written, even if they're poorly done, there's gonna be
they're
something
still,
redeeming about it because it follows the hero's journey.
they're still implicitly compelling
Yeah, they still resonate.
because they follow that narrative structure, which is so endemic to how the human subconscious
Mhm.
views and interacts with reality.
Yeah. And honestly, that a poorly written hero's journey is miles better than a poorly written subversion. Because
Yeah.
we almost always get poorly written subversions. We never get well written subversions like KOTOR 2. We get crap like The Last Jedi. That's what we get. All right, I'm going to let him finish, and then we'll probably wrap up.
Marketability, meaning we can take or leave from the hero's journey. Marketability remains constant. In writing this essay, I've been worried that people will think I'm being too easy on Campbell, that I'm not doing enough to highlight the ways that he's become awkwardly dated and the ways in which he was never on the ball. And so I want to say again, if it needs repeating, that Hero with a Thousand Faces is very much from 1949, and its racist and sexist digressions don't really deserve defending. However, this book has been shaping the world around me
Same.
for decades in ways I had never understood until I actually thing. It became
And still
important to
don't
me to try to
understand.
approach it in good faith,
Yes,
to try to work
correct.
around what's problematic and dig down into his broader meanings and intentions. If you'd like to say that this is a fool's errand, I really won't argue with you. It's just that page after page, quote after quote, I was absolutely floored by how much of the specificity of Campbell's worldview made the leap from his pages to the scripts that shaped my world and shaped my childhood.
Campbell's worldview.
I asked,
It's the
what the
world
hell?
itself.
Mm-hmm.
He's just delineating it.
Yes, I agree. It's Campbell is not doing. He's not doing philosophy. He's doing anthropology.
Society's worldview, which aligns not perfectly, not 100%, but pretty damn close. He didn't just
Mhm.
he didn't just pick disparate. He didn't just pick a couple of examples from pretty close societies and then throw them together in this book. No,
Right.
if you read the book, it's example after example from different culture after different culture: Mesopotamia, Indian, Babylonian, American Indian,
Mhm.
English, Welsh, French,
Cultures
Celtic,
that had no contact with each other.
Chinese, Japanese, Javanese, everyone and anyone who he could get his hands on.
Yeah. Like he's
written records, oral
right.
traditions, all
He's
of it. It
the
all
thing is
boils
that
down to the same thematic through line.
yeah. Yeah, and I mean he's
And
insistent
I
that this meta narrative is an ideology, right? It is something invented, and again, he has this postmodern assumption that such a meta narrative is only in place for the sake of power, which is his digression there about racism, sexism, etc.
Yeah.
Because he has to think that because the alternative is to acknowledge that it's true,
Yeah,
and that
the
he doesn't
alternative
want to do that.
would completely shatter his worldview, and
Yeah,
his entire thesis would be for naught.
yeah, not
To
just
do
his
that.
thesis for this, but again, like you said, his entire worldview.
Right, his entire worldview would be shattered, and it's unfair to assume that someone would willingly undergo that. Most people don't.
Yeah,
It's the same
it's
reason
hard.
why it's really hard to change someone's personality in definitive ways for the better, because it takes genuine trauma for people to
It's ego
open
death.
their eyes and genuinely change. It takes a
That's
certain
ego
amount of
death.
ego death, exactly.
Yeah, which is why again, that's why the symbolism of baptism is drowning in rebirth.
Yeah, it has
Because
to be. It
the
has to be a
process of
kind of
salvation is a kind of
spiritual
death
death.
to your previous self. I use the example all the time that if Richard Dawkins tomorrow realized that the ontological argument was sound and that God must exist, there is basically a 0% chance he would tell anyone that he'd realized that, and he would try his best, as hard as he possibly could, to forget it. Because he's built
He would
an
he
entire
would hold it
lifelong
close.
career on
He would
not
hold it
just
close to his.
not just a reputation, but if it turns out that he turned out to be right and that God exists, he has been spending his entire career sending millions of people to hell. That's not something a human being can reconcile with, short of a miracle.
No.
So yeah, no, you're right. It's basically impossible. Again, short of a miracle, to completely overturn your worldview like this.
No.
And it would. Having to acknowledge the hero's journey is actually something objective about human nature. Would overturn someone's worldview.
And it's another important reason why it's so important to have ideological diversity in every facet. And it's interesting too because I was taking a poli-sci class, and I really think that a lot of the problems in America nowadays boils down to the fact that we have a first past the post system that necessitates two-party rule when we would be much better off as a democracy and as a society if we were a different we if we use a more either a more proportional system or alternative vote sort of single
Ranked
transferable vote where
ranked voting.
it opens
Ranked choice voting is a good alternative.
ranked choice voting where
I
it
mean,
opens the door for more ideological diversity
yeah, that's
and
true.
less
I mean, honestly,
yeah.
that sort of thing can be accomplished as well with more decentralization and regionalization.
Yeah,
Because
and
third parties
it
can
frames
flourish at a
the
local level.
decentralization argument as well.
Yeah, third parties can flourish at a local level. It's just that local levels don't really matter under our highly federalized, centralized system.
Yeah. And,
Anyway,
actually,
okay,
it's
we're
not
getting really far afield.
Sorry.
So, and it's like 2. So, let's wrap this up. I think he has a little bit more. If he has another point to make, then cool.
It's American federalism in particular that does it, because India is very federal-led system too, but in India, local parties matter more than
Right.
regional parties.
Well, I mean, ours is highly centralized. Is my point. Like federal meaning
Yeah.
federal
Anyway.
as opposed to anti-federalist, not as opposed to centralist.
Anyway.
All right.
What happened that the scripts that shaped my world and shaped my childhood? I ask, what the hell happened that made episode 9 so awful? And the answers are in this essay from 1949. I ask, what makes Knights of the Old Republic 1 feel like such an absolutely perfect Star Wars game? And again, the answers are in this essay from 1949. The way I look at Star Wars, and it's changed the way I look at the modern media landscape. I can never go back now to a time where everything weird about the Jedi was George Lucas's fault. It never was. He copied his homework off of somebody else. If there's anything I took away from Kreia, though, it's that you can still learn something meaningful from a flawed teacher. The only requirement on you is honesty in articulating your disagreements. Even Campbell doesn't claim infallibility or to quote, symbols are only the vehicles of communication. They must not be mistaken for the final term or tenor of their reference. No matter how attractive or impressive they may seem, they remain but convenient means, accommodated to the understanding. Hence, the personality or personalities of God, whether represented in Trinitarian...
Memes? Go ahead.
Memes.
Oh, yeah, memes. Okay, yeah.
Dualistic or Unitarian terms, in polytheistic, monotheistic, or henotheistic terms, pictorially or verbally, as documented fact or as apocalyptic vision. No one should attempt to read or interpret as the final thing. The problem of the theologian is to keep his symbol translucent, so that it may not block out the very light it is supposed to convey. End quote. I think the genius of Star Wars is in the translucence of its symbolism. Even the basic setting is so universalist that it fails to commit fully to either fantasy or science fiction. Spirituality is a 70-year-old pastiche, but it is still engagement with the realm of the mythic, the spiritual, and that's something that individualistic modern art sometimes forgets to even address. Knights of the Old Republic are each beautiful games on their own, imaginative, innovative, impressive, and yet together they form something greater, a metatextual duality holding sincerity and skepticism in each hand, like Revan holds the light and the dark. Without the other perspective to balance each other, they are automatically offset, incomplete. I've talked a lot of shit about the monomyth, but it will live and do its work on the world long after I'm dead. It is beyond my irritation. As the Sith Lord shows, I'm hardly the only one with a bone to pick with it. Yet, the attack that Knights of the Old Republic 2 makes on the monomyth is the thing that proves the creative durability of the Star Wars setting. No part of KOTOR 2's critique came from without. It was all achieved using elements that already existed in the franchise. The determined, subtle specificity from which it pulled on the broader franchise,
and that's the best part of
its
it,
narrative.
That's what made it a
one
good
of the most
subversion.
complex explorations into the setting in its long and storied history.
Neither are,
Even if
alone,
Cray is
the
absolutely
best Star
fucking
Wars game ever
wrong.
made.
Well, right.
Together, they shine a light so powerful through the translucent symbols of the Sith and the Jedi that the entire endeavor is illuminated in beautiful color. The call from the rooftops for the redeeming hero with a shining blade may end up being timeless after all. Any time is just a click away. Thanks for watching.
All right. There we go.
Or New
So,
Game Plus.
yeah. No, I think that actually, well, that's true. But no, I think he's absolutely right there at the end that again, this kind of takes us full circle, because this is what we were talking about right when we started, that the subversive aspects of KOTOR 2 are incredible because they're an internal critique. They are not alien to Star Wars. They're from within. So yeah. Yeah, anyway, I think that's a good point to end on. Got anything else? God, it's getting late. I cannot believe we went longer on this one than on the first half.
I can, and we didn't even have Larry. Could you imagine if Larry were still here? We'd probably still be about on Atris.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, you're right. Continue. Go on. Anything else? Final thoughts.
No. Other than I wonder if he'll ever see this, and if he does, I would just like to say that I really do like your work, Noah. It's just you make me scream sometimes.
Yes, you literally make me scream, as you know, as you just heard. Same. He does really good analysis, even if I disagree on a lot of this. And this is it. I really like this analysis because it was a good discussion.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the way that he speaks. The first time I ever watched, I can't remember what video it was, but the first time I ever stumbled upon his videos, it reminded me of like a early 20th century radio host.
Mm-hmm.
The rise and fall.
He has a very good cadence. He's a very good cadence.
And I really appreciate that, and it's nice to have a voice like that on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if I usually vehemently disagree with 85% of it.
I don't know. I would say maybe like 70-75% I would disagree with. He makes a lot. Honestly, he made a good deal of good points.
Really good close calls. It's just certain parts of it are so wrong that the rest of it just doesn't.
So I think we could summarize with this. I think that he gets a lot of things right, but there are certain small fundamental errors that sort of spread throughout everything else.
Yeah,
I think that's what's going on. All right, so let's call it there.
Yep.
Thanks for joining me tonight. It has been a long one, but it was a good one. So next week,
we're me missing time. So
yeah, now welcome back. I'm still going to be doing Kingdom Come Deliverance on Thursday, so I'll see you then. Yep. Presumably, and then Monday I'm going to be jumping back over to Mass Effect Andromeda. Yeah. Pretty sure.
We'll see.
Pretty sure.
The way my classes are set up this semester is a little interesting in that my 400 level class, all its stuff is due on Monday evening.
Oh god.
And then another class.
So maybe you'll be missing. Maybe you'll be missing out on Andromeda. Well,
we'll see.
Everybody else can make it.
We'll see. I've been trying to. My goal this time around is to do it all first at the beginning of the week, so I don't have to worry about it at the end. Yeah. And then another class, because my classes started on a Wednesday this semester. She's decided to go.
Hold on. Let's wrap up the actual stream. We can keep this up.
Right.
Anyway, thank everybody else for joining me. Hope to see you guys next time. We went really late tonight, but otherwise we'll be back to our normal schedule. Yeah. Thanks for joining me, Eddie. All right. I will see everybody else next time. Good night, everyone.